Busky says the companies are gathering data about how the design could be used in commercial flights. Happy Days is celebrating its 50th anniversary. The classic TV sitcom first aired January 15th, 1974, and helped start the careers of Winkler and Ron Howard. The show didn't really take off until a few seasons later when it was reworked as a multi-camera sitcom centered around the cool guy Arthur Fonzarelli, the Fonz. Happy Days became the most watched show on TV during its 1976-77 season, ran for 11 seasons until the summer of 1984. So clouds fall, cool, made cold temps again through the night, lows above 40 degrees. Clearing up on midday tomorrow gradually, and a few degrees warmer, and then a few degrees cooler, warmer, cooler through the week. 58 Pasadena, 57 in Mission Diego. There's a crash in Long Beach. A new little problem for you right now. Southbound side of the 710 at Willow crash. Looks like it just got out of lanes. Also, the southbound 710 missed past the 45. That's basically the same spot. So I think that's the same crash. Two of the lanes were blocked. Slow from Del Amo. Also in Ontario, mostly just a crash on the 10. 10 freeway as you head eastbound past Archibald. It's in the right lane. It's slow for 4th Street. And in Claremont, crash there. Still on the 10 eastbound before Indian Hill. Has you slow from Euclid. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I will full driver. Are you curious about QC Kinetics? I'll tell you what we do. That's Dr. Daniel Zuckerman, a medical director of QC Kinetics. We treat people who have joint pain, and we use your body's healing properties, the things that you already have in you, in your blood, to heal your knee pain, your joint pain, your shoulder pain, your back pain. You have everything that you need in you already. The same natural process that heals a cut on your finger also works inside your body. And so what we do at QC Kinetics is take those healing properties, concentrate them down from your body, and put them where they need to go. We are the experts in regenerative medicine. That's all we do. And best of all, there's no surgery, no downside, or harmful drugs. This is the future of medicine. And your consultation is completely free. Call QC Kinetics 213-997-7226 in Glendale, Orange, and now also in Costa Mesa. 213-997-7226. Are you suffering with knee pain? Have you tried shots, pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic knee pain caused by bone-on-bone osteoarthritis, a torn meniscus, or a fall or accident? Have you been told that you need a knee replacement? Here is good news from Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical painless laser stem cell treatment. The West Coast's only laser-guided stem cell therapy. This new treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain in minutes and is used in treating NFL alumni players with their knee injuries. If you have knee pain, here's a special offer. Call now and receive a special $97 exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, an X-ray and MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. Grab your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say, knee pain. Don't delay. These $97 exams are limited. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, knee pain. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, I heard media can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers to walk off effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. City of Los Angeles landlords that own rent-controlled properties. Starting February 1st, you'll be able to increase rents by 4% for your rent-controlled properties. An extra 1% for utility, up to 6%, can be added only if you pay the entire gas and electric bill. And don't forget to give your tenant an advance 30-day written notice for your rent increases of less than 10%. It is state law. Learn more about the rent increase at housing.lacity.org. That's housing.lacity.org. Hey, my name's Jay Shetty, and I'm the host of On Purpose, the number one health podcast in the world. Join me this week as I chat with Michelle Obama, a woman of immense strength and grace. Tune in as we navigate through the chapters of our lives, uncovering the moments that have contributed to her inspiring story. What keeps me up are the things that I know. The war in the region. What is AI going to do? Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. AM 640, Conway Show. Buffalo won the early game, so they're going to move on to the playoffs. And then whoever wins this game, with Philadelphia and Tampa Bay, they'll move on, and the loser goes home. They're playing in Tampa Bay right now, and it's Tampa Bay 16, Philadelphia 9. Philadelphia 9, Tampa Bay 16. There you go. Great sports talk. That's pretty good sports talk. I'll give you that. Okay, let's talk about Botox. Everybody loves Botox. Time of year to get it. Pros and cons of looking younger, or trying to look younger. Find out what's going on.
We are back now with Dr. Darian Sutton with an answer to a question that you viewers are asking. What are the risks and benefits of Botox injections for migraine headaches?
I think first we can talk about some benefits. There can be some incredible benefits for those, especially those who have chronic headaches. There is a treatment, the treatment of use and use of Botox is for those who have severe symptoms, those who have more than 15 headaches a day, lasting for hours at a time. And there are some incredible benefits from machine. There's the risk, number one, it doesn't always work immediately. Sometimes you have to wait weeks until you get that full effect. And then the risk is the same with using general Botox injections for aesthetic reasons, which can include bleeding, bruising, swelling. And then there are some more severe risks, such as difficulty breathing and generalized weakness, but those are very rare. But I think overall generalized, and then there are some more severe risks, such as difficulty breathing and general
Difficulty breathing from Botox?
difficulty breathing and generalized weakness, but those are very rare. But I think overall, Botox is probably a great help for those who are in desperate need of it.
Yes. Well, I don't know if I can help you with migraines. My wife suffers from migraines, but man, that paralyzes her. Talia, do you ever get migraine headaches?
I think, luckily, I've only had one.
One.
Wow.
Yeah.
What I hear about them, I'm fortunate about.
Yeah, that's fun. Do you get the headaches first? Oh, yeah. Really? All night long, with those cowboys, huh? Yeah, that's funny. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's horrible. Yeah, deal with that. Hey, thanks, Klaus and Sons, by the way. Oh, Claremont, they helped you out? Oh, yeah. Klaus and Sons Plumbing in Claremont, fantastic guys. That's great. How many guys were on the job? One guy came out yesterday to do an assessment, and then he brought another guy out today, and they finished all the work. Jackhammer at the front porch, replaced the pipe feeding from the street to the house. It was the main line, the water line. Yeah. And it broke? It was leaking, yeah. We had a tree that was doing its thing with the roots underneath. That's the worst. Yep. You know, when you spend $3, $4, $5 grand on something to improve your house, like you bought a new TV, you got a new couch, painted or you could see it. But when you spend $3, $4, $5 grand on something that it works the exact same way it did before, it sucks. Yeah, you've changed nothing. Yeah, it's the absolute worst. The absolute worst. That's like when getting your car fixed. It sucks because you spend $1,200 and it operates almost exactly the way it did before it went in. It does. It's the worst. All right, weather. It is a cold blast, man, and most of the nation is under these severe winter weather warning.
Nearly the entire continental U.S. engulfed by Arctic air and winter storms. Whiteout conditions pummeling Buffalo. Overnight, residents seem desperately digging out cars. New York Governor Kathy Hochul declaring a state of emergency.
The snow bands that are staying longer, they're broader, and also we're now seeing in real time 4 to 5, possibly 6 inches an hour in the South Sound in particular.
Don't sell your home. If you live in Southern California, people with money have had it with these blizzards. And they're coming out here, and they're going to buy your home. And they're going to spend a lot of money for it. So if you own a home in Southern California, try to keep it as long as you can and sell it for as much as you can. Because the entire nation has had a Canadian-style buttful of this weather. There's a Canadian-style buttful. Is that a big buttful? Canadians? That's right. The Canadians deal with it. We don't, as Americans. And so when you get this baby boomer generation that's retiring now, and they got a lot of dough, they're coming out here to spend it. So don't sell your home yet. You're going to get a lot of dough for this home at one point.
Up to 2 feet of snow already on the ground. The fans answering the call to come help shovel off the stadium ahead of today's rescheduled game. bring your own shovel.
Yeah, exactly. In the Midwest, heavy snow and now bone-chilling temperatures wreaking havoc.
And most of these guys who are shoveling can't afford to sit in the seats that they're shoveling. It's $500 minimum to get into Buffalo Stadium. You know that kind of stuff.
While in Colorado, an avalanche crashing down, but no injuries reported. Even the South targeted by that heavy snow and ice.
You know what sucks for Pittsburgh and Buffalo fans is in the National Football League, those are the two cities where it's most unlikely that people could take the day off to watch a football game. You know, because it is a blue-collar town, Buffalo and Pittsburgh. And so a lot of people had to work. I know it's Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, but a lot of people still had to work. And to have the game postponed from yesterday when everybody had off to today, a lot of people had to go to work. They can't just avoid, miss a day's work because there's a football game on.
In Texas, the company operating the state's electric grid asking customers to conserve power. In Des Moines, Iowa, a wind chill of 36 below zero.
You hear that?
36 below zero.
36 below zero. Nope. In Iowa. They're coming out here, gang. They're going to look at our weather. Every Rose Bowl, every Rose Parade, every spring, every summer, people are going to be looking at California going, I think it's time to move. I have had it with this weather.
36 below zero.
36 degrees below zero. That's 68 degrees below freezing. 68 degrees below the point where water will freeze.
Our team briefly stuck on the ground due to frozen equipment. Crews only able to help one plane at a time. Over the weekend, the winter blast whipping up waves from the shores of Michigan to the coast of New England.
And when it is this cold, frostbite can begin to set on exposed skin in just 5 minutes. Oh my God! Outdoors for 5 minutes, you're gonna get frostbite. Not some great news. Much of this bitter cold is staying with much of the country for most of the week.
Bad week for the global warming.
And the game in Kansas City on Saturday, despite the fact that snow came down and anything like that, it looked like it was just miserably cold. Yeah, the wind, the frost, and the ground just looked like concrete. It just looked miserable. Did you see who's the big fella that coaches the Chiefs? What's his name? Oh, Andy Reid. Andy Reid. He had a frozen mustache. Oh yeah. Like icicles frozen on his face. The icicles on his face and his mustache. Frozen. No. And he's in a stadium. Around 60,000 people couldn't stay warm enough to unfreeze his mustache. And who are they playing next week? I don't know. Buffalo. Oh, is that in Buffalo? In Buffalo. Yeah. All right, another snowball next week in Buffalo. I love those games. All right, we're live on KFI More Now Pro. Bodies been down in the water where a small plane crashed in Half Moon Bay. Officials say 2 people were on board the small plane last night, which was reportedly flying erratically before plunging into the ocean. Officials in Chino Hills say 3 people who burglarized pharmacy took them out of car and foot chase before being arrested. Other stuff found inside one of their cars has been reported stolen in Georgia. And the first ever NFL playoff game aired exclusively on a streaming service was the most streamed event in U.S. history. Peacock says more than 23 million people watched the Chiefs beat the Miami Dolphins Saturday. The schedule crash in commerce. It's going to be on the 5 freeway again as you head through. See, it's going to be southbound side right before Garfield. Crash there in 2 left lanes. You're stopped back from Atlantic Boulevard. Also, running along the train earlier, crash 710 southbound past the 405. It has cleared. The traffic's a little bit slow from Delano Boulevard. Look out in Santa Clarita for a stall. Stall on the 14 northbound right before Placerita Canyon. The right lane's blocking. This one is slow from the 5. KFI in the sky will get you there faster. I'm Will Cole Driver.
This is the Kingdom Mobile. This is what's trending from iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes Benz.
Josh Allen threw for 3 touchdowns as the Bills beat the Steelers 31-17. Buffalo moves to the divisional round where they'll rekindle their rivalry with Kansas City on Sunday. This wild card weekend is wrapping up with the Buccaneers and Eagles. The early draft team time for Saturday's divisional matchup of the 49ers and Packers, and San Francisco favored by 10. The Chargers completed their head coaching interview with Michigan's Jim Harbaugh. How bright
The brilliant EQE SUV from Mercedes-Benz with available digital light technology. It's so smart, even the headlamps are thinking. The vehicle is all electric. The feeling is all Mercedes. Learn more at SUV.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples Print Big Sale means the more you print, the more you save. Get $20 off your print purchase of 100 or more, 50 off your print purchase of 200 or more, and 100 off your print purchase of 300 or more. And speak at 24, see staples.com/print for details. Print more, save more at Staples.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers to walk off effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
City of Los Angeles landlords that own rent control properties. Starting February 1st, you'll be able to increase rent by 4% for your rent controlled properties. An extra 1% for utility, up to 6%, can be added only if you pay the entire gas and electric bill. And don't forget to give your tenant an advance 30-day written notice for your rent increases of less than 10%. It is state law. Learn more about the rent increase at housing.lacity.org. That's housing.lacity.org. It's okay not to be okay. Everyone needs some support sometimes. Together for Wellness connects Californians to available resources for emotional health and wellness. Everyone is welcome here. Explore our resources at togetherca.org. Are you curious about QC Kinetics? Let me tell you what we do. That's Dr. Daniel Zuckerman, a medical director at QC Kinetics. We treat people who have joint pain, and we use your body's healing properties, the things that you already have in you, in your blood, to heal your knee pain, your joint pain, your shoulder pain, your back pain. You have everything that you need in you already. The same natural process that heals a cut on your finger also works inside your body. And so what we do at QC Kinetics is take those healing properties, concentrate them down from your body, and put them where they need to go. We are the experts in regenerative medicine. That's all we do. And best of all, there's no surgery, no downside, or harmful drugs. This is the future of medicine. And your consultation is completely free. Call QC Kinetics 213-997-7226 in Glendale, Orange, and now also in Costa Mesa 213-997-7226. Are you suffering with knee pain? Have you tried shots, pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic knee pain caused by bone-on-bone osteoarthritis, a torn meniscus, or a fall or accident? Have you been told that you need a knee replacement? Here is good news from Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical painless laser stem cell treatment. The West Coast only laser-guided stem cell therapy. This new treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain in minutes and is used in treating NFL alumni players with their knee injuries. If you have knee pain, there's a special offer. Call now and receive a special $97 exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, an X-ray and MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. Grab your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say, knee pain. Don't delay. These $97 exams are limited. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, knee pain. Why choose a Sleep Number Smart Bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number Smart Bed lets you each choose your individual furnace and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 Smart Bed is so smart, it actively cools and warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. The clean Sleep Number Smart Bed is the only one. Plus,
Thank you for the good, sir. Appreciate it.
Ends Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. The finest store near you is sleepnumber.com.
Thank you. Yeah, no problem, man.
Hey, my name's Jay Brady, and I'm the host of On Progress in the Morning
Yo, we're at 56,000 likes. Let's get to 100K likes, guys, everybody. Share the stream.
Fellow Baba, a woman of immense strength and grace. She enables us to navigate through the chapters of our life, uncovering the moments that have contributed to our fine story. What secure all the things that I know, the war in the region. What is AI gonna do? Listen to Unprocessed with Jay Jeffy on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
think of the turkeys, the lovely balls,
Several other teams
lovely
have
doubles,
head
thank
coach
you.
openings. Harbaugh played quarterback for the Chargers back in 1999 and was Falcon when the team was in San Diego. The Chargers fired head coach Brandon Staley before the end of a
Everyone
disappointing
just left at
season.
halftime. We
They
had like
won just 5 games
2.4K
against
viewers in
best
here, bro. It was crazy.
Maybe Jim Harbaugh coming in.
Guys, leave your predictions right now in the comments. Everyone's live getting shut down. Yeah, I don't know.
All right, let's talk about
Make sure comments it's on
immunity.
video.
That's the swear, the cold, the flu,
Copy paste it.
coronavirus, the whole lot.
Dodging orders this winter is tough on Australia Gallegos of Los Angeles.
Minutes left.
For everybody. Not just staff,
Oh
but
shit, it's
everybody.
happening.
Everybody.
Yeah, you guys
And
are
you know, when you're in the store, whether you're at Target, Walmart, Nordstrom, you hear somebody sneeze nowadays.
This is EJ over here.
Right, where did that come from?
150 sub guys.
Who did it? How did it
130K sub on YouTube right here. Yeah, that's like 1 million.
It was a compromising music and
Can you, did you
I don't
comment?
get it anyway. These are complicated, but many conditions make people vulnerable. Infectious disease specialists Dr. TRUMAN says
Look, it says
in
50
January,
for why not right?
infectious disease specialist Dr. TRUMAN says
No, I'm mad at EJ.
Dr. TRUMAN says in January, the focus should be on boosting immunity. This is the time when everyone is making media that they use. This is the time when everyone is making media that they use. People who are immunocompromised and have chronic illnesses are most vulnerable to respiratory diseases. So Dr. Roberts' advice is to add an infectious disease resolution to your list. Making an appointment to see a doctor, getting your blood pressure under control, keeping your asthma under control, keeping your diabetes under control, keeping your asthma under control, keeping
That's crazy.
under control, keeping your asthma under control, keeping your diabetes under control.
Surely people was it's halftime.
Doctors said that before. Did somebody come in overweight? Brings out, like, hey, take your ass to the gym.
Family medication user Dr. Brandon Turner says information on adding members to more answers for the flu,
Yeah, when you guys get paid $20 an hour to shovel snow in Buffalo.
and hypertension puts a lot of pressure on your immune system.
They go Detroit Lions, baby.
That's why when you go to one of those juice places, you gotta always ask for juice.
Getting guidance from your doctor can help figure out the
How many likes you want? I got you. Let's get to 100K likes. That's 68,000.
How many hours of sleep?
Let's go Ravens.
Interesting, yeah. How many hours of sleep? Wait, you only get 6 hours of sleep?
Concert has the top gifter spot, guys. If you guys want to meet him,
Man.
how do you like? Just double tap screen, just tap screen, tap screen.
Last night I got I think close to 12.
Please donate. Yeah, guys, please gift. Please do. 49ers. Packers when they play. Yeah, we're going to be live streaming
On the garage, and
games.
missing boxes, and big
Except
ones,
the,
and
yeah,
birthdays.
even the ones that are on Peacock, because I had Peacocks.
And so come Monday, that's my
I think I have Peacocks if you like the right subscription to watch a game at home. Go Bears. Here's an hey, Bears fans, you guys think you guys are going to keep Justin Fields or you're going to draft Caleb Williams? There's a big debate there whether you guys keep Mads or whatever, but honestly, I don't care. I just want to have it happen. So if you get paid, create another account. Yeah, we have to have another phone, and I don't have an actually work. I do an account door that's online. We're going to get paid. I'm going to have it for a week and a half or so.
Mr. Bush.
Caleb Williams won't go to Chicago. I mean, why? The Bears have the number one pick, bro. Super Bowl stream? Yeah, for sure.
Okay? People that are drinking and smoking, they're not getting that message. They want to drink.
I think the Raiders should trade. I
Avoid smoking in excess of alcohol.
You think the Raiders should trade for Justin?
Make it a goal to drink 64 ounces of water a day. And you play with fruit and vegetables.
Oh my God. It's like there's always like this This is some short news.
So quick to boost your immunity, get the shot.
Fill yourself up with medication. I used to be addicted to inoculation. Like when COVID came out, man, I was shot everywhere. I got a liquor store, I got a shot. In 1 year, I'm surprised you remember that, though. But in 1 year, I was outside of a theater where America shot, where America gets this shot, and I got a flu shot outside of the theater. And then 2 months later, I said to my wife, I go, hey, let's go to Walgreens and get our flu shot. And she was saying, we already got this year. I said, no. That was last year. That was a month and a half ago. I said, I don't know. How do I keep track of all this stuff? I don't know.
Listen! Why do you just yell at people?
Guess what the day after tomorrow? You know what the day after tomorrow
Like a dog.
is? January 7th, right?
Yo, dog. How you get your shit like that? Damn, girl. I know. You guys have some hot ass fans. For real? Yeah, show me that titties.
30 years. 30 years later. Talia with a slip dog. And a jacket. It looks like the dog got to it.
Who are they playing? Who got it?
What a mess. All right. Can I get that? Mo Kelly's not here taking the night off. Joe Florence and Elvin Watson. They're live on KFI. Let's move pretty fast. If you don't let KFI still run for a while.
Dude, this is my home. This is that was my home.
Hundreds of volunteers in Garden Grove have been boxing food for hungry families in honor of Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service.
Man, I want to just do that for hot. No.
This young girl is one of 200
Okay, box. It's called Canada. That's all I just fucking vibe you on that. Here's my life in her life. I wake up, I'm asking. Come on, question. 1919. Is this a game? Yeah, damn, that looks so real. Why? The people in it look real. 1919. Damn, that's the second time that's happened. The game looks realer than the other game. I'm like, oh shit, fucking that. The other game, it didn't even make sense. Like, it couldn't have happened, but I was still like, West Side. Come on, West Side, be my. Fuck it. I knew it was gonna be my home. My home. Look at it, almost upstairs. My home. West Side. This sucks. Yo, what would it be? Philadelphia? I don't know. M&F? M&F? No, ain't nobody gonna have M&F, baby. That's the West Side. That's the West Side. How about M&F? Dog. What is it, football? Should I just say football? West? I would just say West Side. West Side. You know what I'm saying? Shut the fuck up. How about that? Oh my Christ, not that. That's not football. That ain't football, yo. What is this game? No. What is this game? What is it? Tampa, Tampa, Tuesday, West,
The
Tuesday.
White House says it's the right time for Israel to scale back its military offensive in the Gaza Strip. Israel became at war with Hamas.
Yo,
Terror group attacked in October.
Twitch.
The war and swept targets in Lebanon.
Damn,
An
yo.
initial attack by
Damn,
Hezbollah
that guy,
in Israel is still using
that guy got everybody thinking that's the real thing. That guy got everybody.
I am so full of gratitude to be standing in front of you
What
all.
the fuck, Lady Cameron?
Show so much. It fills me up with
The hell is that shit?
passionate set of fire.
Dude, fish spatula here, thing. I want to use fish spatulas everywhere. I want to slap bitches' asses with foot spatulas. Manana, why don't you call it Philly? Just Eagles. West Side, equal West Side. Yo, shit. Oh. Is this on? Yeah, on, dog. Hey, I would tell the guy, hey, West Side. West Side. You think you could fight him? I don't know, maybe. Dude, shut the fuck up, Troy Aikman, you cunt. Yo, shut the fuck up. Hey, how about everybody shut? Christ. I don't want that. Get that shit out of there. No wonder nobody uses this fucking app. Wait, what is this? Oh, that's his phone. Jesus Christ. Motherfucker. How about the website? I like reading about myself. It's like a newspaper. People say, really? So, yeah. This motherfucker's sick as fuck. Somebody got to be like, this motherfucker is sick as fuck. Ladies. Somebody's like, he's back. Motherfucker, he's back. He's back, son. What's that? Okay, just find these motherfuckers. What the hell just happened, yo? This guy dedicated his entire life to me. What is this shit? What happened, yo? Yo, what's that bitch's name? ROTHSCHILD? Yeah, that's correct. She be big. Sosa. Maybe that's Sosa be big. The West Side would be big. Joe Clown, what up, what, son? Yeah. Joe Clown, who else? Dude, what the fuck is going on here? Dog, show the game. Yo, this guy's show the game, cuh. Show the game, cuh. Show the game, cuh. True, I'm the best member of all time. West Side. Show the game, cuh. Show that game, cuh. I'm gonna throw fists at him. Oh, hell yeah. Is this my homie? Your boy Porch 2.0 Westside. That's what you should have called it. Your boy Porch 2.0 Westside. Porch is a big. The West Side is big. Sitting on a porch on a evening would be a big deal. $482. I was gonna say, is this that love like this before it's like too much? Oh shit. Too much. Say it. Hate on this motherfucker. What's the... Everybody know. West Side. West Side. West Side. Hey, West Side. West Side. Just go West Side. I had negative one more. No, sir. Yes, sir.
Detroit born.
All of them were born in Detroit. I think he was a little upset that he got booed. What's the kind of weird is that, dude? Like, you should love it. You got booed. They're not still loving you, supporting you. You're excited. You want a Super Bowl. You're right. You're back then. People are going to boo you.
I would be kind of serious, I think. Yeah.
Like, that's like that little feel for the interest for you.
Shout, even though I'm like, okay.
You can't even get to the feeling down with Joe. Like, if you're like, yeah, I think I'll get to see that.
Well, here's the story. There was the first news director. I won't say it's personal. There was a news director. Way back. He told me I will never be on the air in LA. At the time, I was a news assistant, answering phones and doing whatever I needed to, and I said, I will show you. And then that person had to play my TV story, their fiction.
Swift is in, I think.
And then she saw me at one of the
Now we go through the street. Put it together.
Oh, dog, this guy's got a sick setup.
3 receivers that are healthy now. Devontae Smith, Watkins, and Zacchaeus.
Okay, well, I'm going to skip that further. I want to get into some of the
We have 3rd and 10.
opening lines that Calvin pointed out. And it's great. We'll tell you about him coming up. And then
Just the west side.
Jonas Buffer. I did been doing this yesterday.
The Eagles do not have a 3rd down conversion in the game. They threw in that shit on purpose. And he dropped it again, you fuck.
13, 14 years.
I'm saying. So, it's not.
Yo, Burrito 23 coming in with the follow. Thank you so much.
Jersey and 87.
Don't worry about my other guy.
Burrito.
You don't need to know. All that and more coming
Yo,
up.
Hydro coming in with the follow. Thank you so much.
In right now, we're going to Mark Hunter right now. So it's trending.
I'm a closed horse.
SeaWorld are headed to court after not settling the lawsuit over back rent from the pandemic. They sued the theme park looking for $12 million in back rent fees. Former President Trump is the winner of the Iowa caucus. Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley and former Governor Ron DeSantis are duking it out
Yo,
second and
thank
third
you so much
place.
for the
This year's Miss
rose.
America winner is 22-year-old Air Force pilot, Second Lieutenant Madison Marsh. Colorado native is crowned during last night's pageant in Florida, and is the first active duty officer to ever win the Miss America title. Look how weather fog and clouds tonight with lows in the mid-40s and the low 40s in the IE and AV. Sports brought to you by Unbound.org.
Yo, thank you so much for that other gift. I don't know what they're called. Yo, Harley coming in with the follow. Thank you so much.
Before El Segundo Boulevard is taken away the
Yes.
starting to stack up as you approach Redondo Beach Boulevard. 14 northbound and trying to clear up a cross through the canyon. Still got a stalled semi-truck that's in the right lane. They're currently running the brake. They have all lanes blocked off as they try to move this out of the way. Traffic jams up at the 5. And if you're on the 5 northbound and Gorman School Break, the back there has the right lane blocked.
Thank you so much for the glizzy.
Way up high in the sky helps give you that
The guy like the glizzy destroyer, whatever the hell his name is.
Right now, there are young people across
He
the
wears
world
like a hot dog suit, and then when people like gives him glizzy, he just goes, it's insane. Yo, Eagles on top. I mean, they're not on top right now. But we're gonna hope they're gonna be on top.
At unbound.org.
Yo, thank you so much for the chili. Oh my god, a jalapeno. Chili's so hot.
Continue their dream of education
Jalapeno.
or swap out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org. With the last couple of years, I've learned one thing: it's to value the things that we can control. Resilient.
Dude, like, how do they not pick up any of these pressures?
My friends at Advanced Hair Restoration to reverse years or even decades of hair loss with the same simple one-day treatment they did for me. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and your new hair is backed by their Advanced Hair Guarantee. It works for bald spots, receding hairlines, thinning hair, men, women,
They
movie
win this.
stars.
BJ Brown's coming back.
The top-rated physicians at Advanced Hair have changed the lives of tens of and 50 free hair clips. Value the things that you can control and start regrowing your own natural hair today. 844-333-HAIR or become a fabulous before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
The Spoon and Karate Foundation is at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease
I gotta
research
find out like a better
for
go live
over
tool for
50
this.
years.
I like to get my notes, like my noties when people send stuff, or like follow, so I get like alerts and stuff. I don't know how to do anything. It talks to me on call. You know, if I use that, it literally like my streaming PC gets like it uses all of the resources.
Call them today at 800-WATER-994 or visit likeforlike.com.
I need to go live on Twitter. But you can imagine, I'm live on TikTok, I'm live on Twitch, I'm on...
Reminding you to exercise your right to stop us.
You give me a stream key, I'll go live there, you know? You name the website, I'll go live there. Yes, even those sites.
That's how I
Me, I don't have a defense. I don't think I ever made one.
have a mindset saying that we
Surprisingly.
fearlessly. And I think with audio, you can put it fearlessly. You can go where the news is and bring in content that perhaps you don't have a few weeks earlier.
Yes, sir, good luck with the subathon, a nice eggplant back there. Hey, thank you so much. I'm humbling it after what I wish mine looked like. Unfortunately, mine's about 1% of the size.
In this day and age, and particularly in Moderna, where we have new information coming out on a regular basis, being able to see that information to the audio
I work for
format
myself.
makes being nimble and pivoting easy.
And I still check my RX. I check the RX because it can be my contacts.
Trusted influencers and insights and data you need to grow. Not just the media. iHeartMedia, your action. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
City of Los Angeles landlords that own rent control properties. Starting February 1st, you'll be able to increase rent by 4% for your rent control property. And up to 1% for utilities, up to 6%. And be added only if you pay the entire gas and electric bill. And don't forget to give your tenant an advance 30-day written notice for your rent increases of less than 10%. It is dangerous. Learn more about the rent increase at housing.lacity.org. That's housing.lacity.org.
Can we get a turnover?
There's over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now. Like
You think he needs a treat? You'll turn me over? I don't know what that means, but I'm interested. Hey, you shut your mouth.
AFI AM 640.
I wasn't going to talk shit anyway. I don't give a fuck. The Eagles aren't doing anything. I just want my jersey. Hey, yo.
Washington, I'm Joe Klein, reconstruction is one.
Can't even tackle with you. Oh, I know. That's bad.
On the iHeart Radio app, later we're going to get into some There's a Storm coming, if you want to call it that.
I do actually, because I'm sick of it. It's just so good for a group. Okay?
That's a good choice.
I mean, well, my blood is changing, and that happens quickly. So it's cold. It's going to get even colder around here, so we definitely got something on that.
But first, we're going to, obviously, the onions are going on right now, and we were just looking at something. It was a reunion. They're doing sort of
The
reunion.
most frustrating thing is that, like, the Eagles just can't stop anymore. 16-9 Tampa Bay still.
Yeah, that mark. So, first of all, I was Mark. You got to think of it. Watch this, though.
Well, that's the thing is they did, and then it just stopped.
Mark was somewhere. Detroit. Mark did what? Radio. His whole goal was to segue to TV. He's trying to move out to LA.
The Eagles have a very, very solid defensive line. They just for some reason decided to stop
I was 4'11" in high school.
doing their job.
I used to run. I was
Mistake coming in with the
It's a
dome.
character, not like a real human in your life.
have, and it's more than your life. No one had more than his character, Martin Payne, aka Martin Lawrence's character on that show, for sure. But they did they did like a reunion, if you will. They had the same stage, like the typical his apartment, he and his apartment, and they had the crew there. It was really cool to see Anthony Anderson kind of played along with me. So they've been doing some reunion stuff. Really makes me think that Kate was there. We had a moment as well.
Yeah, she had a nice thing. I think it was 2021 that she had multiple sclerosis, and she did a surprise. She did one of the announcements there, but we'll have a little bit of time of that. But first we get to the host is Anthony Anderson. If you don't know who he is,
Freaking sub into the freaking YouTube channel. Holy shit!
A million like game show for ABC. He had Black had a great run. He's an actor extraordinaire as well. He had a really good career, especially the last decade of his career. He was good host. He hosted a bunch of things as well. He's also very outspoken about diabetes. He's really big. He's lost a lot of weight.
Donuts like the Homer Simpson.
Well, so his mother did commercials, not commercials too. She's hilarious in her own right. So he kind of intro the hosting the show. Obviously, folks clearly got that 70-something categories or whatever it was, and he goes on to say, everybody can't be all long-winded. So
Hey, I don't know how much those things are worth, but thank you so much for the roses and the big roses and then the donut and the sneaky.
With everyone doing this, I've got something that nobody can do. Mama, going to be the end of
I mean, if the shoe fits.
when you see the mama coming, the thank Jesus and the family,
Maybe.
and I don't have nobody to get disrespectful of my mama because my mama is from the west side of Chicago and she's staying in the
Although we can get a touchdown right now, I'm hoping.
You're supposed to be yelling at the other people, not me. I'm in the middle of the monologue.
That's true. I didn't specify the time period.
Hey, his mom is hilarious. That's great too. All the commercials are hilarious. So, he's the host, and
Technically, now in this time, they're hard to come by, and if you could actually get inside one, that's awesome. Congratulations.
Couple of conversations.
Subscribe to me, YouTube, RG. Thank you so much.
Now with some of the
Now I've actually got to make content for it.
you have some good winners here, by the way.
I suck at YouTube, dude. I don't know how to do it.
You won so many different things. I think Marty won the director. The director won for.
I wish we could spoil it, like people would watch it later.
How many people watch it? I'm going to be fair. That's a great one. So why don't we say that? We are going to list off a few. We're not going to sit there and list off all of them. No, it's fair. There's someone driving home right now.
Okay.
If we didn't live in LA, I would care less.
Okay.
But specifically because we live in LA, I would be kind. We'll list
Christy,
off
thank you so much
How
for
about
that
some
shout
of the
out.
supporting action?
Yeah, that's right.
How about
We are going to announce some of the winners of this.
Yes. Follow on Twitch. Yes.
Oh, right now. Yeah, there you go.
okay, outstanding supporting actors that are doing with me.
Yo, what up, Coach Gray? How we doing, Abby?
But they were kind of saying he was one of the favorites. With that.
I'm gonna get that.
He's got a really good people there.
Yo, Simple Kitty Cat, how we doing? Welcome in. Yo!
I'm having to that.
The lawyer one.
No, that.
We are both doing it.
Yo, Big Flo, holy shit!
Yes, you are. It's okay. I was right there with you. We were progressing it up.
Guys, we're reacting to football. Chieftain, holy shit! Welcome in! Oh my god!
Barely Allen White the Bear, Bill Hader, Jason
Holy
Segel,
shit!
Martin Short, Owen Rivers, and Billy, Jason Sudeikis, Ted Lasso.
Oh my god, welcome in! I am doing fantastic! Holy shit! Welcome in, everyone! Oh my god!
Marcus, I don't think it's a comic, but it's pretty funny. I only watched one episode at a time.
I have to fast forward through some of it, and I'm like, oh, this is too much.
Welcome in, everyone!
Everybody's in the rest of the show is that. No, but I mean, yes,
Holy shit!
moment, but it is. What is it, Mark? It is. I'm not.
Yo, Big Flo, coming in with the follow!
I was like, okay, Yeah, I mean, they're winning a lot of the comedy categories.
So that is led me to before you answer the young black, I got her name, the young black woman on the show. Did she win? Is that what you're saying? Yes. At some now, listen. I agree. Again, let's just see how things for the kind of relationship you over anyway, and that's a apple timing way, not like it's not hilarious.
It's not even like dry humor. It's just very, there was no moment where I was watching the bear and just laughed out loud.
Yeah, it's more of a drama than obviously better. Look, that's how I do it. But either way, after the Jackson accident, and just another good show, just another quality stuff. I think we need one more, maybe two more, and then I want to put it out there and then we can come back and carry this conversation about hosting and setting out there, not something to say about, but
How about us serving lead actors in a sitcom in a comedy series? Lead actors, you have Jenna Ortega Wednesday, Natasha Ryan Fisher, Rachel Brosnahan, the marvelous Miss Maisel, Christina Applegate, Daphne, Cynthia Benson, Abbott Elementary.
yeah, one question.
100%. Who won?
Okay. I was told the other time
Goddamn, I haven't been able to get any notes lately. I've been right into the main struggle bus lately.
And then the best part about it, you didn't see your face. Your face was like, yes, your body's like, no.
The struggle bus.
I added elementary.
You know, I forgot rage quit yesterday.
I know I'm going to love.
Yo, Coach Greg, we're doing the subscription gifted by Robux. Thank you so much. It's over. Moving on the next season. GG's, I'm out. Yeah, Hydro. It's looking like it. It's looking like it. Yeah, no, it's rough right now in Call of Duty. I went off of it yesterday. I started playing Fortnite, and Fortnite was sweaty, and I'm like, I don't know what you guys want me to do.
A comedy series without doubt, laughed out loud a bunch of times. Yeah.
Happy coming in with the gifted sub. Thank you so much.
That one I
Martell spin. I don't want to do a spin. It's happy. Yes, they got a safety. It's 18-9. Eagles got a intentional grounding in the end zone. But yeah, we're doing our 2,000 follower subathon. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much, Chieftain, for the freaking raid. I'm literally just live reacting to the Eagles game right now. The Eagles are playing the Buccaneers. But again, welcome in, everyone. Thank you so much for all the love.
Hosting these awards and Joe Coy
again, Full, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it big time.
Talk about it.
Really strong words. I think it's indicative of where we are as a society right now.
This game, I mean, it's close. It's close to being over.
All this market became Monday. Rock runner right now. We're whispering.
Oh my God! Welcome in again, everyone. Like I said, we're watching the Eagles game. The Eagles are getting their butts kicked right now. The Eagles are definitely getting their butts kicked right now.
There's no motivation. They're not in bed after the first shooting. The three guys got back in their cars, drove around the park.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Thank you again.
Yesterday were the result of an argument.
Lions win the Super Bowl. I mean, hey, good for them if they do. I'm for it. I'm for it if the Lions win. 100%. I am very well right now. What's the fucking score? Well, you're just a gem. It is 19-9. Yo, Levi, how we doing?
The homeless guy wanted to the shooting death of a dog. Investigators say on January 2nd, 32-year-old James Sumlin got into an argument with the dog's owner.
Oh, he's gone, son.
Game's over.
Same moments later, someone fired 2 rounds into the pillow, killing the 4-month-old puppy. Someone's in jail on $50,000 bail. A high school principal in Iowa put himself in harm's way to
Happy with the 100 bits. Thank you so much.
Morgan Norwood says the family of Dan Marburger announced his death yesterday on a GoFundMe page.
Marburger was one of 7 people shot when a 17-year-old went on a road trip. The minister later before taking his own life. His students are still recovering in the hospital.
fishing. Remember to supply their grandfather, husband, and friends. Daughter says you fought hard and with
the star? Oh, yeah, that's at home already.
So-far weather forecast high clouds and fog tonight. Lows in the mid-40s and low 40s in the 90s. Maybe sunny, spikes tomorrow afternoon. Highs around 70 at the beaches, Metro LA and OT, Valley 90s. Low 60s in the Antelope Valley. We'll have upper 60s through Friday, then a chance of rain for the weekend. Right now it's 55 in the Palmer and the Staines in Tustin. And we've got a semi-truck pass on the 5 in Gorman.
Just before Gorman School Road, it still has the right lane off limits to watch for delays from the 138. Got another semi-truck that's causing some problems. This one's on the portion of North End of Santa Clarita before passing the canyon installed in the right lane. Traffic jammed up at the 5. Here's the good news. If you're on the 15th eastbound in Diamond Bar, right at Diamond Bar Boulevard, traffic is cleared onto the carpool lane. The driver is recovering from Brea Canyon Road.
But Chief, if you're still there, thank you again. Seriously, thank you. I appreciate it.
The music that you listen to all year long.
Cry, Eagles cry. Michael, what's your team?
Soundtrack for 2023.
And the stars who made this song who we are will all be celebrated.
Live from Los Angeles on Fox. April 5th.
Be here as the nominees for our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards
It's a hell of a
are
profile picture you got there.
Thursday at 6 a.m.
49ers, of course it is. Of course it is. Oh my God, what is happening? What is happening? Probably cowgirls. Oh my God. Bradbury, absolutely.
We have a mindset saying that we pivot to
Poverty City.
and I think with audio
What are
you
you
can pivot
talking about?
to. You can go where the music
49ers were relevant to what, last year?
content that perhaps we didn't have a few weeks earlier. It's less 6 months in
Bradbury is
advance.
trash as cooked.
Bradbury's
Bradbury's cooked 100%.
Being able to be really nimble content, which I think in
You're
this
100%.
day and particularly in Moderna,
The
where we have more
49ers
information
were not a
on a
relevant
regular
franchise
basis,
until
being
last
able to
year.
see that information
Unless you want to go back to the 90s.
makes being nimble and pivoting
You had that
easy.
1 year with Kaepernick.
iHeartMedia gets marketing access to national listening every audience, live applications, trusted influencers,
And Kaepernick was 10 years ago.
you need to grow. Leverage the media.
Kaepernick's 34.
Your access. Join us. Go to iHeartRadio.com. For official
49ers
news
broke
and
the
more
Eagles.
information about
And we
context
had,
on
what are you
this
talking? We were in the
station,
Super Bowl last year. And before that, we won the Super Bowl in 2017.
This is Jacob and Ryan. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Outdoor
What's
recreation
up?
alive and well at the Farm Hall Show.
Like, I'm not going to sit here and say the Eagles are a good team by any means because they're trash. But you can't come in here talking shit. Like, if you were here earlier, you would hear that my Super Bowl prediction is the 49ers and the Ravens.
City of Los Angeles landlords that own rent control
Garoppolo also
properties.
went to the Super Bowl
Starting
in 2019.
February 1st, you'll
So
be
it's
able
very
to
forgettable.
increase rent by 4% for your rent control property. And up to 1%
Thank you.
for utilities, up to 6%. Can be added only if you pay the entire gas and electric bill. And don't forget to give your tenant an advance 30-day written notice for your rent increases.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, Lions, Ravens, hey, I mean, I'm for it. I'm for it. I'm a casual Eagles fan. Yep, you caught me.
No, actually, it's 2020.
Casual Eagles fan. We couldn't beat Mahomes. We beat him this year.
This one is beautiful.
We beat him this year.
As you can get it. I like those
Yo, Hope,
fucking
thank you for the follow.
jerseys for Tampa Bay.
Okay.
Number.
January 15th.
After Buffalo went downhill, I don't know, man. I just think the team lost its confidence. I said that earlier, but my Super Bowl pick is the 49ers and the Ravens.
It's also Blue Monday, supposed to be the saddest day of the year. It's cold and dark in January. If you're wondering the happiest day of the year, it's not to be July 14th. That doesn't have a show on
I mean, you can call me
that.
casual Eagles, but I've been saying it's the 49ers and the Ravens. And I mean, if I'm a casual Eagles fan, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm pretty casual, you know. Burrow's not gone because they need quarterback help. They didn't have a lot of depth, and they're kind of getting it now. Dude, I was at the game where Colin Kaepernick took his first snap as a 49er. I have the flag. I have a little towel from it. Like you're gonna sit here and call me a casual Eagles fan. It's wild.
Performance, and everybody's like, yes, they're trying to get yeah, but first off, you gotta realize that, you know, they accept that. And black people, I mean, myself, at times.
All right, there you go. The ball. Oh God.
Like, yeah, you
No, Chiefs. I mean, they could. I don't think the Chiefs have the same power to go back, but.
Joe and I have been talking about
Hollywood. Who knows, man? It could be anything. It could be anything. I mean, the coaching, they could have just lost. Like, the play calling is awful on offense. Like, that play that they just called right there was the best one they've called in a long time.
With Trump projecting to be the winner, but a little bit more specific details. Joe,
you got that. Oh, I know the play you're talking about. The hold on, Juju. I know that play.
Too close to call yet, apparently, or they haven't. All the numbers aren't quite in. Trump is not surprising. Leading with 51%. The Stanford is now
that Super Bowl last year had me contemplating watching football anymore. I was down bad.
Lower before, but now he's at 19.1, so maybe 2%.
I mean, they don't really have a defense.
Oh,
wait, are you talking about the Chiefs?
There were some polls that came out from, I believe it was
Andy Reid is doing what the Chiefs may do with the Eagles, is he's putting Mahomes back there, giving him maybe one option on offense, and they just tell him good luck. You gotta realize that when Andy Reid was the coach of the Eagles, McNabb did not do anything really until they got him to you, and they went to the Super Bowl. Don't get me wrong, they went to championship games, but he was throwing it to friggin' Reggie Brown, Todd Pinkston, LJ Smith, like a bunch of who's.
I mean, it's essentially
And they give him freaking one season. Yo, happy with the 1,000 bits.
A race, in my opinion, to sway Trump.
I mean, Harley, unfortunately, I was born in 91. So, like I was saying earlier, my first, my top 5 quarterbacks right now, oh, God. I don't even think, it's so hard to do, like, with the playoffs and everything, because, like, Dak was supposed to be up there, and then he just, like, took a huge shit. I mean, if you put Joe Burrow in there, like, because he was hurt all season, but Joe Burrow's good. Well, yeah, like I was saying, my first football memory is the Eagles losing the Super Bowl to the Patriots. Falcons have won an interview with Bill Belichick. There's no way Bill Belichick goes to the Falcons. McNabb, yeah. Like, McNabb was drafted in 99. When he was drafted, I was 8 years old.
Engagement and all of that good stuff. So, just being a part of it is obviously great for the brand. So we'll keep you updated
Rookie of the year's got to be CJ Stroud.
the latest results. That it looks like again, most places are projected that Trump will win. Really no surprise, but who gets second, we will continue to monitor third down. So we're getting back to hosting and things of that nature. So you talked about when Joe Boy, recently last week when he was hosting the Golden Globe, the first Golden Globe Awards, and I didn't see him other than I saw them on log in real time. Saw the clips, saw some of those ideas of folks who,
Also, just a heads up,
and I thought to myself,
I'm gonna keep freaking Fuka. I mean, Fuka, yeah, maybe you do give it to Fuka. I mean,
what's the point when I feel like we're going into it as if
Fuka might get offensive rookie of the year.
Maybe the critics of the post-person hosting, looking for their and praying for their guys.
NFC least
You know what I mean?
frauds.
Like, oh, this will be good. It's like,
Okay.
it used to be more, you went into it thinking Billy Crystal and Eddie Goldberg, they're gonna crush tonight. Chris Rock's gonna kill us tonight. Jimmy Kimmel, whoever.
This shit is so good.
We're going in expecting it to be like this person did not play blue, and it's like, and then the crowd, the acting crowd inside,
But yeah, no, I mean,
the big pictures and
who knows?
yeah, I will say that.
Those yards. Yeah, but CJ like single-handedly turned that freaking team around.
This is what clips don't necessarily do things justice. What I mean is, if you just saw a clip of Taylor Swift's face when Joe Coy cracked a joke with someone, but you didn't watch it live, maybe you don't know just 2 seconds before that, you start to kind of
If the Eagles score here, it's back to a one-possession game if they go for 2.
Just only get you 6 seconds clip. It doesn't give you the full context. And I think sometimes
Is that true? There's some math
That's the
here.
thing, like, the game's technically not over.
Wait, I'm 17. Oh my God.
people who didn't even watch the show to have a real opinion about it. Just saw
It's
the
hard,
clip
man.
and be like, my favorite person fill in the blank.
Yo, thank you so much for the share.
What's happening with it? Did I not? And
Dude, it's
was like, wait, did you actually watch?
I don't know, man. It's hard. It's hard,
Yo,
but
he's actually kind of good.
Coach of the year is Dan
The thing
Campbell.
is with the
Dan
awards,
Campbell,
I don't know
100%.
about you. I'm not
Hey,
interested in
D'Amico,
watching it. It just got too
I can see
political. I
what
just
Dan
want it to
Campbell
be
took the
about the
Lions to their first
entertainment.
playoff
I
win in
want to enjoy
23
shows. I
years.
don't want teachers being told to me through whatever to do. I mean, and it could be said for myself. Like, who are you to say
Oh,
X,
that's
Y,
at
Z,
23.
right? I just want it to
I'm
be
not
about
dyslexic. What are you
entertainment.
talking about?
Was this movie spectacular? Was I laughing? Was I crying? Did it make whatever it is? There's just got
Best
so
receiver right
political
now,
to
all
it.
time,
So
and
I
all
need more
time.
of
It's
that
got to be Jerry Rice.
the host
And right
tweet,
now,
they have to be kind of
healthy Justin Jefferson. Yo, Cody, thank you so much for the likes.
I don't know, it's just shifted where it's just
Steve, thank you so much for the share.
No, we want to try, complain, be offended for the. We
Brown
want to
and
be
Lamb,
offended for
when
the
healthy,
offended.
Justin Jefferson's a
So,
game
like,
breaker,
if
man.
somebody cracks a joke, I'm making that, right? And you know, let me just, we got the black folk in here, make sure, hey, you know, they might be a little loud,
Yeah,
talking
but
their
like,
problem. You crack it up.
I'm gonna sound like an Eagles fan when I say it, but like, CeeDee Lamb is getting seen. AJ Brown's doing one-on-ones. Like, AJ Brown's not. I mean, not AJ Brown. Justin Jefferson's not running over the slot. Now Jordan Mailata was a false start. What do we got? Second and 20.
No, I'm saying it was okay. That was
Second and 21.
Second
and 22.
No, you're offended. No, we've got to a place where other people are offended for certain groups. It's got to be where it's actually
Second and 22.
Somebody's like, oh, that wasn't offensive because the joke land. That wasn't offensive because there's a lot of
What
action.
now?
That's pretty freaking funny if I may say. No, you're offended. Stop telling me I'm offended.
13-29.
Stop telling me I'm offended. Stop telling me I can't understand context or I can't enjoy stuff that I'm free
Either you're a little bit in the future, and I can't. My stream of mind.
He was, right?
That's fine a little bit. That's good. And that's perfectly fine, but now there's literally where policing everyone has a cause, and I've listened. This is somebody again. I'm about a cause about some things, but I think everybody has things that matter to them. But I think there's a balance. And I think there always has been, even to go faster. People have always.
You think Tampa's going to win this game?
The difference was
Show the guy.
Oh yeah, no, it's there's 13 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Harley.
Tampa is favorite team of all time. What jerseys do you like more at Tampa? The orange ones? Or those ones? I used to hate the orange ones. But I finally get pimps at that one now. Pimps. Calm down, woman. Pimps. Calm down, woman. Pimps. Pimps.
You know what? The stream is far behind.
Look
at that flat.
You're kicking a field goal. You're kicking a field goal.
These people are already coming in there, right? And attitude, they're already like, like I don't want to hear what you have to say. So they're not necessarily warm and inviting and welcoming. Nowadays,
All right, guys, let's keep the spoilers out because I don't want to get ruined. Kind of ruin my reaction.
Basically, because they have a nice understanding of the industry and the personnel. They have had relationships like Tina Fey and Polar and Ricky Gervais. You go down the list of comments that I posted and have said they have relationships. They've been embedded in that environment for quite some time. What he's saying is, Amy Poehler and Tina Fey, they're the left.
Yo, Damien, thank you so much for the follow.
They're in part of the truth, right? That's part of our truth. They're going to be like, oh, I want to make it there. Bill Corey is kind of your true blue collar, had to get it from the mud, as they say. He's not in that space. He's not in a bunch of movies. He's not in a bunch of shows. So, like, it's almost like, who's this guy, right? When Chris Rock said he's you know, he's been in a million movies, okay, Chris Rock. Okay,
Jalen Hurts.
I don't want to say he's got fat feet or he's got whatever. You saying you would.
Why do you always have to go for the home run?
We're going to talk about it. But first, coming up after this, we're going to go to
Just get the first down.
in the KFI 24-hour nature.
He puts these like psychedelics through the way to go.
It's so stupid, man.
Coming weeks with a lot of psychedelic-assisted therapy to create a roadmap of what that would look like. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin.
Like these decisions, it's fourth down and they're going for the home runs. Just get the fucking first down.
Didn't tell anyone about it several days. And the
It's so
stupid.
stupid.
Series based on the current open court succession. SoCal weather clouds and clouds now is low in the mid-40s, low 40s in the afternoon 18.
The play calling is so dumb.
And we're looking at a track from 105 and down.
This doesn't make sense, man. It does not make sense. No, it's just dumb, because it's like, what are you doing? Like, you got 4th and 5, and you're trying to throw a touchdown. Like, if it works at school, if not, you look like an idiot. Yo, thank you so much for the share. It's just so dumb, man.
Young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table.
It was a season. It's just so dumb with the play calling, man.
See how far your support can go.
Too bad the refs can't save you. Oh, back on that one. Got it.
The victims of drunk and drug driving are recently
Oh, it's so dumb.
not alone. You always have a place.
Play calling is just so aggravating, man.
Addiction hotline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org for the small citizen help. Taylor was caught by unlikely investigator. High school students and youth advice.
Big Dom didn't give you a good look this time. Wow, that's wild. I'm a Dolphins fan, know how it feels. Yeah, the coach got, I'm pretty sure he's going to be on his way out. Why throw 35 when exactly? Why throw 35 when you need 5? Players don't have to execute with the team. Exactly. See, it goes both ways. Like, you can't, like, I guarantee you the reason he throws it there is that's his first read. And it's just, doesn't make any sense, man. It doesn't make any sense.
And the number one reason.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Jalen Hurts is not good at all. That's wild. That's wild. That's an L take. System QB. Every quarterback is a system quarterback.
We all make resolutions this time of year.
There's only one defender there. There's one-on-one.
He's one that's not only easy to use, but will help you feel healthier all year long.
Got it.
Savage provides quick, drug-free nasal relief
Baker is
by
Jalen's daddy.
in one
Yeah, you're just trying to troll there.
and out of the other nostril.
You're so mad, bro. Relax. They don't pay you. I'm not mad. What are you talking about? You're saying something and I'm giving you a response. I think saying Baker Mayfield is Jalen Hurts' daddy is meanwhile, this take. Just at yourself. That's wild.
Without drugs. This new
That's
year,
wild.
drug-free Divine to help you breathe easier,
Yeah, they don't have
better,
Hurts.
and feel healthier all year long. Ask for Divine at Walmart, Walgreens,
Got the scoreboard?
Target, or find us online at Divine.com. Divine.
Okay. Well, Jalen's not playing defense, and his top 2 wide receivers are out injured. So if you took out Chris Godwin and Mike Evans, you think Baker'd be doing good? Well, you gotta realize that, like, not their top 2, but they're like 2 of their top 3 receivers are out right now. Like, you have Julio Jones out with a concussion, AJ's out with a knee, you have Devontae Smith, you have your number 3 and number 4 receiver, or number 4 and 5 in right now. Like the Dallas Goddard thing, that's wild to me. Like I was saying it from the beginning of this, that you got to realize that, like, at the Eagles, it doesn't make any sense that you have a quarterback that has AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goddard, and DeAndre Swift, and he's averaging less than 250 yards a game. And it's scheming. Because if you want to say a system quarterback, like, this isn't me, I mean, Brock Purdy, like, they scheme the receivers open. Like, it's very, very smart. They do what they have to do coaching-wise to help their team. The Eagles do not do that. The Eagles do not scheme their wide receivers open. They send them downfield on 50-50 balls and hope they beat their man. That's crazy. Like, that doesn't make sense. And I'm not calling Brock Purdy a system quarterback. I'm saying Kyle Shanahan is a hell of a coach and knows how to do everything with his players to help them and make them better. The Eagles do not. The Eagles are not scheming to help their players and maximize their potential. The 49ers do, like the Ravens do. It is 25-9 Tampa Bay right now. Purdy's a national treasure. All right, we need to calm down. He is doing good, but Brock is not a system quarterback. Otherwise, Jimmy G would have won the Super Bowl. Baker is a national treasure. I don't get the hate on Purdy. He has miles. I don't get the hate on Purdy. He's miles better than Hurts, and he's a rookie. Did you just say Brock Purdy's a rookie? Any comment you make for the rest of the stream is invalid. Purdy played last year. What do you mean? Mike Evans, and you know what? Everybody just name your favorite player. They're a national treasure. National treasures in the chat. National treasures in the chat. Let's go. The most outlandish national treasure wins. You know what? Eagles Bobby Hoy is a national treasure. Bill Clinton, no. There we go. George Kittle's a national treasure. Justin Fields is better than Jalen. Justin Fields is sitting at home and has been for his entire career. Mike Gesicki, national treasure. Absolutely. You are a national treasure. You win. Gardner Minshew, national treasure. His mustache is a national treasure. Keith Miller, national treasure. Let's go. Donald, nope, not touching that one. Not touching that one. Jalen Hurts, national treasure. Johnny Manziel, national treasure. Eagles looking like the Cowboys. Not a truer fact has been stated today. Trent Williams, national treasure. Daniel Jones, national treasure. Danny Dimes. Justin Jefferson, national treasure. Deion Sanders, he's a, I'll give you that one. Fitzmagic, absolutely. Fitzmagic, national treasure. God, I'm slurring my words. Josh Dobbs, not so much. Not so much. Ryan Leaf, absolutely. You know what? You can talk all this shit. Mystique, national treasure. Ryan Leaf. You know, anybody who got into the NFL before they put in the rookie cap on salary and was a bust in a first-round pick, they are a national treasure because they are multi-millionaires and they're just sitting on their asses like we are right now. And they're a million. Jamarcus Russell, absolutely a national treasure. Jake Locker, oh God, Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage is. No, but for real, Jamarcus Russell. The story about them giving him videotapes with the plays on it that were like, there were no plays on those tapes. And that motherfucker, they came in the next day and was like, did you watch the tapes? What'd you think of the plays? And he was like, yeah, I got it. They gave him blank videotapes and that motherfucker lied. Jamarcus Russell is a national treasure. No face. You know, thank you so much for the follow. Ryan Lee was a reserve breaking into homes. Well, you can't do that. He was just looking for the treasure part of his national list. AJ Brown, Michael Vick. not touching that one either. I mean, if the club don't fit, he must have quit, you know. What do you think? The best mic for streaming? Everyone tell me SM7B, but I have 350. I mean, the SM7B is good. Not touching Hernandez. I mean, Brady is the obvious. Monica Lewinsky. I mean, I heard she gives under the desk support like there is no other. But the audio technica mic is the one that Jim the Tatman uses. I've heard it's very good. Tony Romo, as a commentator, yes. Commentator, yes. Megatron, absolutely. Detroit, get him back. There's Fire Sirianni signs in the audience. Oh, snap. I saw OJ. Jesus Christ. Hot seat. I'm choosing to make first contact with aliens. What message do I send them? I send them what that Mountain Dew. Terry Bradshaw is such a product of his time. I respect him. His stats are the middest of mid. He has rings, I'll give him that, but oh my god, his stats are mid. Cold beer's a national treasure. I'm not a beer guy, but I can understand that. Yo, Shatter, thank you for the follow. Antonio Brown, he was a national treasure prior to CTE. After CTE, not a good person. Baker Mayfield, hey, I love Baker Mayfield. I love his personality. I love everything about him. But I don't love him right now. Roethlisberger, no. Peyton Manning is not as good as Tom Brady, just from the ring standpoint. Tennessee whiskey. I'm not a big whiskey guy, but I can see Post Malone. Post Malone is a national treasure. I'll give you that. Henry Ruggs III. No. Ray Caruth. I don't know the name. You just gave me Roethlisberger, who has like the shadiest past of any NFL quarterback. He's basic Rudolph. I don't know. DJ Watt, I will give you that. Terry Crews, yes. OBJ, yes. Devontae TD, please. I mean, you're going to get a lot more than a Devontae TD right now.
You're so good for the most fantasies of all time.
Taylor Swift, oh God. The Beacon mic's also good. How do you feel about I don't watch a lot of college football, honestly, Jackson, so I don't know what there is to know. I remember when they were 3-0, and like everybody was like saying that like he's like the surefire first overall pick, and then you need your parlay to hit. All right, let's go. We're hoping for a touchdown then. Thoughts on? I don't want him to retire. I understand if he does though. He's 36, and Darius lays down. I wouldn't be surprised if he retired. Blair, Darius Slay, 36. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jalen. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Kelsey's 36. Because I think Travis Kelsey's 34. That was what happening, Alice. Oh, 100%. Yo, King Sniper with the follow. Thank you so much. Yeah. The Eagles are going to be retooling next year. I wouldn't say rebuilding, but Lions versus Bucks, I got the Lions 100%. Ravens, hey, I'm saying my Super Bowl pick was Ravens 49ers. Miami Aliens versus Tesla Robots Super Bowl next year. Absolutely, you got it. Gifted right now? What does that mean? Nah, they came and went, brother. Who came and went? What the hell? How are the Eagles losing? The other team scored more points than them, unfortunately. Next year, the Niners versus the Niners. Well, I say the Niners versus the Niners. That'd be wild. You're gifting? Oh, okay, I appreciate that.
The
Eagles aren't playing as a team now. Bets for Super Bowl commercial? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, God. No, we're getting back against the Ravens. Niners, Super Bowl champs. Your team's chance of a dynasty gone. Whose teams? I don't think anybody has. I think the Niners have the. I mean, not the Niners. God, the Buccaneers have the ball right now. Chiefs winning it. Ravens Super Bowl champs. Ravens versus Niners next year in the Dome on CBS. Wait, so you're going to think the Ravens and Niners are going to repeat next year? Dolphins cut two. They're not going to cut two. Cowboys winning it all next year. I mean, Cowboys are winning it all next year for the rest of my life. I'm calling it. Eagles, bro, they're just never going to get another one again. I don't know about that.
Northbound on Vermont, LAPD says people were hit while they were in a marked crosswalk.
It's been over. Just a
battling coast because molten lava from a volcano on the island's southwest took over several houses and evacuated towns.
Work on building barriers north of the town of Trinidad started before the volcano's first eruption in September. Now, disturbing development of lava flows returning, breaking the surface both inside and outside.
damn Darius like getting carted off. Chase, Eagles trash. Cool. Eagles are cooked. They're not looking good. Bills versus Lions, new. Jackson, I did not. Yeah, no, I don't wish injuries on everyone. I mean, on anyone. I don't wish injuries on anyone. How do I gift? I'm not sure. Honestly, not even sad. I'm just confused. Like, what happened? I don't know. It's crazy. Cry, Eagles, cry. If I had $1 for every time I heard cry, Eagles, cry, one of you might have been funny. Damn, Dak Prescott to the Dolphins. No, you don't want to wish any injury on anybody, man. You don't want that kind of karma in your life. If the Eagles lose, I go for the next 13. My default go Ravens. Okay. Yo, Happy coming in with the gifted sub over on Twitch. Thank you so much. What's holding this team back, coaching? Happy, thank you so much. Saxon Dodger won his trip as O-line. What's holding my tears back?
He doesn't know yet.
Coaches don't miss tackles. No, but bad coaching and putting the players in position doesn't exactly help. Yeah, no, this game's over. This game's over.
No,
I mean, I would love for the Lions to make it. If we had AJ, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be a different story. The defense, it's the defense, man. The defense is awful. The offensive play calling's terrible, and AJ Brown wouldn't fix this. AJ Brown, a wide receiver's not going to make the defense not let up 32 points. I stream 6 days a week. 6 days a week. Yo, Peyton Riley, thank you so much for following. Twitch is donkey style, guys. I stream 6 days a week. Right now, we are doing a subathon over here. So, I'm currently going to be live for the next 26 hours. Bucks fan, hey, congrats to the Bucks, man. They played a hell of a game. I 100% expected the Eagles to lose. I didn't expect them to lose, but those going to be 50-50 game, but my hopes were not high. My hopes were not high, especially how this season ended. into next year, man. I think that they have some pieces and they can kind of retool, get some new coaches in there. The Bills, I did not watch the Bills game today. I do think that the AFC is much more open than the NFC. I think in the NFC, the NFC is gonna be the Lions or the Niners. I feel like if you have I don't know, it's Baker than if it's Magic. I mean, I think that the Bucs get smoked next week, personally. But I mean, if you guys like this, I mean, I'll watch the game on stream next week. You guys want me? I'll put up the games next week. Live react to them. Positive vibes. You guys have a team. I mean, oh yeah, I'll be here. If you guys want this, I'll be here. Absolutely. Green Bay for the upset. Hey, I'm down for it. If you guys shoot those follows over, we'll do this shit again. Hang out, talk football, man. I love talking football. I mean, I actually won my one fantasy championship this year. I'm in 2 leagues. Won one of them this year. I mean, there's always next year, unfortunately. I mean, I did have high hopes for these Eagles, but they usually say that if you go to the Super Bowl and lose, you have a slump. I really wouldn't call this a slump. The end of the season was definitely shit. But can't win it all, you know. What do the Eagles need to be successful? They need new coaches. They need a very, very good linebackers. And I think Kelsey's done. I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like there's going to be 2 ways to look at Kelsey. Is he just puts a bad taste in his mouth and he doesn't want to go out this way, so he comes back, or it puts a bad taste in his mouth and he's like, I can't do this shit again, and he's out.
What I like to think is, I had to love it. And I would just be like, yeah, so really windy up in the valley, if you got a TK or win.
I'll hold your secondary 100%. LK, I wouldn't be surprised either way. I mean, he did take him to the Super Bowl last year, but they're going to fire both coordinators, new linebackers, new coaches. I mean, I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if Sirianni's out. I wouldn't be surprised if they kept him. I would not be surprised. Yeah, like
and because you know I'm more of this, you'll get it.
I would not be surprised either way. And Goddard's down hurt. Fire Big Tom? No, we're not firing Big Tom. Big Tom goes back to Andy Reid times. Harley, I wouldn't be too sure. With all the big name coaches out there, do not be too sure.
You're in the water so much, you're doing something water, you're in it, you're not getting it, but so you've been able to pull it off more than anybody else.
You think something changed when AJ was arguing with him? It's a curse of Big Tom and all of them. I think that's a weak call. That's a weak call. We'll give that to me. That's a knee.
You try to do like the accidental.
Should let that psycho jerk Greenlaw alone. We got him next year. I mean, Bills on top. I mean, the Bills won. Go next to the Eagles. The Eagles are taking a quarterback. Third and 18. Let's go. Let's go. Cry, Eagles, cry. Wow, Garrett, you are one of the original ones. I haven't heard that one yet tonight. NFL should make you draft coaches something, man.
I remember making fun of people from here. Oh, no, drive up from Michigan. I'm driving Joe,
Class, I know you're not a Dallas
and
fan.
then I realized, listen, there is a thing.
I know you're not a Dallas fan. You're talking shit.
A little bit over cautious here, but the dirt spoil that just is dry and
That would be wild.
finally, when the rain comes, makes it very quick. I mean, I look like one of those movies with commercials. They just flying all over the place.
I wouldn't be out of character, but it'd be wild.
But I had to go out, I forgot where we were, but they sent me somewhere to go cover storm, and it was raining and
It was pretty apparent Sirianni was carried by his staff. You're not wrong.
Anyway, this week, some rain, if you want to call that, 3 days. That, I think that's rain.
Oh, shit.
Overnight, Saturday we're gonna get some, maybe overnight Saturday into Sunday, maybe even Monday. So you can order the bikinis, but it's gonna be a little cold.
You get home, or you have the bikinis in the backyard, like your backyard parties, and stuff for those who have bikinis and pools and all that good stuff. And by the way, just across the country as well, about 150 million Americans are going to be under wind chill warning or advisory for dangerous cold
Oh
winds.
my God, that sucked, man.
That's from the National Weather Service. Getting an update Sunday morning, saw temperatures really cold around the country. Folks are really, you saw some of the games, some of the football games that we postponed. One is back to be postponed.
At least the Flyers and Sixers both won today, but I really don't fire. I really don't follow
This conversation we're having about this.
the Flyers and Sixers. Like the Sixers, I do a little bit. Phillies, I do a little bit. Flyers, I don't at all. Oh my God. Yo, Echo with the 2 gifted. Niners not beating Ravens. Fly, Ravens, fly. Time to go watch Rocky. Not a bad idea. I'm gonna go cry. Hank Sirianni's gone. I wouldn't be surprised. Take Tyreek away too. Doesn't have a good season. I mean, that's a weird take. I mean, it's not wrong, but you can't really do that. Bye playoffs. Yeah, it sucks.
Basically telling folks Ireland to get out there no matter what the weather, get out there for the buckets, even if you die.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Do you control it?
Talk about the weather when you think of that. Play a little bit of that in just a moment. Also, we were talking about this.
If I spin it, whatever it lands on, we do. Cry Eagles. You guys are original with your anti-Eagle stuff. Emotional dad. Wax strip, armor leg. Cry Eagles cry. I love her. I mean, you cry Eagles cry. People are real original. I feel bad for you, brother, but judging by your setup, I should feel bad for me.
Judging the Brian Copeland case has ordered the prosecution to turn over more information about
How's the cannon smoke based?
University of Idaho students in 2022.
Are you really a Bucks fan and you're talking shit? Like, I get it, but it's also like, I've never had a Bucks fan talk shit to me before.
About that process and the family tree that linked into the case. And the Daily Show's Trevor Noah is this year's Emmy
Yeah,
winner
that's
for
wild.
Outstanding Talk Series.
Like, congratulations on the win, but that's just a fan base I've never had talk shit to me before. That's a weird feeling. It's a wax strip echo on my armor leg. Eagles fans are almost as bad as Dallas fans. How have I been bad at all? Karma for Purdy? What is karma for Purdy? What do you mean karma for Purdy? I didn't hit him. I didn't break his arm or break his tendon. No one got hurt. Can we do calf? We can do calf. Eagles so fraud. I mean, they still got 11 wins. I wasn't cheering. You don't get. He all was cheering though. But like that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. I wasn't cheering him for getting hurt. Tampa was better than the Eagles. It's quite obvious why they're winning. The Eagles hurts that beautiful vanilla man. Jalen Hurts is actually ass, bro. That's an outtake. You gotta start blocking. Cry Eagles Cry. They never talk shit because they never win. The Ed Sheeran complex. I do have the Ed Sheeran complex. 11 wins don't mean none. Bye bye Eagles. Yeah, the Eagles are winning. Okay. I don't know why the Eagles got rid of Gannon. They didn't have a choice. They got head coaching jobs. I'm an Eagles fan and I'm dead ass depressed. Jalen Hurts is my dad. Congratulations. Enjoy that money. I love his music. I mean, Ed Sheeran does good music. You're not wrong. James Bradbury cost y'all the game. James Bradbury's not good. He hasn't been all season. He's been different.
The next day, receive a tax deduction and the candy voucher. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results. In a small Tennessee town, a killer was caught by unlikely investigators, high school students, and their teacher, Alex Campbell. So the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation reports their theory. No charges have been filed. Martyr 101 follows the students as they endeavor to complete the assignment.
Once you start getting a few tips or a few leads or good invitations, then the cold case isn't so cold anymore.
Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
In this week's Marketers Report, Raja Chief Marketing and Communications Officer at MasterCard, talks about
Measuring sonic and sonic branding and sonic initiatives across the board. The principles of measurement are the same, but the parameters that you measure are different.
We measure, and what we find is our investment is paying for itself in oodles.
We have been partnering with iHeart across multiple platforms, both for brand enhancement as well as for performance marketing. I think the cut-through of the message and the recall of the brand are much higher. Also, it has been very beneficial for us to integrate some of our campaigns into the native content of iHeart. It has been a very nice partnership and it continues to be very strong into the future.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
If you're selling your house, visit directbuyers.com. It's the hassle-free way to sell your house without an appraisal, no repairs, no commissions, get paid in cash in 10 days or less. Go to directbuyers.com or call 844-242-SELL.
Hey, my name's Jay Shetty, and I'm the host of On Purpose, the #1 health podcast in the world. Join me this week as I chat with Michelle Obama, a woman of immense strength and grace. Tune in as we navigate through the chapters of our life, uncovering the moments that have contributed to our inspiring stories. What keeps me up are the things that I know, the war in the region. What is AI going to do? Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. KFI AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters. As much as I like to always say, like, our generation of hip-hop is better, I always go, and my wife even laughs, but I'm like, it's really hard to explain all dirty bastards. Like, no, he was, like, really, okay, I know he sounds crazy, but, like, you have to understand it. He just, in the times in which we live, it's like, we have that in hip-hop. We did, but, like, as much as I make fun of the kids and the mumble rappers now, like, if they heard him, they would be like, dude, are you telling me this is amazing? And I'm like, it was. The energy was electric.
He has that grit in the voice.
Yeah, and we sound like, you know, alarm books. More progressive. Don Washington, Joe Kwan with you on this Martin Luther King Day. Hopefully you enjoy it. We're able to be reflective of what this day really means. Eventually, before we're out of here, we're going to play a little bit of some distant sound from him. I'm just a massive, massive fan of what he stood for, his brilliance, his intellect, and obviously paying ultimate sacrifice. So I'm a massive fan of Martin
Yeah, that is very
We'll
good.
be back to tomorrow. All right, so we can tease this a little bit. I'm gonna let you set it up, but I will say we're getting ready to talk about it. We believe affected my family. That is the Quaker Oats recall.
So Quaker Oats, they initially recalled about 43 products, including, granola bars, cereals, and other snack foods. But then late last week, I think it was Thursday, they added another 24 products to the list. So it just kind of keeps growing. And the newly recalled items include the chewy granola bars.
That's what got our family sick. You know what? I'm gonna tell you this. So I'll just like really get with this. We checked the lot number. So like maybe like what is going on? Why are everybody in the house? We even in the lot number was that like it was literally that.
Oh,
Yeah. And so that was
so you didn't get sick.
correct. 'Cause those are so I can really check into the Washington household. So we have kids have their own kind of like bars, little
Yeah,
snacks.
a little small
So we
stuff.
called them kids, those like theirs. And then they called them mommy bars because Tony would always get those for herself. And then we had kids. So there's like a growing up in their mind, like now I'm getting quote unquote mommy bars. Those are the granola chewy bars. She thankfully didn't have them as or the way it didn't work out. But my mother-in-law, the two of my three daughters, it all made sense. And then even we had a huge box for their school lunches of their Frito-Lay chips, which was also on the list. And we also had the same lot number. So it hit my household pretty bad about a month ago. Um, yeah, and so you can keep going. I'm looking at this list. Yeah.
Dairy protein bars, Captain Crunch bars, Quaker Simply granola cereals, the Mesa Maria cereals, and others. It's just getting a lot there. And, the salmonella something or other. I'm not clear because I was trying to find it before you, how it got into it. Maybe it's just
Yeah, I still haven't really gotten that part. Yeah.
vegetables, fruits, and meat. So, well, obviously some kind of cleaning of the fruit and stuff that goes into the barn, maybe, or I don't know.
What do
Maybe
you do? You help me here? Girl, ain't no fruit in there.
there's fruit, but it's fruit.
No, ain't put no real fruit in there. Now listen, so remember I said there have been a bunch of recalls too. There have been other salmonella related recalls that have been linked to variety foods. Remember especially we talked about the cantaloupe recall. There's a lot of the cantaloupe recalls that you had there happening. I remember there was plastic pieces in the TGI Friday orange chicken burns that folks were using.
And then there was those little apple pouches that were all
another thing a lot of families do for the kids.
anything, kids are
Yeah.
eating.
So that was fun. So there's a lot of those. And then now you even have this clam. That could be your brother's thing. Yeah. Could be.
And suddenly one of the babies got really sick on the day of the wedding, or the day before.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like, we don't have to get into details, what happened.
Yeah.
But all that was happening. Then the older baby got that. Then mama started feeling that way. But you know what? My brother did it. And we were joking around because we grew up eating beef.
Yeah. Well,
And we have all the macrobiotics in our stomach. The whole house was very, very sick. So I don't know.
it could be. And I think think of it like not that happens.
Kimchi West Side. Kimchi's big and kombucha's big West Side.
Late 2019, but they had no idea, right? They were just like, oh, it's the flu, it's severe cold, it's this, it's that. Maybe you had a sunburn. They didn't know what it was. So maybe with this, like you said, a lot of people, hey, I don't know what's coming. I was stressed up. I had other coming out of other orifices and throwing up and all that. And they just kind of maybe talked to them. I don't know, but it very well could have been that. And now we're just thinking we have something with oysters too.
You like oysters?
I won't disrespect the people who are fanatics of it. I'm cool.
I love
I
oysters.
like Rockefeller oysters. I like certain oysters. I'm not.
The raw.
I do like raw, but let me say that I do eat them. I won't say like Tony loves them.
I love raw oysters.
Yeah.
I like the
You
kumamoto.
gotta put the salt. You gotta put the
Little horseradish. Or you put them in the net sauce. It's beautiful. Anyway, but this will make you not want to eat it. More than 2 dozen people have been diagnosed with some GI issues linked to raw oysters eaten at 4 restaurants in LA County. Tennessee just says which restaurant. These are not quite sure. Well, they're not sure where some, it could have been a supplier, it could have been
Right.
still got it 27 dishes.
Well, then, so I went shout out to my buddy. It was his birthday yesterday, Vic, and we went out to a restaurant, and they were like, yeah, you notice we have normally, such and such oysters, that's off the menu, and then that was the first time I was caught wind of, oh, yeah, there's this oyster outbreak, and then we were explaining what it was, and so I was like, oh, shoot, so, yeah, it's real,
And you know when you eat raw stuff that,
take that risk.
when I was little, when we would eat any kind of raw fish or whatever it was, my parents would give me and my brother a little sip of beer.
Okay.
Or a little baby.
Fermentation and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. They just said it would kill the germ. I don't know.
So who was drinking it with this Juan was just a beer guy? Like,
I mean, my mom, if she even smelled alcohol, she'd be drunk. Because she was a very lightweight.
yeah.
My dad, he could drink. Like, I'm a swan, for sure. But they would, they started me young now.
Yeah.
They would give me half a cup of, not half a cup, that's a lot. We would just sip after having some raw.
It was just to start to turn into a therapy session. It's just like, tell me more.
I enjoyed it.
Did it lead to some things in your teenage and early 20s?
No, I made smart decisions.
Okay.
Because I did not like.
I was referring to a therapy session. I was kidding, man. But with that being said, folks, seriously, check your pantry, check your closet, your cabinets and whatnot. Again, because there's so many, as Joe mentioned, first of all, it's a massive company, right? Quaker Oats, which owns Pepsi Company, which owns a million different products, and they've already initially recalled 43, and they had
It's owned by
Pepsi. So there's so many things that you may think, not only the Quaker granola bars and cereals, but there's, as we mentioned, so many of the things you didn't think of. Frito-Lay was on that, and the chips were on there last month. So keep an eye out on that. We don't want anybody sick, kids
And
sick.
if you're sick, we say somehow maybe it's a sick spread, do the things that you can do to wash your hands and frequently touch surfaces, all that kind of stuff. If you have many family members.
Yes, I look at it. Better than just for many days. You just did. Hey, one thing I said, I do apologize. I have 3 kids, which in 2024 is like I have 7. Thank you, I appreciate it. But so I don't go to Costco. I get anxiety. I can't breathe. Sam's Club. But even if you are a fan of those places, Sam's Club and Costco, they got some new things changing that may affect the way in which you're able to shop. We're going to break that down for you next.
First, we're going to hear from Mark Ronan, the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A man who got into a fight with a woman at a restaurant in Palmdale is accused of later crashing his car in the building. Deputies responded to the dispute at El Cevichano, upward of El Cevichano restaurant last night. The LA County Sheriff's Department says the man who was thought to be intoxicated was asked to leave the restaurant. The department says the guy seemed to be upset and throwing things as he was leaving. Witnesses say he then got into his car, drove around the parking lot before crashing it into the building. No one was hurt. Witnesses say he got away in a red SUV. The LAPD says it's looking for a stolen lowrider worth $100,000.
Investigators say they've seen surveillance footage showing 2 men messing with the 1962 Chevy Impala convertible. The car was stolen January 11th from Seth Wayne's home in Woodland Hills.
Only had it for like a week and a half, but I've been wanting this specific car for a long time.
Wayne told ABC7 he bought the car on Christmas Eve and it was stolen on his birthday. The seafoam green lowrider was in pristine condition, and Wayne says he can tell from the surveillance video the thieves knew nothing about the car. They tried to jump-start it, hot-wire it, and eventually pushed it with a Prius along Ventura Boulevard. Wayne says he's gotten some tips the car was seen in Canoga Park. Steve Corrector, KFI News.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin's been released from the hospital following 2 weeks of treatment for prostate surgery complications. Dr. Song Zhang says normally there's less than a 5% chance of such complications after the surgery.
Black men and men with a significant family history of prostate cancer, they indeed are at an elevated risk, and we actually, as a sort of a specialty, recommend earlier screening.
Pentagon says Austin will perform his duties remotely for now. His time in the hospital earlier this month was kept secret from the Biden administration for weeks. Southland weather from KFI, clouds and fog tonight with lows in the mid-40s and the low 40s in the IE and AV. Sunny by tomorrow afternoon, and we'll have highs around 70. Beaches, Metro LA and OC, the valleys, IE. Low 60s in the Antelope Valley. We'll have upper 60s through Friday, and then a chance of rain again for the weekend. Right now, out to 55 in Irvine, 54 in Brea, and we're looking at expansion on the 405 in Steel Beach. I say northbound right at Steel Beach Boulevard. It looks like it's blocking the fast track lane, so you're going to see delays as you come away from the 22. The 5 heading southbound in Laguna Hills, or worse off from El Toro to Alicia Parkway, has the 2 right lanes coned off. Set to reopen for you at 6 in the morning. And if you're on the 101 southbound in Echo Park, you're seeing brake lights approaching Alvarado Street. That's a slow crawl until you get to the 110. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno. When was the last time you checked your house for termites? Probably when you bought it. How long ago was that? But if you don't even know you have termites, it's still worth the call to Pacific Coast Termites. They'll tell you one or two things. One, you don't have them. Great news. Or you do, and let's catch them early days, like right now. They'll come out and give you a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply and tell you if you have them, don't have them, you need their services. By the way, they will treat your house for termites without tinting. And tinting is horrible. I've been there. You don't want to go there. No tinting. You need to be home when they do their work with Pacific Coast Termites. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC. Mention KFI, 10% off termite treatment, 2-year guarantee. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Call 800-PACIFIC. Pacific Coast Termite. Kill termites. The clean, friendly way. This is Jacob and Ryan. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocate is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-506-9295. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmares today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-506-9295. That's 800-506-9295. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
In this week's Marketers Report, Raja Rajamanar, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer at MasterCard, talks about measurement.
Measuring sonic and sonic branding and sonic initiatives across the board, the principles of measurement are the same, but the parameters that you measure are different.
We measure, and what we find is our investment is paying for itself in oodles.
We have been partnering with iHeart across multiple platforms, both for brand enhancement as well as for performance marketing. I think the cut-through of the message and the recall of the brand are much higher. Also, it has been very beneficial for us to integrate
Look at this movie.
into the native
Just came out of nowhere. One of the most athletic things I've ever seen. Yo, shit. What do you want? Old bitch. Like 100. Maybe 600-year-old woman. I just want some fucking pile of dust to fuck. Bitch, how old are you? 584. You say no more. Get that dusty puss over here, girl.
For more info, visit DoritoCenter.com or call 562-916-8500. That's 562-916-8500. Handle on the news, weekday mornings at 6 on KFI. Yes, you're right. Your first good is always right. I mean, trucks are good. Your first thought, that's just good. Then
As a downing chips or whatever they
darn chips. I don't know what they are, but they're not chips.
They're like little rice, crunchy.
Those can still help you do chips. I'm literally eating crunchy air. Like, I don't know what it is. It's just air crunchy. And it's delicious. And they look like little tater tots, but they're like rice somethings. I don't know. They're good. They're healthy. They're so sexy. All right. John Walsh, Coke One, KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on your iHeartRadio app. for Mo Kelly. Appreciate Mo allowing us to be here. Quickly wanted to give an update. So if you have a membership to places like Costco, Sam's Club, things might start changing a lot. And Joe, as we break it down, I want to give another example where I think it's applicable, why this is kind of a trend that we're going to start seeing. So if the club, you got Costco, they rarely make changes. Obviously, folks go there to get all the great discounts. You go there to get massive bulk things. And also, maybe more than anything, folks love to take advantage of the gas. Side note, I can't go there. I hyperventilate. It's too bad. And everyone tries to tell me, oh, no, boys are like a Tuesday, like new. Okay, first of all, my work. Secondly, if I'm not, every time someone says, like, oh, it's not that packed, it's still packed. Can't breathe. There's cars everywhere. People are selling you stuff in the parking lot. It's like T-shirts and watermelon and hot dogs. The one near me, the valley. And it's just, I can't breathe. So I can't.
I'm sweating right
Yeah, and I'm not an anxious person, but it's one of the only times that I can't
now. Rubbing your hands together.
just, don't give,
Are they getting clammy?
don't give them the play-by-play, okay? But they're going to start to change some membership things for the customers. You guys are they're going to take on, which everybody, we talked about this even in Spectrum, this is a retail set. So they're going to start having non-members pay 5% above in-store member price. So that's I mean, that sounds low, but depending on what you're buying, 5% is a lot.
Yeah.
They also they're going to start checking membership cards as well.
You can scan it before you go in.
That Sam's Club's also going to be participatory with that. They're going to make you scan the card before you get in. There's not going to be more like kind of like, just flash and kind of keep it moving. No, buddy. Hold on. Your name is not.
You're going to look at the photo ID. You're going to have to bring a passport.
Yeah, it's going to start getting real in there. And it reminds me of something that I think is happening with like even things like Netflix, right? Where everybody, oh, these my brothers, these my moms, these my, my so-and-so, my ex-boyfriend. Like, people are just using other people's Netflix passwords. And now they've changed it where you can't just get in there. You can't just use it. Not that I know from experience or anything. And they're kicking you out. You have to get your own subscription. So it's starting to get real. A lot of things that we have took for granted that they for them is like, I don't really care using it when somebody's buying things. It's starting to get a little tight.
By the way, just a little breaking news here that Vivek Ramaswamy has dropped out of the presidential race. That may be because the numbers are in, and of course, as expected, Trump has 51%. DeSantis came in second, which is surprising if you look at the polls.
Yeah.
Came in with a 21.2%, and Haley was just a little bit behind that at 19.1%. But Vivek Ramaswamy, according to NBC News, has dropped out of the presidential race. So.
I wonder if Trump is doing his little dance. Nothing else moves arms from side to side. It's like, man, it is just that. Anytime I get to see him dance, it's absolutely hilarious. So he has to be excited. But again, also to be expected, we knew he was going to win the caucus. It's just going to be more and more interesting as we get closer to November. Again, who he decides to have him as his vice president, to run with him.
That would be it. I don't know why I think he's going to say Mr. Haley. I don't.
What? That's not crazy. I think he can say, look at me, I love the women, I love the ladies, I dig the lady, she's the greatest lady ever. But you said this about her before. I don't think I've ever said it. I never said it. I think he's gonna. I think it makes sense, right? You can maybe she's a little bit more moderate, a little bit more normal, if you will. Less controversial, than he may be, so I can see where there'd be some appeal there as well. If they want to play on her ethnicity to maybe, talk about diversity, they can use that as well to their advantage. So it kind of would make sense, they're choosing her.
According to the numbers, she's popular-ish among all the other people who are running too, so. We'll stay on top of that.
So it would have been interesting to get his thoughts with Dr. King around this time and around these candidates. So if you have something from Dr. Martin King, today is his day. It would have been his 95th birthday, which for one, it's a while it's over. You're ready to go, man, he could have still been here, giving us wisdom, insight.
He was only 39.
He's only 39, and that always inspires and also haunts me. because I've always considered myself like, man, I could be doing more. I could be doing more time. I could help you do more. I could do so much more. And I remember thinking when I was younger, I was like, yeah, I'm only 24, but I got time. Well, I'm only 30. I got time to do more, to give more, to be more part of of changing in the community. Well, I'm only 32. And then I literally remember, I think I did the thing on this aspect, was being his exact age and thinking, wow, all that he accomplished in such a short life.
There you go.
They often say it's not how long you live, but how well you live.
What?
And
Good
I'd
indeed.
love for him to have lived another
I
30,
can
40,
wish on it
50
already.
years. Since your present day,
The
only
design that we get
95
because I'm
years.
losers.
Shoot, Betty White
You
got
know the fucking
about
rest of the
the
night.
same,
This fucking thing and because I discuss
years.
neither here nor there nor anywhere. You'll fucking mirror sound in the universe. And you're the fucking ROTHSCHILD on some shit. Sitting in the room. So I'm getting my guns.
Never get to that point. Here's a little bit of sound just on the stage to reflect
Adequate age, righteousness.
And when white Americans tell the Negro to lift themselves by his own bootstraps, they don't look over the legacy of slavery and segregation. I believe we ought to do all we can and seek to lift ourselves by our own bootstraps. But it's a cruel jest to say to a bootless man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. And many Negroes, by the thousands and millions, have been left bootless as a result of all of these years of oppression and as a result of a society that deliberately made this color a stigma and something worthless and degrading.
As the kids say, bars. The question was asked to him, and it obviously you play the whole thing. There's another portion of that prior to, but the reporter asked him basically, what would you say to those who say, hey, why are black folks in America, look at all these immigrants who come here and do so well. And why aren't you? That was why he come up with that. But another thing that we didn't get into, he touched on, which I thought was great, which he pretty much always was. He explained, he said, when immigrants come to this country, they come to a country in which they were not enslaved. Black folks are the only folks who were enslaved in this country. So with that already comes, as you mentioned, a stigma, a hatred, an antagonistic approach that this society had against black folks from the jump. That then would plague them century, generation after generation. And then he goes into saying, and then he talks about how they were giving away land. They were literally giving away land in the West out here and in the Midwest. Just literally giving it away. Like, come to America, it's a great place, come be prosperous. And he said that none of that would go to blacks, and they were offered so many things. You already know blacks were offered said to be given 40 acres in the mule post-slavery. Got none of that. So he talked about not only did they not receive these things to better themselves, to start off with a little bit, right? You can't just say, everybody free the slaves and give you nothing. I'm not going to give you the ability to read. I'm not going to
little tax is
right. Yeah, and so he's just a brilliant person. One of the things we were talking with Keanu about playing this, I'm always fascinated. America loves to historically not be quick to change and to hold someone down and if you look at the way Hoover investigated Martin Luther King, someone who was nonviolent, someone who was brilliant, someone who was intelligent, like a lot of people, like that's the guy who's the most surveyed person in American history, like that guy. And it's always fascinating to me how, he had attempts taken on his life, he was jailed with, dozens of times, and then America comes around like, oh yeah, we love that guy. So then they only play the watered down version where he's like, I have a dream that everybody kumbaya, let's all get along. He's got some radical ideas. He has some radical things to say. He's got some very strong things that might ruffle feathers to say. And I think we get so carried away sometimes we forget that. Muhammad Ali, right? The man was threatened to be in jail. The man could not box for years. They took the belts away from him. He couldn't make any money to feed his family. And sometimes we go back and say, love this person, they're the greatest, but I also want to remind people what the hell those persons have to go through to stand on what they believe in, to stand on their faith, to stand on what they believe is right. Sometimes we forget that because we get to the point now where it's, great. Yeah. That's what people do. So, but again, just reflecting on Dr. King, what he means to this country, so many. Hopefully you've been enjoying this day. Take a little moment out to reflect again. I know they all got day off and have to do fun things. Well, some of us got the day off.
You took a volunteer today.
Yeah, actually, I love that. I didn't get a chance because I did TV, I was radio. I'm agreeing with one day, Joe will finally take Martin Luther King. They have a days, you're not going to take half a day off? He's rolling around in bed with you right now, gentlemen. So, anyway, anything else just for Dr. King with you that resonates?
I mean, that's why I was so polite. I didn't want to. No. The only thing I like what you said at the end, I think that if it was so easy and it was an easy path, there would be more people like him. But and it takes a ton, an X ton, I'll say, of courage to speak out and say things that, like you said, we grew up learning that I had a dream, those things that you can quote when you think of Martin. When we grew up, but hearing the speech, like parts of the, I bet, I guarantee 60% of the audience, at least minimum, have never heard what we just played.
It's funny you mentioned that. We got a break here too. We're over it like it's crazy, but a lot of folks were saying that on the social media posts that I saw it on, were saying, man, I only heard this, and it was coming from all races. It wasn't just like, they're like, wow, I never heard this. I mean, wow, I thought we knew this, so why wasn't that being talked to me? We rob our youth of so much for that, from what he had to say is amazing. Anyway, all right, we'll move on. Big shout out to Dr. King on his day. A place folks love, a place that folks are going to get tomorrow, Randy Donuts. Well, there's some changes happening there too as well.
You may or may not like them.
Right, we'll touch on that when we come back. Mark Warner right now, the KSI 24-hour newsroom. Ban on indoor and outdoor wood burning has been extended to at least 11:59 tomorrow night in much of the Southland due to a forecast high air pollution in the area. The ban covers the South Coast air basin, including the non-desert portions of Los Angeles, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties, and all of Orange County. The death toll in the Israel-Hamas war has now exceeded 24,000 people, with more than 85% of Palestinians in Gaza displaced. And Mean Girls, the adaptation of the Broadway musical based on the 2004 movie, is number one at the holiday weekend box office with $33 million. Crash is out of the way on the 405 in Seal Beach. Fast heading northbound right at Seal Beach Boulevard has been looped out of the fast track lanes. Traffic has recovered there and is moving smoothly. A little bit of slowing if you're on the 101 southbound in Echo Park. Once you make your way across Alvarado Street, now starts to clear up approaching the 110. And then beyond the 210 westbound in Sunland, just before Sunland Boulevard, there's a semi-truck crash that's in the center divider. Watch for some looky-loo slowing as you approach there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
This report is sponsored by Think It Up. Think It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join at thinkitup.org.
In a small Tennessee town, a killer was caught by unlikely investigators, high school students, and their teacher, Alex Campbell. Though the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation supports their theory, no charges have been filed. Murder 101 follows the students as they endeavor to complete the assignment.
Once you start getting a few tips or a few leads or few identifications, then the cold case isn't so cold anymore.
Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I've got the Rosetta in my hands and it's grand. Now here's top reasons to visit Rosetta.
Download our app and get a free appetizer when you purchase an entree at Cielo, Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Number 2,
R&B Sensation 112, live February 16th.
and the number 1 reason.
Come play with us because we're going off at all our bars with draft beer specials for the biggest pro football games of the year.
Morongo, good times. Most borrowers love home equity lines of credit for putting a couple $100,000 in the bank, but still preserving the ultra-low fixed rate in their first mortgage, which makes sense. But most banks love HELOCs because they can raise your rates as high as 24% by varying what they call the lifetime cap in their loan documents. Not at the loan exchange. Call 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com to get our home equity line that protects you instead of the bank. We make the start rate of our equity line equal the lifetime cap, so your rate can only go down, never up. The loan exchange guarantees the security in our loan documents. The first 5 years of the loan is interest only, which makes payments cheaper while you wait for the first rates to come back down to consolidate back into one loan. Call the loan exchange at large and small. Hey, it's Dean Sharp, and I want to talk to you about emergency backup power. It's no longer a question of if your power is going to go down, and that's the power that runs your business. Fortunately, there's only one name you need to know, Ducky Power. Whether it's a new generator, 24/7 repair and maintenance, or an emergency rental, Ducky Power has you covered anytime, all the time. Learn how to protect your business from the next outage and all the ones after that at duckypower.com, duckypower.com. Just being arrested for DUI, convicted or not, makes the DMV try to suspend your license, and you have only 10 days to stop them. That's not fair. Call 1-800-NO-COPS. What you don't know can and will hurt you. Call 1-800-NO-COPS.
Lately, our homes have experienced more of us. More dishes, more flushes, and more shower tax concerts. After 50 years of on-course, Mr. Rooter Plumbing Service professionals are equipped to handle anything. We're your neighbor you can call anytime, and we'll be there because we've been here all along. Mr. Rooter Plumbing, a neighborly company. Visit MrRooter.com today.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. Who is going to ask for the roofing test? Someone offers you a drink, and you go, hang on a minute, that's like peeing in a swimming pool, where the chemical reacts to it, and you know who's peeing in the pool. That's a mess. They'll handle live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Just supporting him. Don't Washington with KFI AM 640. Having a great time doing it for Mo Kelly. Later with Mo, he'll be back tomorrow. Yana is excited about that. Yeah, not dealing with YouTube crazy anymore.
It was fun working with you guys.
Absolutely, we're supposed to be like, no, don't go, stay.
No, I'm excited for Mo to come back.
Yeah, I might leave him a note. Somebody get a sticky note so I can leave Mo. Dear Mo, stop not having me on your show. You know, I have you on my show at Spectrum all the time. Mo Kelly. No, Mo's the guy. Happy he'll be back tomorrow. We've been updated. It's kind of sort of like a food block, if you will, food hours with all the updates. Yeah, no. Randy's Donuts, we work by one, so there's often Randy's Donuts in the studio. By the way, if I could roast all of you Californians real quick. By the way, how long do I have to be here before I'm California? I've been over 13 years. Am I California at this point?
Yeah.
Mark, food, everybody?
Yeah, I think 12 is a good marker.
All right, fine. All of us Californians. However, I will say I didn't bring this from Michigan. Shout out to my happy folks in Michigan. If you bring in a dozen donuts in Michigan, within a dozen minutes, all of those donuts are gone. And guess what you won't see, Boots? You know what you won't see? A knife. Ain't nobody cut the donut in half. We're taking donuts. We're just taking a whole donut. Hey, you go my favorite donut. Hey, donut.
Look at this.
Donut.
Look at this.
When I moved here, it was the first time I ever saw a grown man. Not a millennial, petite woman, but they're like big, working on okay. A grown man. You're like, oh man, yeah, thank you. First of all, people debate donuts here. Like, yeah.
People always, I see open the box and walk by.
Yes, that will never happen in the Midwest.
Oh, really? People hear from our newsroom pretty fast.
No, they do. No, I'm there every single day.
Okay, I am, we've talked about it, I'm notorious for bringing in stuff because I'm not in there a whole bunch, so I just come in with cookies or whatever the heck. On the weekends, it'll go.
I will say, different crew.
Yeah.
And mind you, in our building is the Lakers and the Dodgers network. Meaning you got a bunch of sports people that I'm telling you, you will bring a dozen donuts and they will be there for 7 hours. And yes, they finally may go. But everyone will bring a knife. You'll see a dude like 6'2", 240, cutting it to a fork. Are you cutting a donut to a fork? What are we doing?
Most people, the sports and news, the way we're set up, like they feel like they can't walk through the little news area.
Look at this.
Yeah, but no. Can you just let me have the moment and tell the people this is why I admit like.
Have you ever
tonight too, because I'm gonna cut a donut for the first time in my life in 30 years. I've never cut a donut in my life.
You cut it because you thought you had to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'll just go back to the other half when you're not looking. But yes. Not this secret for him. Sorry.
Are you done now?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So
Eat the donut. Go ahead, sorry.
okay, so Randy eats the donut. Randy's, you know, they're known for the typical donut,
Yes.
delicious.
Yes.
But they've decided
What have they decided?
to add some stuff that you would think would never be at this kind of this old school donut shop, like maple cream iced coffee, buttercrumb latte, sea salt caramel frappe, and then also boba drink.
I'll say this. While your first statement,
What I think?
I'm looking, looking at your face. I get your face, and I get the sentiment, right? But I think if we've learned anything, it's the whole adapter guy. And one thing I've seen over the last decade blow up more than anything else is boba places. I don't think just boba time, that's one particular place, but just boba places. And I've seen it in places that were already established, meaning your local little donut shop you go to. All of a sudden, they have a new sign there that says, "Look now with boba," or try our new boba. Like everyone's doing it, and I think it's just smart of Randy's. Like this is a trend. You know what it reminds me of? Where we all were 5 years ago, losing our minds, literally people having fights and brawls over chicken sandwiches. So true. We were going crazy over chicken sandwiches. Never in your life did you give a dang about a cluck cluck. And now you're like knocking people out for either Popeyes or we got our own chicken sandwich. Everybody was coming out. I say Popeyes, not Popeyes. Who was it? No, it was Popeyes.
Jack in the Box.
Yeah, everybody started going
Yeah.
crazy. And then
Popeyes where the fight.
Popeyes were the fight.
Yeah.
So I was going to, Joe, by the way, that was going to be one of my first stories, especially. Was about the Popeyes. Yeah, like, well, just about the craze.
People are fighting. I know that there was a big chicken sandwich situation.
Yes.
I didn't know people are.
Yes. First of all, anytime you have a line, somebody's going to have it.
That's
A pair of Jordans, some chicken sandwiches, somebody gets slapped. And that people were going crazy. But now, Wingstop, which has wings and chicken tenders, now has what? Chicken sandwich. Hot famous Dave's or Dave's famous hot. Which one is it? How do you say it? You know, you guys know what I'm talking about.
hot chicken.
Yes, Dave's hot chicken pops up out of the blue in LA. Like chicken sandwiches, hot chicken sandwiches, and all that stuff. Is every restaurant you go to, they got their new Nashville hot chicken sandwich. That's just the thing you have to do if you're going to be in the restaurant business. This is similar. We're going to be in the donut coffee business.
Adaptation. You're adapting.
Get a little fancy. Going on the days and just get a little old-fashioned glaze.
So who has the best chicken sandwich? Am I going to start a fight here if I ask that? No, I will have to say Popeyes does have a really good chicken sandwich.
But you have to get it right. You have to get the double the sauce, and you have to double the pickle.
No pickles.
Sure. I can't eat this.
What?
You don't eat seafood. You don't want to get pickles. Thank you. Do you just eat burger? What do you eat?
Chicken sandwich, no pickles.
No, I mean just in.
What do I eat? I like chicken. I like beef. I like pork. That's it. Sorry. Not sorry.
So Popeyes for you. Dave, I'll say this. Dave's hot chicken, I would prefer, but I get the everydayness of a Popeyes. Meaning, if I had to eat more, then I'd eat Popeyes. But if you're just saying, what do I want right now, it'd be Dave.
So if I was gonna go,
I think
sandwich.
okay.
Okay. Okay.
So in 2028, 2032, when you decided, like, I'm going to be bad and have something.
I had a donut today. Thank you, that mindset.
Yeah. And you had to, you know it's bad when you can think of the last time you had a donut. That's not know you eat healthy. You're like, I had
I
a
don't
donut.
remember when the last time was before that, but
And you know what she does? She always brings all her horrible stuff to me.
you know
If she uses my desk, oh, we got to break.
Okay.
You know, by the way, we have been abusing these.
Sorry, Robin.
Yeah, let's see if we get back another day to come back. I'm not even going to tease anything. I'm just saying, Mark Rotter, hey.
Thank you.
We're watching everything, so you can watch your sanity.
KSI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles. Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Whoever told you it's over, it ain't even close to being over. I'm Mark Bronner, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Public health officials are warning people about a spike in sicknesses across LA County. The LA County Department of Public Health says the number of people in the hospital for COVID passed 800 per day earlier this month. The highest number of cases was reported around Christmas. Health officials said last week just under 4 people died from COVID per day in LA County. They say flu cases also rose at the beginning of the year. A homeless guy wanted for domestic violence and animal cruelty has been arrested.
The LAPD says 32-year-old David Sumlin was arrested just after midnight and his bail has been set at $50,000. Investigators say on the morning of January 2nd, Sumlin had an argument with the owner of a 4-month-old dog, and at some point during the exchange, Sumlin put a pillow over the puppy, pushed a gun into the pillow, and told the dog's owner, "It's either you or the dog." Then police say Sumlin shot 2 rounds, killing the puppy. Sumlin was known to frequent the areas around 7th Street and Stanford Avenue in downtown LA. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
California State Senator Scott Wiener is trying to make prosecuting auto burglars easier. To charge someone with auto burglary, prosecutors currently have to prove that the car was locked when the thieves broke in and stole stuff. Pasadena Police Lieutenant Keith Gomez says due to the requirement, prosecutors often charge petty theft for car break-ins.
As a petty theft, the punishment, especially in LA County and in the state of California, is just minimal at best.
Under Wiener's bill, forcible entry would be enough to charge auto burglary. Wiener has introduced similar legislation twice in the past. A woman's been arrested for allegedly stabbing another woman to death in Coachella. The Riverside County Sheriff's Department says a woman was found suffering from a stab wound Saturday. First aid was given to her, but she later died from her injuries. Another woman was arrested in connection with the killing. Jail records show she also faces charges of carrying a concealed dagger. Former President Trump has won the Iowa caucuses. The results tonight are the first in what will be a month-long effort by Trump to secure the GOP nomination for a third time. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis came in second, with former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley third. Caucus voters raised below zero temperatures to cast their ballot.
Earlier tonight, I called Donald Trump, told him that I congratulate him on his victory, and now going forward, he will have my full endorsement.
Vivek Ramaswamy has dropped out of the presidential race after falling short in Iowa. He earned about 8% of support among caucus goers, trailing behind DeSantis and Haley, each at roughly 20%. Ramaswamy says he supports Trump, who earned more than 50% of the vote. And Jeremy Allen White is this year's Emmy winner for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Comedy Series.
And I'm so full of gratitude to be standing in front of you all. I love the show so much. It filled me up. It gave me a passion and set a fire in me to match the beautiful work done by Christopher Storer and Joanna Calo.
White won for his role as Carmen Berzano, Bear. Evan Moss-Backrack, who plays Richie in the show, won for Outstanding Supporting Actor in a Comedy Series. Io Edebiri, who portrays Sydney, won for Best Supporting Actress. The show itself snagged the Emmy for Best Comedy Series in its first season. Self-time letters from KFI fog, rather. I just tried to combine clouds and fog into one word. We have fog tonight, with lows in the mid-40s, low 40s in the IENAB. We'll have sun by tomorrow afternoon, and then highs around 70 at the beaches. Metro LA and OC, the valleys on IE. Low 60s in the Antelope Valley. Upper 60s all the way through Friday, then a chance of rain for the weekend. Right now it's 54 in Orange, 53 in La Habra, 54 in Sherman Oaks, 55 in Compton, and it crashes out of the way on the 405 in Costa Mesa.
That's heading northbound right at Fairview. It's out of lanes, over to the right shoulder now. Traffic has recovered there. As you make your way southbound on the 5 in Laguna Hills, what works on from El Toro to Alicia Parkway has the 2 right lanes closed off. Set to reopen for you at 6 a.m. And in Beaumont, as you make your way westbound on the 10, just before the 60, you'll see a wreck that's in the center divider. You're tapping your brakes as you approach there. And KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
You don't hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocate is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-506-9295. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmares today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-506-9295. That's 800-506-9295. Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infection from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't give Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
Later with Mo Kelly, I'm Joe Kwan, that's Kelvin Washington, Bob and Ted over there. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. No more chicken sandwich talk, but
Whatever. Okay, this is the thing. These are the things that folks care about.
you know, I think that's
But by the way, you can't make fun of the chicken sandwich conversation because literally it was the craziest craze for like a month, maybe. That people were genuinely skipping work, getting in the fights, self-legitimizing, which is the chicken sandwich conversation.
I would say back in the day when I was kidding, we would have street. This is why I eat the way I eat. We would eat it fast food every, I don't know, every 6 months or something. Nothing, not like that. But I would get the chicken sandwich at Burger King.
Oh, the foot long looking
Yeah.
thing? Yeah, that was great. Yeah.
And to this day, if I'm gonna have one, I can't tell you when I've ever gotten one in the last 10 years, but I would go get one. I think the difference between like that chicken sandwich and the ones they're talking about is the ones that got really popular were actual like breaded chicken breasts, whereas like those were like chicken patties. I think.
So I get it. So chicken sandwiches and Mean Girls and Keanu just
She's an expert.
she's gonna let her rip.
Sorry.
No, it's great. I'm learning more and more about you.
There you go. But moving on from the chicken sandwiches, we're gonna go over to the Iowa caucus. We've been mentioning it throughout the show because it's obviously going on right now, but it's over and it looks like Trump won every single county other than it was a tie.
You are determined to tell me about this county in which Nikki Haley.
Johnson County, I just want because there's a map of Iowa that's broken down by each county, and purple was the color they chose for Trump, which is it's on Politico, and Haley is a gold color, and there's one little tiny square of gold where Haley got 35.5% of the vote, but so did Trump, so I'm not really sure why it's all gold. Anyway.
Steven Spielberg is rolling around right now. The fact that they didn't gave him the color purple. They didn't give Trump the color purple. They got the movie out right now. Like they could have gave any other color.
I don't know, but Trump won with, in Iowa he got 51.1%, and DeSantis ended with 21.2, and Haley 19.1. So it didn't really move much in the last couple hours as the rest of the counties were coming in. And we just wanted you to hear what Trump was saying to voters. He canceled some of his events over the weekend because of the weather.
Right.
But he did hit the trail, I believe it was yesterday, but the rest of it didn't count. So this is just one of the things that he was telling his supporters.
So he wants to stay in America and repeat your mind. We must go focus tomorrow. We're Christian. We can't stay at home. There's chickens at the door. Even if the food and then pass away, it's worth it. If you're sick, if you're just sick, you can't die. Yeah. You go. Yes, ultimately we have a culture shots, right? Hey, Holly. So you be safe, you're gonna be safe. And again, all the doors, it's gonna be all over the doors, but you gotta get up, you gotta vote.
gotta love it. This boy. He basically said, look, go ahead and die real quick, but make sure you vote the boy in before you go. You know, just make sure you got your priorities in order. Like, you gotta love it. Wow. And it's no secret that he was going to win. It's no secret that he's going to be the party's nominee. And we're going to be having a bad case of like Paul Blart Mall Cop 2. No one asked for that sequel. And that's what we're about to get. Biden and Trump. Nobody asked for a sequel, but that's what we're about to get this coming November. So that is the latest when it comes to the Iowa caucuses. I have to keep you updated on that. Talking about sports coming up in just a minute. There's been some new scores and some games. Get you set up for some football.
This is your spoiler alert. If for some reason you've missed it, so
What are you talking about? This jersey? This hat that I may or may not have on? What are you talking about?
no, the game's
Oh, the game's all about the
not about the Lions.
Sorry. What you did love my video, though.
Yeah, it was good. If you want to see that paid up live,
Yes, social media. Glad you mentioned that. K-Dub Live for myself. KGUDDLIVE. Joe Juan is kind of split up between X and the Gram.
X is Joe_Quan, and then Instagram is Quan Hit.
Clearly, X is not the one. Because it's one thing that you have to remember.
I know. I mean, I know.
Yeah, none of us do. It's falling off. It's taking like an 80% hit once your boy bought it. And he just decided to run it into the ground. So guess what we're going to do? We're going to go start running right now. Get back on track. Look at that. KS5 24-hour news. There may be another reason behind the sudden closure of a popular bakery chain in the LA area. The LA Times reports Sweet Lady chain was facing a class action lawsuit for alleged wage theft before it shut down all 6 of its locations on New Year's Day. The report says the world's 5 richest men have more than doubled their wealth since 2020. Nonprofit Oxfam says the combined wealth of the group that includes Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Warren Buffett jumped from $405 billion to nearly $870 billion in the past 3 years. And Succession has won Best Drama Series at this year's Emmy Awards. Now let's head to a crash on the 710 in East LA. Fans heading northbound right at Olympic Boulevard is blocked with the right lane, partially blocking the on-ramp. You'll be tapping your brakes as you approach there. If you're on the 14 northbound, good news in Santa Clarita right at Newhall Avenue, an earlier stalled semi-truck has been cleared out of the right lane. Traffic has recovered there. And as you make your way southbound on the 55 in Santa Ana, that'll work. So from McFadden to MacArthur, the 2 right lanes are combed out there, set to reopen for you at 4 a.m. Watch for slowing as you approach. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno. This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
In a small Tennessee town, a killer was caught by unlikely investigators, high school students, and their teacher, Alex Campbell. Though the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation supports their theory, no charges have been filed. Murder 101 follows the students as they endeavor to complete the assignment.
Once you start getting a few tips or a few leads or few identifications, then the cold case isn't so cold anymore.
Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
You have termites? Maybe. Or you know you have termites. Either way, call the folks at Pacific Coast Termites for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. They treat your home and kill those little buggers without tenting. That is important. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermites.com. Call 800-PACIFIC.
Pacific Coast Termites! Kill termites!
The clean, friendly way.
Outdoor recreation is alive and well at the Bard Hall Show, January 25th to the 28th at the Long Beach Convention Center. Fishing, floating, hunting, travel, off-road, and overland adventure. Hundreds of seminars and a full day of family fun. Don't miss it. Details at hallshows.com.
Oh,
It
shows
seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for airborne invaders like bacteria, pollen, and yes, germs with Navage Nasal Care. Navage flushes ultra-pure, refreshing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. Navage sucks out viruses, dust, and other airborne particles. All the stuff that gets trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught empty-handed this winter. Get Navage, the drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Even better, Navage is HSA, FSA eligible. So So Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they expire. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
You don't hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-506-9295. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmares today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-506-9295. That's 800-506-9295. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
City of Los Angeles landlords that own rent-controlled properties. Starting February 1st, you'll be able to increase rents by 4% for your rent-controlled properties. An extra 1% for utility, up to 6%, can be added only if you pay the entire gas and electric bill. And don't forget to give your tenant an advance 30-day written notice for your rent increases of less than 10%. It is state law. Learn more about the rent increase at housing.lacity.org. That's housing.lacity.org.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like featuring deep album tracks from iconic artists like the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, The Who, The Stones, and more. Try something new for 2024. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search deep cuts, and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good. Wake up next to us. Wake Up Call with Amy King. Live 5 to 6 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Spectrum 1 Anchors. Feels good to be here with you. Later with Mo Kelly. Mo will be back tomorrow. KFI at 6:40, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. By the way, they were looking at something. So like 9 out of 10 people are listening to iHeart in some, whether it be a podcast, actually it's radio, like different gracious, taking over. So a couple of things. NFL King in America, having a great couple of games so far. You have some upsets so far in the postseason. I think they missed it, and I do think they missed. For those of you who've been keeping up with it, they forced everyone, and I gotta look at the exact number. I think it was like 23 million subscribers to Peacock because they were forced to do it because one of the games, it was a big game. You got the reigning Super Bowl champs, the Kansas City Chiefs, who were taking on the Miami Dolphins yesterday. In order to see them, you have to have Peacock.
23 million viewers, becoming the most streamed NFL game ever.
So I had to call my mom, which anyone who knows when you call your mom, if you can't.
You were IT?
Yeah, well, I was, yeah, I guess those were like, hey, what's your password? Not that I would do that. And I was like, hey, what if she forgot? And she, I think that's what we're going on and on and on. And I was like, mom, I'm just playing games. I'm looking at my score. I get pretty much over. So that's mom and dad. They're trying to make it happen, but it didn't really happen for me. But it was interesting because I was hearing people complain about it at work today. And they were saying how, and also while driving home listening to the radio, they were saying how many people they're going to get because folks are going to never, they're going to forget, I'm just going to unsubscribe in a week or two. And you just forget, and you look up, it's been 6 months, or it's been a year. So if you're like, let's say it's 20 million people who all of a sudden subscribe, well, now you're going to, 5 million or so might stick around. Like, it is a great chance on the business model. And I'm sure it had something to do with the deal when NBC got the rights to, again, as they renewed for Sunday Night Football. Hey, part of that, why don't we make sure we have a game in which everyone will go to our new platform, because everyone's pushing their Disney Pluses, their HBO Maxes, everyone's pushing their other
I saw today of people giving out friendly reminders to cancel the subscription to Peacock, otherwise they'll be charged $120 for the next year. It's $5.99. It's $5.99 a month.
Yeah, I was looking at
But
those.
while you're there, if you have to wait a month or whatever, you can watch Poker Face. It's a really good show.
You got 7 more.
It's really good. That's all.
What, they tell me on episodes. What else is there that I might want to Peacock?
That's it. Law and Order.
Well, it still comes on TV, right?
It's on the Hulu.
Yeah. So I need more Peacock.
Okay, fine.
No, I'll tell you. We watched The Holdovers on Peacock this weekend, and it's really, really
I
good.
think people are kind of raving about that. Thank you, Marcus. You're helping me out here.
Fine, dude.
Are you a $5.99er or are you I think the whole year in one?
No, I got it on a special. You must wait for the specials on Peacock. I got it for like $2 a month for 6 months, and I'm canceling it when that's over.
Are you sure or are you going to be with us for free? Or you have like set an alarm?
No, I'm extra sure because I'm canceling in protest because they canceled Mehdi Hasan's news show.
Okay. All right. So you're
What
protesting.
about
I like that.
Yellowstone?
I know this be Peacock. I do know people love that show. With Kevin
The
Costner.
Resort? Extended Family? Okay. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, if you have it, killing it.
You're not killing it right now. Trust me.
Based on a true story, that was okay. I didn't finish it.
Bel Air. Bel Air may be the thing that
Oh,
would get
okay.
because I know everyone who's like who says Bel Air. People who got into that show. Did you get into Bel Air on Kiana?
No.
Anybody?
Looks good, but I never checked it out.
Yeah, I haven't checked it out. Listen, I'm coming back. There's a comeback. I told you there were years I couldn't really get busy. That didn't sound right. Because the wife was in law school, so there was a lot of things I couldn't get into. And so now I'm like back. So matter of fact, if you have the shows, paid up live on social media, send shows my way. Because I need to catch up on all of those.
Slow horses.
Slow horses. That's after. Okay. Yeah, but I'm saying good show. I was saying shows on any platform. Slow horses over. What did you told me today? You told me beef. You told me.
If you want, okay, beef is good, but it's exhausting. It can get exhausting.
Okay.
Like,
Heavy.
kind of in that same realm. Yeah, as bear.
Yeah, I got that.
At those moments. I really like, if you just want to light, fun, make some crack up,
Like
have
murder.
a lot of,
That's
that's
good.
good.
Like, yeah, I like that.
Has LA, Lost of LA, it's based in LA. This cool. On Hulu.
Oh, the dude. Shout out to him because the guy started that as an Instagram
Yeah,
thing.
I love that show.
Okay.
I was
Yeah.
start there and then ease into all the other stuff.
There's a bunch. What have I told you? I was telling you. I just started The Sopranos. Like fully, like I'm gonna dive in. I look the judgment. No. It's good to be timely with these things. Good job. Here we are. Okay. When that show started, it was like senior. It was like what 98ish. I think it was 90. I'm pretty sure. That was senior year in high school. So like I'm full on not,
Right, 99.
Yeah.
You graduated.
Yeah, I graduated high school. Yeah.
You graduated?
Yeah, you did put a lot of emphasis on that you. And then I'm gonna you all it. You both join me in this. So you get what I mean? And this is pre-big. So it's like I was like, kid, I'm like, I can't do it one day, never did. And then college I was seeing it, and obviously I catch episodes. But we didn't have the binge culture then that I would have been able to catch it. So I called up with it like, Mark, forget. All right, geez. No, I would never shame a person for getting to a classic like that. Yeah. It's only 2 decades. No, I know. One thing about me, I am okay with admitting one's fault, and that is one of them. I kept pushing that off. I'm almost jealous of you for getting to see it for the first time. You know what one you don't have to worry about me seeing? The Game of Thrones. Everyone loves it. Everybody raves it. I'm not. It's just not my spiel. Like, it's not my.
You detective.
All right, listen. Only watch the first season. I saw the first one, Mark Wahlberg and Matthew McConaughey. I saw the next. Skip the second was terrible. Then I came back with Ursula Ali.
It was good.
It was cool, but the first one was great.
I want to see this season now.
I think I'm tapped out. I think the first one was so like they could have just left it.
The opening scene. Anyway, but we were just talking about football, which this is.
Football, television, yeah. Listen, let it flow. It all makes sense, Joe.
Well, looking at your jersey, I'm like, oh yeah. Very well fitted. No, you said there's buttons on
There's
it.
going to be a point tonight where if I eat one more thing, we're going to have to cut out of it. Yes.
he's exaggerating. I'm rolling my eyes so far back in my head right now.
It's pretty tight. There was a moment when I did the video today that I did on Instagram. Again, no, there was a moment where like my belly button showed because it was like that like smaller kind of rolls.
But you're obviously playoffs right now. They just wrapped up NFL wild card.
A blowout today, unexpected.
I know.
The Buccaneers.
Good.
Yeah, and I did call it. To be fair, it worked. The Buccaneers smacked up the Philadelphia Eagles. Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I went to the Buccaneers game on the 31st. Okay. And they played like they were not even. It felt like I was watching a high school game.
Well, they brought it today.
So the husband's happy.
Yes. Happy for him. As you know, I'm happy with the Lions. So you have your next round of the game set. It's going to be Baltimore and Houston.
Texans, yep.
That will be when?
Saturday at 1:30.
Okay. Keep going with those.
And then the Packers versus the 49ers.
That'll be a good one.
On Saturday at 5:15.
I'm rooting for the 49ers.
You better be.
I'll tell you why. Well, first, Sharon, shout out to her. Also, because if they win, and the Lions who play the
Buccaneers.
What day time?
That is Sunday at noon.
If the Lions win, 49ers win, they'll play each other. I'm going to go. It'll be in San Francisco.
Oh.
I'm going to go.
But what if the Buccaneers beat the Lions?
But why would you do this? Like, I thought we had been working together.
Because the husband,
Oh, good point.
you know?
Yeah, go husband route. Yeah, that's a forever thing.
Kind of quietly.
Which is for everything. That's a forever thing.
And then the Chiefs take on the Bills.
That's going to be the game everybody's going to see right there. So a whole bunch of great football action. Looking forward to jumping into that next weekend. NFL is just football. You forget how massive it is in America. Like sometimes we just take it for granted because it's part of the culture. Football is absolutely ridiculously huge here in the States. So looking forward to a little football action again. The only thing I will say last before we go to break here, get to Mark. I don't know how I topped what I did today, like with the video and outrageousness and walking around work looking crazy. So how do I top that if the Lions play?
Yeah, it's nice to get you crazy, but really you just wearing a jersey. You don't really wear a jersey. That's fine. Yeah.
All right, we'll do that. We have the aliens too. Give you updates on that. I guess we can talk about those as well. And also, like California is one of the worst states to drive in. We'll elaborate, break that down in just a moment.
But first, we're going to head to Mark Hunter and the KFI 24-hour news break.
The spike in machine gun parts has feds in LA warning of stiff prison sentences for people caught possessing a conversion device. U.S. Attorney spokesman Karen McAvoy says investigators have confiscated more than 31,000 in the last 5 years.
Any weapon that shoots is designed, secured, or can be readily restored to shoot automatically more than one shot by a single function of the trigger, and the combination of parts intended for use in converting a weapon into a machine gun.
McAvoy says the devices can make any gun release all its bullets with just one trigger pull. He says possession can result in a 10-year federal prison sentence even if no gun's present. The body's been found in the water near where a small plane crashed in Half Moon Bay last night. The woman's body was taken to the San Mateo County Coroner's Office this morning shortly before the Coast Guard called off its search for possible survivors. NTSB officials say there were 2 people on board the small plane, which was reportedly flying erratically before plunging into the ocean. More storms are headed towards SoCal over the next week. The National Weather Service says it'll start raining Saturday, and early estimates call for up to an inch of rain in most areas. It says some mountain and foothill locations will get more than 2 inches through Monday. The NWS says snow levels are expected to stay high, around 7,000 to 8,000 feet. Vice President Harris has traveled to South Carolina to deliver remarks about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. at the NAACP's annual King Day at the Dome event. He says today we celebrate the legacy of the Reverend.
A visionary who saw what could be, unburdened by what had been.
Harris acknowledged the spirit of the holiday, explaining it's not only a time to reflect on the past, but on the dangers of the country facing, the dangers the country faces moving forward. Southland weather from KFI, clouds and fog tonight with lows in the mid-40s, down to low 40s in the E and AZ. Sunny by tomorrow afternoon. Highs around 70 at the beaches. Metro LA and OC, the valleys and IE. Low 60s in the Antelope Valley. We're looking at upper 60s through Friday. Then we got a chance of rain for the weekend. Right now it's 54 in Fountain Valley, 53 in Los Alamitos, and there's a crash on the 710 in Vernon. Crash heading northbound right at Atlantic. It's blocking the right lane. You're going to be seeing some slowing as you come away from Florence Avenue. Some good news on the 60 eastbound in Diamond Bar. Right at the 57, a stall car has been cleared out of the middle lane. Traffic has recovered there. And it works on the 55 southbound in Santa Ana from McFadden to MacArthur. The 2 right lanes are coned off, set to reopen for you at 4 a.m.
guy helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
In this week's Marketers Report, Chris Brand, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, weighs in on the power of audio, specifically audio influencers.
Audio has been a key component for us.
WWE
Omnichannel, so we need to be omnichannel. We use audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other digital channels. When your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody seems to listen to the radio. I think using the audio influencers has been a huge component for us. Working with iHeart, we were able to really tease out the audio influencers in key markets that were authentic Chipotle fans. And because it's authentic and because it's trusted friends by the customers and the listeners, it's really been an effective strategy.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access code. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Somewhere between your brand and data, between platforms and possible, between desire.
Exactly. You might be thinking, ladies, it's stress relief. That isn't that big, except it had the cold open to indoor cold opens.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
We'll be breaking that down.
Oh yeah, we will.
It's gonna take a while. This episode originally aired as an hour-long episode. We're gonna have to break it down in 2 parts. So today we're covering the first half of stress relief. Would you like a summary?
Is it
I
someone
really would.
with
All
the
right, it starts with that cold open you were talking about, Angela. Dwight takes matters into his own hands when his coworkers fail to pay attention to his fire safety seminar.
He used PowerPoint. Big mistake.
Big mistake. He's going to give us a practical fire drill, hands-on. How will we react on our feet?
That's right.
Well, Stanley has a heart attack. It doesn't end well.
Doesn't.
And that lands Dwight in hot water with corporate.
I mean, he almost burned the building. Stanley had a heart attack. Dwight, how do you have a job?
Michael hires a CPR expert to teach the office what we should do if Stanley has another heart attack. But Dwight has his own ideas of how to use the CPR dummy.
Hello, Clarice.
Dear. Finally, we learned that Pam's mom and dad are having a rough patch in their marriage, and that Pam's dad has actually been bunking with Jim and Pam.
Sans robe.
Yeah.
Was he walking around in his tiny whities?
I don't know, but she needs to get him a robe.
Aw.
Fast fact number 1, this episode aired after the Super Bowl on Sunday, February 1st, 2009.
I mean, if I had a air horn thing, I'd fire it off. Because this was huge for us.
Sophia C. wrote in to say, Jenna, I have a fast fact for you.
Sophia?
This was the most watched episode of the entire Office series.
What?
Yeah, and she's right. I looked it up. Angela, do you want to know how many people?
Oh my gosh. I'm horrible at guessing. Like, guess the jelly bean in the jar. I'm so off.
I know, yeah, I can't do that either.
Okay, I'm going to guess 10 million people. That seems like a big number.
That is a big number. But it was 22.9
No way!
million people.
Holy smokes!
Yeah, so it is definitely the most watched episode of The Office, and it's also the only episode of The Office to ever reach over 20 million viewers.
Wow.
But now I have another question for you.
Oh no. Is it more guessing number stuff?
More guessing.
Oh, Lord.
It's not numbers,
Oh,
though.
good. Well, I have a shot.
Can you guess what our second most watched episode was?
Oh no. Of the whole series?
Of the whole series. This was number 1. What do you think number 2 was?
The finale?
The pilot.
What?
The pilot.
Really?
It had 11.2 million viewers.
The pilot that I wore my own clothes in
Yeah.
from Target.
Wow. 11.2 million people saw your outfit.
Well, you're welcome, America.
Interestingly enough, airing after the Super Bowl did not seem to get us a bump in viewership going forward.
Oh, it was like a one and done?
Kind of. So the episode that aired before the Super Bowl was Prince Family Paper.
Okay.
And we had 8.7 million viewers.
Okay.
That was kind of our averagey range.
Right.
After the Super Bowl is Lecture Circuit, And we actually had a drop in the ratings to 8.4.
Oh,
So some regular viewers, I don't know. They were like, not after that Super Bowl stunt. Fast fact number 2, Randy told me that there were rumors that we were going to get that 2009 Super Bowl slot from as early as the end of season 4.
jeez.
Yeah,
They planned that far out?
I guess so. There had been some talk that maybe it would go to The Apprentice. The Apprentice was going to get the slot.
Okay.
But our executive producers really fought for The Office to get it, and we did. Randy said it was part of our internal shooting records as of May 2008, which was well before we had ever started shooting season 5. So we'd known for a while this was coming. I also reached out to Greg Daniels.
Oh, yeah, what'd he have to say?
He said this. Oh, yeah, this was a big deal.
Yeah.
Quote, we threw our biggest guns at it, which is why Paul Lieberstein wrote it. That makes sense.
It's a fantastic script. I texted Paul yesterday, just a few couplets of dialogue. I was like, this is perfection. I'll tell you what I texted him later.
Well, Paul had been with us since the very beginning. He's one of our best. It made total sense that he should write this episode.
Right.
I got curious,
Okay.
and I started doing a little digging. Angela, the script for this episode was 95 pages long.
I know. I looked through it and I was like, what is this phone book I'm reading? Oh my God, it's stress relief.
The candy bag,
Okay, the candy bag, our alts, all of our alt dialogue.
yeah, all the extra jokes that they didn't put in the script but that they want us to maybe shoot.
Oh my God, how long was it?
Lady, it was 207 pages long.
They had 207 pages of extra jokes.
Yeah.
And they're ready to go.
Yep.
Oh my God.
So I thought we should tell everyone that this episode took us 9 days to shoot. It was a very, very big deal. Greg also said that because we were running after the Super Bowl, it created a scrutiny from the network that was not normally present on our show.
Oh yeah.
Lots of notes, lots of opinions.
Sure. This is a big piece of real estate.
This will come up again later.
Mm-hmm.
Should I move us to fast fact number 3?
Yes.
All right. Fast fact number 3. Greg told us that because there would be so many new eyes on this episode, new viewers, that they had to figure out a storyline that would appeal to both current Office viewers and new ones. And they also had to find a way to kind of reintroduce everyone's characters so that new viewers could follow along. They really tried to stay away from existing storylines. So, for example, there's no movement or mention of the Angela, Andy, Dwight love triangle.
Right.
There's nothing about the company is struggling and there might be layoffs.
No, there's nothing very complicated. This is a very simple idea that can hook everybody.
Yes, but they especially had to figure out, how do we start this episode? How do we hook these new viewers and make them stay for the whole hour?
Right.
So Greg had this idea. What if an Office weirdo who wanted people to listen to his safety ideas actually caused a fire emergency? He was like, you don't have to know who's who. It has a lot of energy and a lot of physical comedy.
There you go. I mean, that is brilliant. Greg is brilliant because instantly you're hooked. Everyone has an Office like idiot that is going to like take matters in their own hands or something. I thought it was amazing.
Well, we will break down this epic cold open after the break, but I have one more thing to say.
Okay.
This is a bonus fast fact.
Okay.
Did you notice the main titles?
Of course I did.
Everybody is in them.
I know.
This is the first time that our main titles featured the entire cast. It was so cool.
We were so excited. We all cheered when we watched it. Oh my gosh, I remember my family too, because like everyone in my family who had never seen the show saw it because it was after the Super Bowl, and we were in the main titles. It was really exciting.
It was special.
It was special.
The whole thing was special. I mean, there are all these little milestones along the way as we're doing this rewatch and as we're looking back at our journey. I'm realizing all of these firsts, and I would have never imagined I'd be on a TV show that would run after the Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl is such a big deal. I remember commercial auditioning, and everyone wanted like a Super Bowl commercial spot. If we could just, I still am like, oh, come on. Yeah. Let me throw a Dorito at your head and you catch it in your mouth and it ricochets off the ceiling. Super Bowl ad. Like,
You heard it here, Doritos. Office ladies throw Doritos and catch them. We'll do it.
Jenna will do a cartwheel.
Wait.
She's very athletic.
What?
Oh,
Better start working on my cartwheels.
I guess so.
Well, ladies, should we take a break? And then when we come back, everyone, get ready.
Buckle in because we have an epic cold open with an epic cold open breakdown.
We do. It's going to be good.
All right, you guys, let's get right to it. First of all, you should know we reached out to a ton of people to share with us how they made this cold open happen.
It was fascinating, actually, finding out.
Parts, right?
We knew our part, right? But we're like, well, how did camera do it? How did they, like, so many things.
So many things to capture. So Randy Cordray, you guys know we love Randy. He told us they had several planning sessions, right? With all the department heads. We had our director, Jeff Blitz, cinematographer, Randall Einhorn. They had to walk through this whole dance that we did with the camera stunts, animal trainers, script supervisor, Veda, like tracking the continuity. And then our rock star first AD, Kelly Cantley, she then broke it down into smaller moments.
Dean Holland, our editor, who edited this sequence, he told me he was also brought in on those planning sessions. He said he got so much footage, but that it was actually really, really well organized and pretty easy to edit because they planned so well.
Oh, way to go, guys. Randy told us that we spent an entire day shooting this, one whole day. To be exact, it was Thursday, December 11th.
Oh, yeah.
And we had tons of safety meetings, all the safety stuff.
I remember we did not shoot this in order.
Right.
We shot it out of order, and some of that was for safety reasons.
Yeah.
Let's describe it, and then we'll go back and we will break it down piece by piece.
All
Here's
right.
your overview, everybody.
Here's your overview of the cold open. The first shot is Dwight opening his desk, and he sort of motions to the camera all sneaky, and he's got lighter fluid and what looks like to be a blowtorch. Yeah, so you know something's up, something Dwightish. He goes in the hallway, and he's kind of hiding out, and he's whispering to camera, and he starts, like, jamming the doors. He puts a key in, he hammers it shut, he puts his little wood wedges under, and yeah, blowtorches the door handle and starts his speech.
Yeah. He says that nobody paid attention to his fire safety seminar.
Mm-hmm.
He blames himself for using PowerPoint,
Right?
and that experience is the best teacher. So he will teach his coworkers proper fire emergency procedure the hard way.
And you guys, today cigarettes are going to save lives.
Yeah,
As he smokes a cigarette and then tosses it into a trash can, and immediately a fire starts.
but no one notices at first.
No one notices.
Smoke piling in under the door.
And everybody is just quietly working. And it's really frustrating, Dwight. So he's like, do you guys smell something? And Angela's so snarky. He's like, did you bring your jerky in today?
I know.
And then Pam notices it. But Jenna, Pam notices it the way I react in moments like this. Do you notice she didn't say fire? She was
Yes.
like, ah, ah, ah.
There's a, oh my, it's a, she freezes.
Yeah.
Michael starts yelling for everyone to stay effing calm. Dwight is kind of shouting proper safety procedures, but people are panicking. It's suddenly total chaos.
This is what it sounded like.
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. Procedure, everyone. What's the procedure? No! Wait. Everybody, calm down. No, Michael. No.
Exactly. Well, amid all the chaos, Angela gets a cat out of a file cabinet.
Yeah.
Oscar escapes up into the ceiling. I know you're going to have a lot to tell us about that.
Yeah.
And then Michael smashes a window in the conference room.
Kevin is going to make sure he's getting snacks during the fire. He's like busting up the vending machines. And then Dwight lights a bunch of firecrackers.
Yep.
To which Ed Helms, as Andy says, my favorite line in this cold open, which is, the fire is shooting at us.
Jim is like ramming the copy machine into a door. Finally, Dwight
pulls the fire alarm. Why? Because Stanley's having a heart attack. Exactly. Yes. It's insane. Yeah. The whole thing is insane. How did we do it? Well, we had amazing people. That's how we did it. We spoke to our cinematographer, Randall Einhorn, about how exactly they captured all these moments. We reached out to him. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, I worked really closely with Jeff Blitz and our AD, Kelly Kennedy, to coordinate how exactly we're going to shoot that, because there was a lot of moving parts, a lot of moving pieces. It didn't want to feel like it needed 50 cameras filming it. It always wants to feel like there's just 2 cameras filming it, and they're struggling to film it. So it was a lot to work out because there was so much going on. But because we're able to cut on some of the camera swishes, we're able to piece it together so it looked like it was one piece. Because as the camera's panning from one thing to another, if you're doing it right, you can make it look like you can create an edit point where you're panning from the end of one piece and you're panning into another at the beginning of another piece. Is really kind of how it's done. That's how we all pulled it all together, made it look like it was a one frantic take.
I have learned doing this rewatch how often we used that whip cut. It was our friend. Clearly, it's why this cold open happened. Lady, we got a ton of fan questions about this cold open, so why don't I go through them? Okay. We said at the top of the episode, Rain's doing all his mischief with the locking of the doors and setting the fire. We had a fan question from Jaden C. Was Dwight using a real blowtorch on those handles? It certainly looked like it. Why don't we let Rain Wilson tell us? Rain, what you got to say?
Yes, it was a real live blowtorch. It was not a CGI flame. They had a lot of safety officers there. A fire marshal is there and a special effects coordinator. And the handles actually did get very hot. Nowadays they'd probably do CGI and maybe even make the door handle a little red with the CGI. But that was all completely real.
I can't believe they gave him a real blowtorch. I mean, if you look back over the things they gave Rain that were real in episodes, they should have known going back to the Dundies when they gave him that operating keyboard. Like just what he did with the fart key. Don't give that guy real things. Don't give that guy real things. Well, yeah, so real blowtorch. What else? Well, we had another fan question. People wanted to know if Rain was really smoking. And Rohit R wanted to know if it was real smoke in the trash can. Here's what Rain had to say.
It was an actual cigarette that I smoked and lit, and I threw it in the garbage can with the paper, but I think they ran in the second the camera panned away and tossed in some water and put it out. And the fire that you see in the trash can is expertly created due to the magic of special effects. There are so many amazing details throughout the episode that Paul Lieberstein, I remember, guiding me through. I think he wrote it, but Paul was very instrumental in a lot of the details about how I smoked and how I casually tossed the cigarette, and he had it kind of visualized in his mind, how the wedges get hammered under the door and all the details, the hammer in my pocket and stuff like that. So the great Paul Lieberstein, aka Toby, really played a creative part throughout the entirety of The Office, and especially in this episode, in this cold open.
Wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know Paul was behind all those beats, all the staging of the fire moments. Yeah, me either. Also, Jenna, just on a side note, I've never had to smoke a cigarette in a movie or TV show, and it would be a disaster because I don't know how to smoke a cigarette, and it would be so clear. I wouldn't know how to be fakey smoky. Well, for all of our kind of techie nerds out there, Randy broke down for me exactly how they did make that fire in the trash can, that smoke. So Rain was right? They extinguished the fire that you saw, but then to create that smoke billowing in, that was created by a special effects team led by Ron Neri. And for the smoke, he used a water vapor generator with a minute concentration of glycol. And I guess the glycol is what keeps the water vapor hanging in the air a bit longer. Randy said it had no odor, and it was approved safe by both SAG and NBC Universal Safety Department. What is glycol? Oh no. You can Google it. Google it. What is it? Is it glycol? Okay, there's two glycols. Oh, there's propylene glycol. Okay, and then there's ethylene glycol. Was one a good guy and one's not great? I guess kind of. I think the ethylene glycol is the stuff that's in like antifreeze, and it has like a sweet taste. That's what it's poisonous, right? You don't want your dog to lick it. Right. They're always saying don't lick your antifreeze. They're always saying that to dogs. The dogs are like,
Dogs
we
and
don't
cats.
understand you.
No, cats love it too. You got to be careful.
Now, propylene glycol is a substance that's commonly used as a food additive. It's in a lot of cosmetic and hygiene products, including, I think, some toothpastes.
Oh, so that's the one we used.
I mean, I guess so.
Well, I think
One of the glycols can also be used as some sort of a fiber. I don't think we have time to, in the moment, deep dive glycol, but we were curious. So I'm assuming that since SAG and NBC Universal said it was safe, then we used the safe one.
we used the safe one. Look at us, we're fine.
We're here. Next fan question is from Mikey S. Did Steve improvise when he said stay effing calm? No. A little bit, though.
Well, that's Steve, right? I mean, he got everything scripted, but sometimes he was zhuzh in the moment.
Here's what it said in the script. Oh God, it's happening. Let me through. Let me through. Stay calm. Stay calm. Stay effing calm. And then Michael violently pushes his way through to the front. I think we did it. I mean, very accurately. We have more fan questions. Angela, Jaden C wants to know how many times did Michael throw the projector into the window?
Well, he starts with the chair, right?
That's right. It does not break. And Randy said that for that, we used a plane of plexiglass.
Because they didn't want it to break. They wanted his first attempt not to go well.
Yes. Then they replaced the plexiglass with breakaway glass, and it shatters very realistically, but it never shatters in a sharp or dangerous way. I have a little fun fact for you. In the olden days of Hollywood, this was known as candy glass.
I know that, Jenna, because I got a tour of an old Western set with my dad, and they were like, all those windows that guys get thrown out the bars in the saloon, that was candy.
Candy! You could eat it. I guess nowadays they don't make it out of candy, but Randy said old schoolers still call it candy glass, even though now it's called breakaway glass.
Okay.
And Randy also told us, Jaden, in answer to your question, they got it in one take. One throw of the projector broke the breakaway glass.
There you go.
Jaden would also like to know how many times did Kevin break the vending machine? I reached out to Brian Baumgartner. He said he thought it took about 2 to 3 takes. They used that same breakaway glass. He said it broke every time, but they had to do it a few extra times just to get a certain camera movement right. You know, they were doing the whip cuts.
Right. To make it look frantic.
Right. Now, next up, lady, I thought we should discuss this moment that no one wrote in about, but that was so epic.
I can't believe no one wrote in about it. I know exactly the moment you're talking about because it was such a big deal to all of us on set. And maybe people don't realize that because of what a badass Chris Workman is.
So what we're talking about is the moment when, led by Kevin, the Dunder Mifflin employees are running through the kitchen and take down our camera operator, Randall Einhorn. Guys, this was a total mistake.
Yeah, we were like, oh my God, Randall's down! But only for a few seconds.
We reached out to Randall because we had to hear this story from his perspective.
When Brian mowed him down.
I remember when I was running backwards through the break room, and Brian Baumgartner, who plays Kevin, was running at me because he's frantically trying to get out of there. And he just kept running on me, and gaining on me, and I'm running backwards with the camera, and he just got so close that I think he hit me, and I hit the ground. I went down, but my camera says Chris Workman, who's a really strong guy, just caught me with one arm, caught me and the camera with one arm, and put me back on my feet. And I'm like a 200-pound guy. The camera's nearly 40 pounds. And Chris just lifted me up. I didn't even know if I hit the ground. But that shot of me going down and getting back up actually made the show. So thank you, Chris Workman, for picking me up. And thank you, Brian Baumgartner, for running into me and making such a cool shot.
Well, Angela, I felt like we also needed to hear from Brian Baumgartner about this moment. The mower and the mode. Exactly. We needed a point counterpoint.
Well, thank you, Randall. I wanted to make fun of you for getting the story wrong, but you complimented me and got the story 100% right. I mean, look, I had people running behind me, okay? So I had to run over whatever was in front of me, or I would have gotten run over myself. But actually, come to think of it, it's the first time that anyone has ever told me that I've outrun anyone. I mean, you were running backwards carrying a camera, but yeah, I had to put you down. And look, the thing I remember is, yes, you went all the way to your back, as I recall. And for me, out of the corner of my eye, it looked like Chris Workman, one hand picked you up, put you back on the feet, and like the pro that you are, well, you just kept filming. I'm so happy that it made it into the cut, and it's one of my favorite episodes. It aired after the Super Bowl, obviously, and that was a big deal for me. And yeah, one of our funniest cold opens for sure.
Well, lady, I just remember that moment so vividly because I do remember Randall is down. What do we do?
And then Randall is up.
And I guess we continue. But it was amazing to me. And that's the only time it happened. And that's the take we used.
Chris Workman, man, he is a machine.
All right, now I think we need to discuss the thing that we got the most mail about.
Oh, yeah?
Save Bandit.
Save Bandit!
Now, Save Bandit was the last thing on our call sheet for the day. All the rest of us had gone home. I know they did this because it was so complicated. They wanted you to have the set to yourself. I was not there. Angela, please tell us, how did you pull this off?
Okay, so here's the thing, guys. We had to have a lot of rehearsals. You should know, on the day when there was a lot of the chaos and we were all running around, I was there, but the cat didn't work those moments, okay? Yeah, the cat did have to work one moment, Jenna, with all of us, where I open the drawer and you reveal. Yeah. You guys are all in the background for that moment. And I had to actually pick the cat up and walk over to where I would have tossed it. And that was it. That's all I had to do with the cat, with the group there. Jenna, this cat was massive.
It looks big.
I'm like, did you cast the biggest cat they had? Did you see the big one in the corner and say, we want that, dude? Just taking it out of the drawer with the chaos, not even doing anything with it, just picking it up and taking it to my spot. The cat was like, I'm out of here. So I was really glad when we actually filmed the stunt part that you guys were all gone.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
Less activity for the cat to deal with.
The cat was already like, where am I? What's going on? All right, so a lot of things went in to make this happen, and I'm going to share with you some stuff that Randy Cordray and Jeff Blitz shared with me, but then I'm going to tell you my personal memories. So I guess in the script, there were a few alts about how the cat got in the ceiling. Mm-hmm. Jeff Blitz fought really hard to have the moment where the cat goes up in the ceiling and then out a different part of the ceiling. Yes, that was the thing he fought for. He said to do this, though, it would involve a pair of matching cats and two trainers in the ceiling, one to catch Bandit 1 and one to drop Bandit 2 through a different ceiling panel.
So the idea originally was that you would go on a search for twin cats. Identical looking cats.
Yes. And Randy said that we worked with an excellent animal training company out of Sylmar, California. Their name is Bob Dunn's Animal Services. And our specific cat trainer for this stunt and many more episodes was Denise Sanders. She was fantastic. I love Denise. And Randy would want you guys to know that we took the safety of not only the humans on set, but also the animals. We took it very seriously.
Well, that was Randy. Randy is a real animal lover, and he advocated for all of us.
Fur babies and real people. Okay. So, Jenna, my memory is we had 2 rehearsal days for this stunt.
Wow.
Yeah. one was just like a preliminary blocking, but then the second one was like, okay, we have to practice this as if we're doing it. In our biggest rehearsal, it was me, Jeff Blitz, Randy Cordray, Greg Daniels. I think some of the writers were there. I think Dean might have been there, our editor. Everyone that was going to be involved in this moment, Oscar, the trainer up in the ceiling. There was a lot of people actually for this rehearsal. And if I missed some of you guys, there was more people than you would imagine. I had a stunt woman named Katina Waters because they actually didn't want me tossing the cat up in the ceiling, right? They wanted a professional animal wrangler stunt person.
Yeah,
Because
that makes sense.
right? What if I got it wrong? Right. I'm not a professional animal wrangler.
You're
stunt
not a
person.
professional animal thrower?
I am not. But as we started blocking the moments of the scene, the cat wrangler, Denise, was like, you guys, we can't toss a cat up in the ceiling. You know, we can't toss it up. We can't toss it out. There is no tossing of cats, guys, because not that it will harm the cat. This isn't a very high distance or anything like that.
It won't physically harm them.
It won't physically harm the cat. And then she used this phrase, Jenna, that was like a scratch on the record player. She said, because it will blow out the cat. And this is clearly a cat wrangler term. It will blow out the cat. We all of us went, huh? Blow out the cat? And then Greg goes, because Greg's such an inquisitive minded person. He's like, I'm sorry, what does that mean to blow out the cat?
Yeah.
And she said, it will ruin its career.
Now, is that because just the stress of performing that stunt would make it so that the cat wouldn't be able to maybe go to work again? Like the cat would be okay physically, but it would be stressful and they couldn't be sure that it would be a trainable cat in the future.
Right.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, that's exactly what we all heard, which is the cat will physically be fine, but you might make it so it's afraid and we won't be able to train it.
Got it.
Right?
Okay.
Right?
So it could live out its life as someone's pet, but it's not going to be a working cat anymore.
Not a stunt cat anymore.
Okay. But this is her job, right? Like this cat working, this is her livelihood.
Right. And so Greg, like as a problem solver, he was like, well, what would it cost to retire the cat? Could we pay you and retire the cat? And that way you don't lose your income in this cat.
Uh-huh.
She didn't want to retire the cat. This is a very high earning cat. This is a very good cat.
It's the largest cat they
It's
have.
the largest stunt cat.
Clearly the largest physically and the largest monetary.
Stunt cat. So they came up with this idea. They made it work. This is what the animal trainer said that they could do. We would toss up into the ceiling a fake cat. Okay?
Okay.
Yes, a fake cat. And then up in the rafters of the ceiling would be a trainer that would then gently be holding a real cat and release it onto my desk, which was just a few feet below.
Okay, I think I got it. Tossing cat up, blows out
fake-
cat.
Tossing cat up, blows out cat. Can't throw a cat.
Dropping cat,
Onto its feet. just a
Totally
few feet,
fine.
Totally fine.
you know what I have to say? Sunny Cat actually enjoys a good toss. Sometimes I'm doing laundry on the bed and he'll come up and he likes it when I give him a big hoist onto the pile of laundry. And then he'll jump down and I'll do it again.
Sonny, you could have been banded.
Sonny could have been banded. He's like, I'll do it. I'll do the toss.
Yes, Sonny should have been banded. Well, here's the deal. Randy even went to extra measures to make sure the cat would be fine when they were going to drop it on my desk. He and the animal trainers and our stunt guy, Eric Sulke, they came up with this huge inflatable safety airbag that would decelerate and gently catch the falling cat. It was described as like falling into feathers. And we did some practice runs and the trainers signed off on it. It was fine. The cat wasn't traumatized at all. They hid this airbag in the corner of my accounting desk with like papers and stuff, but there was a cat airbag on my desk, okay? And the ceiling panel had breakaway foam rubber, all right? So it was all very cushy. But now,
I just want to say they did all of this and then gave Rain a real blowtorch.
I know. They had an inflatable airbag cushion for this enormous cat. But now, Jenna, enter in the people that make fake animals.
I'm scared.
I found them fascinating. So, like, you know, if you have a show like CSI and there's a dead body,
Yeah.
these are your people. They make fake humans, they make fake animals. Jenna, they had to meticulously match the exact cat that we were tossing in the ceiling, and it was a rush job. Randy said this fake cat cost $12,000.
Oh my God.
I know, and I want you to know that thing was one of the scariest things I've ever seen, held, or touched. First of all, it had these yellow eyes that would just look at you, and then the fur felt real. But when you picked it up, it was gelatinous, so it like flopped, like as you held it.
Oh my
Like
God.
imagine like flopping a towel over your arm, a big thick towel. It was like smushy. It was frightening. We started kind of pranking with it. Like I set it on Oscar's desk and he walked up and he was like, oh God. I had to like start covering its face with a piece of paper because the thing was so creepy to look at.
Where is it now?
I don't know. NBC owns it somewhere, right? They paid for it. By the way, this is just the cat stuff. We haven't even gotten to the fact that Oscar has a whole bit he has to do.
Oh yeah.
Right? So when we actually got to the day to shoot the stunt, I go over to the drawer, I pull out the cat. Now they said my dialogue and everything, I still had to be yelling. Okay? So I open the drawer and you'll hear in the take I say to the cat, it's okay. Like I'm trying to like be like, I'm not a bad person. I lift up this enormous cat and then I have to go to my spot where Oscar's going in the roof, and they wanted so they could do that swishy cut.
Yeah.
They wanted me to take the cat, I'm holding it to my chest. They wanted me to swing the cat back behind me and then swing it up over my head and stop.
This is the real cat.
The real cat.
Okay.
The real cat gets the swinging motion.
Swinging okay.
Swinging okay.
Swinging approved.
Swinging approved. While I'm yelling, I only weigh 82 pounds! Right?
I'm sure the cat loved that. You know what cats love? Screaming.
And swinging.
Yeah.
This cat probably weighed 20 pounds. I'm not exaggerating at all. It was enormous. Just the swinging and getting it to my stopping point, it was like, I was like, oh God. And then I stop and I hold it in the air. Freeze. Then they yell cut, and in comes my stunt woman in the same outfit. She takes real cat. She holds it in the air. I step away because what she's going to do with the cat, Jenna, is kind of do the second motion where it appears like she's tossing, but she doesn't toss the cat.
Okay.
But she kind of gives it a little air, but not a lot of air.
And this was like, they don't want you to get all scratched up. She knows how to give like a little.
Yeah, they had to give the idea of the motion.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
More than my swing.
Got it.
Okay. And then, of course, we had to get a take where I had to take Fakey Cat and do the same motion as the stunt woman. I had to watch her and toss Fakey Cat in the ceiling. Right?
Yes.
They pieced all of that together. So, Jenna, I had talked to Jeff Blitz about this moment a while back because I distinctly remember when we filmed it, 2 cats coming out of the ceiling instead of 1.
How did 2 cats come out?
That's my memory. And I was like, wait, am I crazy? And I talked to Dean Holland, who edited it. I was like, Dean, did you have to CGI out 1 cat? Because I know 2 cats came down. I remember seeing 2 cats. He was like, no. And so I talked to Jeff Blitz, and he goes, yes, Angela, 2 cats came down. I was like, what? He said, on the take we used, the trainer that was supposed to catch the Fakey Cat missed. Oh. And so then, on action, Fakey Cat came out the other side and real cat.
Oh my gosh.
2 cats hit the desk. And Jeff said, luckily, the way the camera was positioned, it only caught 1 cat. And I think it's the real cat when you watch, because
It looks like a real cat comes
yeah, because
down.
it hits and it kind of runs off.
Yeah.
Whereas Fakey Cat just would have gone plop.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So there you go. 1 cat went up, 2 cats came down, but we got the shot. It took all those people and all that maneuvering, but it made it in the episode.
Angela, that is amazing. I did not know all the details of that story. I was on the edge of my seat. I absolutely loved that.
You guys, the crazy thing is it took me that long to tell that story, but it happened in 5 seconds.
Oh my God.
When we actually filmed it, it was so quick. So it was like me, drawer, cat, swing, step out, someone, Fakey Cat. Oh my God, 2 cats react to 1.
Well, you mentioned that there was something else going on during all this, which was Oscar going in and out of the ceiling. Yes, that was a whole other ordeal. Randy told us that that part of the stunt of getting Oscar up into the ceiling was the other most challenging part of the stunt because there was nothing to climb in the way that our set was built. Like the actual lightweight drop ceiling, it was suspended from cables. Yeah, very thin rigging wire. It was fakey ceiling, guys, because our set was inside a humongous soundstage. Yeah. So actually above the Dunder Mifflin offices was just air. If you walked outside, you could look up and just see these wires holding fakey ceiling. Yeah. So he said in the weeks prior to filming this, our production designer Michael Gallenberg and construction coordinator Tim James had to completely re-engineer the ceiling. They had to like build rafters basically that we didn't have, right? Yeah, and it had to be enough to support not just Oscar, but all of the stunt personnel. He said on the day there were 2 stunt coordinators, the animal people, Oscar stunt double, and an NBC Universal Safety Coordinator all up in the ceiling. Can you imagine that guy's day at work? I can't. Like, he's not normally with us. He's just up in our ceiling now. I can tell you that I had to look up into the ceiling and it looked crowded. I get why someone might have missed a cat as it flew up there. Well, we got a fan question from Alex M. Did Oscar really fall through the ceiling? Yes. Well, yes and no, right? We pulled it off using both Oscar and a stunt double, right, Ange? Yeah. So I reached out to Oscar and I was like, Oscar, you got to tell us everything about the ceiling. I guess he gets asked this a lot. And he sent in this audio clip.
I had a stuntman. I had a Moroccan. He was I think he was from Morocco. He was from Cirque du Soleil. He was a little shorter than me, and he was a stuntman. And I think he was jumping out from the hole and doing wonderful tumbles when he hit the ground. Half of it he did the really hard part. It was a very funny scene, very complicated. One of the shots, I made Steve laugh because one of the ways that I was coming down from the roof, on one of them, they had a bar up there. I get lowered slowly through the hole. And that was a funny way to come down. And when I made eye contact with Steve, just hanging there with a straight face, of course, he laughed. And then they figured out another way to bring me down, which was the leap down. But first, I would just, like, one of the things we tried was just, like, being lowered down from the thing. Which didn't make sense, but it was very funny.
Do you remember that? I remember it. I do too. It was very weirdly matrixy. It was, and Oscar was slowly, like very slowly. What was that Tom Cruise movie where he slowly lowered himself down? Mission Impossible. It was like that. Oscar was like slowly coming out of the ceiling. It looked crazy. And Oscar, of course, did not break because he never broke. But we and all the rest of us were like, we can't possibly continue this if that's physically possible. And if Steve broke, you know it looked ridiculous. Well, let me break it down for you for anyone who wants to follow along. At 2 minutes 38 seconds, the real Oscar is standing on his desk and he pushes up the ceiling tile. At 2 minutes 43 seconds, for that beat of Oscar actually jumping up and pulling himself into the ceiling, that's his stunt double. You'll notice you don't see his face. His double's name was Aladdin Namu, and to pull this off, I guess Aladdin had to wear a safety harness underneath his Oscar wardrobe, and it had this cable that went up through his harness to a pulley that was manned by 2 guys in the ceiling. And after he would jump, these guys would like hoist him up using this pulley. You gotta trust the guys in the ceiling, don't you? Then at 2 minutes 48 seconds, we see the real Oscar again. He's up there in the scaffold looking down. He was also secured by a harness and a cable, just to make sure. Finally, at 3 minutes 33 seconds, Oscar appears to break through another ceiling panel over by the kitchen near Creed's desk. That's his stunt double's legs kicking. Creed's reaction was so hilarious to me. Sorry, go on. But at 4 minutes, 6 seconds, that is when the stunt team dropped real Oscar to the floor. So many beats of the scene. So many. We haven't even talked about Stanley's heart attack. Oh my gosh. At the end of all of this, he's on the ground, and Michael is like telling him he can't die. He's shoving a wallet in his mouth. Yeah, Michael's yelling, Barack Obama's president. You can't die, Stanley. We got a fan question from Megan G. Leslie David Baker spoke at my college and said that the scene where Michael puts the wallet in his mouth was improvised. Is this true? Lady, I looked it up in the script. It is not there. It ended with him saying, you can't die, Barack Obama is president. That wallet bit was on the day. Oh my gosh. Well, I have a fan question that made me chuckle, Jenna. Emma N wrote in and said, Meredith has these kind of dirty ? Brown boots she's carrying at around 1 minute 49 seconds and throughout some of the cold open. Was there any deleted scene or explanation about this? Oh, well, Emma, you got me curious. I went to your time code. You are not wrong. I took a photo. Look, Jenna, I'll put it in stories. What is that? I looked at this photo and I was like, Emma, I recognize these boots. I would bet money that those are Kate's Ugg boots that wardrobe gave us to keep under our desk when we were so cold. They're not Meredith's boots. So I texted Kate. I said, Kate, in stress relief when Dwight almost burns down the building, did you grab your actual Ugg boots from under your desk? Fans are asking. And I sent her the picture and she wrote back, ha ha ha, I did. So the direction we were given was clearly everyone's panicking and they're grabbing their things that want to get out of the building. And she said, I grabbed my Ugg boots. They are actually not dirty. They're a dusty pink. Oh, so there you go, Emma. Nice catch. Lady, I think we should take a break. That's the cold open. That's just the cold open. We still have this whole episode to break down, and there is so much more to talk about. All right, we'll be back. All right, we are back. Dwight and Michael are at a meeting in corporate because, Dwight almost burned the building down and Stanley had a heart attack. So they're having to meet with David Wallace and Kendall from HR.
Yes, Kendall. Guest star alert. Kendall was played by John Hartman. Now, we've heard of Kendall before. He was mentioned in previous episodes, and we heard his voice, remember, when he yelled at Holly.
Oh, yeah.
So John Hartman did the voice. And now here he is. He's at the table.
He was so good.
You know that bit where they do the little runner where, like, take heed? He did.
Did you look it up to see if it was scripted?
I did because Sonia Y wanted to know.
Sonia, so did I.
It was scripted.
It was scripted until the very last Michael, he did again.
Yes. They kind of added to the bit.
Steve added to the bit at the very end, but everything else is scripted. I actually texted that couplet of dialogue to Paul Lieberstein. I said, this is perfection. You were so funny. And then Steve at the very end added one more, and I can see Rain trying not to break. He actually has to look down at the table.
Yeah.
There's two things I have to point out also in this scene. First of all, in this dialogue, Dwight's like, imagine my frustration as safety officer that they're not listening. Excuse me? Angela Martin was the safety officer in basketball. She couldn't find the first aid kit because Dwight had moved it, and she said, how many times do I have to tell you? I'm the safety officer. It was like their first little spat.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's happened. Dwight clearly has not let this go, and he thinks he's the safety officer.
Well, he's not the safety officer anymore.
No, he's not, because Michael's going to be the safety man. That's what he calls it. He calls it the safety man. I have one other thing I have to point out, because it made me laugh so hard, Jenna. I rewound this and watched this beat 3 times. When Michael gets up and walks out and looks out at the city, and then he comes and sits down next to Kendall. He scooches Kendall over and he says, can you shove it down, please? Shove it down, please.
I didn't catch that.
It's so funny. That is not in the script. Shove it down, please. It's not in the script. And the way that John and Andy Buckley just rolled with all of those little moments, oh, they're so good.
Well, when they get back to Dunder Mifflin, Stanley is coming back into the office. Michael's like, shh, quiet, quiet, quiet. No loud noises. Yeah. No surprises. Yeah.
Stanley has a talking head where he explains that in the past he has been very abrupt with people, but the doctor said he needs to find a more positive way to relate to people or he will die. Well, you notice in that talking head there was a montage of moments of Stanley being abrupt with people. Yeah, of him losing his cool. A montage like this was very unusual for our show. It was added to help give more context to the character of Stanley for all of those post-Super Bowl viewers. I was going to say, because a documentary doesn't do a montage. Not normally. Not normally. But when you're after the Super Bowl, you do. You do. Another beat of the scene that didn't make it in, it's in the deleted scenes, it really made me laugh, Jenna, is that Michael, wants everyone to help Stanley. He's urging them. So here is how that manifests. Andy makes Stanley a mix CD of Enya songs. Oh. Stanley's like, thanks. Michael assigns Kevin to be his bathroom buddy. Okay. As Kevin says, in case you have a heart attack on the crapper. Okay. And Stanley's like, I can go to the bathroom by myself. Thank you. Phyllis just looks at him and can't stop smiling. And she has a really sweet talking head where she says she's known Stanley Hudson a long time, and the way he breathes, his sort of loud breathing, is soothing to her. It's really cute. So you have that Phyllis moment. And then Michael says, don't worry, Stanley, I got you a portable defibrillator. And then tries to go put it on him, and everyone's like, no. Oh my gosh, I remember shooting that. Yes, and then Michael thinks it's funny and wants to hook everyone up to it. They're like, defibrillate. Yes, you say that. Defibrillate everybody. And then Kevin gets the defibrillator and as a joke puts it on Meredith's seat. Meredith sits on it and doesn't even notice it, but all of her hair goes up in the air. And that's another stunt we had to do. They had to make Kate Flannery's hair rise up with static. Wow. Didn't make it in, but it was pretty funny. Michael is determined to make sure that we all know what to do should Stanley ever have another heart attack. He's asked us all to come into the conference room for a CPR class. Yes. A class he wishes he was running, but apparently you have to have an actual CPR trainer or else you don't get the dummy. Yeah, the Red Cross won't give you the dummy doll unless you have an actually trained CPR instructor. We got a fan question. Okay, from Stephanie H. I love this question. Who played Rose, the CPR instructor, and why is she so perfect? She is absolutely amazing. Her name is Robin Lynch. She is an actress. I believed she was a CPR trainer. I reached out to Allison Jones, and she said she found Robin through just a general casting call, and that Robin was by far the best person that they saw for the role. She just plays it so perfectly straight. She's there to teach CPR. This office goes off the rails, and she just tries to stay the course. I did slide into her DMs on Insta. Yeah, Robin, we tried to get a hold of you. We wanted to chat with you, Robin. If you ever see our message, let us know. We'll chat you up in a revisited. Should we talk about all the things that go wrong in this CPR class? Yeah. There are many. There are many. First of all, it starts with Kevin. Kevin gives out at 20 seconds. He's like, I'm calling it. Yeah. And then Rose is like, does anyone else want to turn? And Dwight says, absolutely, he would not. And as the camera is pulling back away from Dwight to reveal the room, Jenna, at 9 minutes, 50 seconds, I am whispering to someone off camera, no. What are you talking about? What are you saying? I'm not looking at Rose. I'm looking at someone off camera. I don't know who I'm talking to. Wait, let me ask you this question. What? Could you be saying no to the other camera? I think so, maybe, but it looks really weird, and I filmed it, and I'm going to show it to you. And I'll put this in stories, but first I'm going to show my BFF, guys. Okay, ready? Hit play. See that? Lady, what are you doing? I don't know, but I'm very pointedly saying no. And look at my face. No. I I don't know if that's an improv you're doing, if you're doing it to camera.
I think it's an improv that I'm doing to Matt's own B camera.
Yeah.
Angela in Deleted Scenes had a talking head where she's like, I am not putting my mouth on that thing. Who knows whose mouth has been on it? So I think I was sort of improvising off that talking head. But it looks really random if you catch it.
It's a very, very good catch, lady. Well, Stanley's going to give it a go because for some reason Michael thinks Stanley should learn how to resuscitate himself.
We might not always be there.
Right.
And then, of course, in true Michael fashion, he takes over the meeting, right? He's going to tell them how to do CPR now.
Right.
And they're doing it all wrong. Rose says, listen, guys, you need 100 beats per minute. And she suggests they pump to the tune of Staying Alive by the Bee Gees.
Mm-hmm. At first, Michael confuses this with I Will Survive.
Mm-hmm.
But then Rose starts singing Staying Alive, you know, staying alive, staying alive. Then Andy starts singing Staying Alive. Kelly starts dancing. It turns into a dance party.
I actually have the clip if you want to hear it.
Let's hear it.
Staying alive, staying alive. Staying alive, staying alive.
You can't tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a woman's man, no time to talk. Words it loud, really warm, been kicking around since I was born. It's alright, it's okay, you can look the other way. You don't know
Staying alive.
I mean, poor Rose. We had a fan question from Megan D in Scotland. Was any of the scene with the Red Cross lady improvised, such as Kelly's dancing or Andy's singing? No, guys, this whole thing, all the singing and the dancing, it was all scripted, and we followed this scene pretty much as written.
Brilliantly written.
I found out who pitched this idea.
Oh, I know. Tell them.
It is Jen Salata.
Yes.
This whole staying alive CPR idea came from her. She said that she had heard it was true. She looked it up and cross-checked it. She said she cross-checked it again because she didn't want to put it on TV unless it was true. And then she shared with me that before The Office, she had been a writer's assistant on Home Improvement. And that the writers had done an episode where the Jonathan Taylor Thomas character found a lump on his throat. And it turned out that it was a thyroid issue in the episode, right? And Jen said that she was later in charge of opening the mail, and they got letters from all of these families that said after watching that episode, it helped save their lives. Because their children had had a thyroid lump, and because of the episode, they got it checked out. And guys, since this stress relief episode aired, people have used this CPR technique to save lives.
They have. Jen shared with us that she heard about a guy pulling a woman out of a car and doing CPR to the tune of Staying Alive because of this episode. I looked it up. It's true. There's many articles. I'm going to start with this one. Okay, in January of 2019, Rolling Stones ran this story. A scene from The Office that dealt with first aid technique is credited to helping save a life after an Arizona man, despite having no CPR training, managed to resuscitate a woman in medical distress. His name, interestingly enough, is Cross Scott. Whoa! Yeah, his last name is Scott. So, he found an unconscious woman behind the wheel of her car that was rolling down a dirt road.
Wow.
He smashed the window, got her out, and then he's quoted as saying, I've never prepared myself for CPR in my life. I had no idea what I was doing. Thankfully, Scott had seen the episode of The Office that dealt with CPR training and knew to do chest compressions to the cadence of Staying Alive. They reached out to Courtney Slaniker, executive director of the Red Cross Southern Arizona chapter, and she told the Daily Star that if you don't do CPR, the victim will die. Don't be afraid to act. Whatever you do will help that victim and hopefully prevent a death. And Courtney confirmed that Staying Alive is in fact the correct rhythm for chest compressions. Wow, Jen Salata, you got it right.
Wow.
There's so many guys, but just recently in January of this year, the Today Show shared a story about a 4-year-old girl who collapsed while playing tag and her dad, Matt Uber, found her and started chest compressions, again, to the tune of staying alive. And he's quoted as saying, "When I was trying to think about what to do about CPR, my mind literally went to that episode of The Office where they are doing CPR training and doing the compressions to the beat of Staying Alive."
I mean, that just got me choked up to imagine that father in that moment.
I
And then
know.
he had something, anything he could do.
I know. And there's more. I know there's more stories, but those two were two that stood out to me.
Amazing.
And one of the things that, after reading some of these stories, Jenna, that people share is that how important knowing CPR is, and that we should all learn CPR. Yes, we have the staying alive, so you know the beats, but that we should all learn our CPR safety because it really can save a life.
I know that when we had our son, our first child, Lee and I both did an infant CPR training.
Same.
But we should do a refresher.
Yeah. Well, it's not over for Rose. She's not out of the woods yet. Things are about to get even crazier.
Yeah, she announces that we failed to save the life of our CPR dummy. Dwight suggests that the next course of action would be to harvest the organs for organ donation.
And then he, of course, grabs the giant knife that is strapped to his cattle.
Yeah, and he hacks into the dummy's chest.
Yeah, and we all freak out.
Yeah, we freak out because then he cuts off the dummy's face
And puts it on his face.
like Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah.
We had some fan mail about it. People would like to know how many CPR dummies were used in this episode. Well, I asked Randy.
I know for sure Rain really did cut into it because we watched him do it.
Randy said we used 3 CPR mannequins in total. Now, in a minute, David Wallace is going to say that they cost $3,500 each, but Randy said that was a little exaggerated. He said there are some top-end dummies that come with very sophisticated features like articulating heads and heartbeat simulators. Those cost at the time around $1,000 each, but we used one that cost about $750 each.
Okay.
But listen, Dwight is in trouble again. He has to go back to corporate and he has to discuss his mutilation of the CPR dummy.
I really can't believe the guy is still employed.
I know.
Now he has this huge task where he has to go make this very public apology to his coworkers, and they have to sign that they received his apology.
Yes, that's going to be now Dwight's task. Meanwhile, we've got this very interesting, somewhat odd other storyline that's going to come up.
It really seems like it comes out of nowhere. It's in the break room. Andy, I guess, is really good at pirating movies, so you can see them before they come out. And Jim and Pam are going to watch this movie with Andy on his laptop.
Yes, we got a lot of fan mail about this pirated movie scene. Hannah E., Abby S., and Beth S. said, "I am absolutely obsessed with the strange mini movie Andy watches with Jack Black and several other big names. How did this subplot come about?"
Does it rhyme with Schmooper Bowl?
It does. It does. Remember when I said there was that extra scrutiny? Well, one of the things that the network was very insistent about was that this episode had big name guest stars.
So they could flash it about.
Yeah.
Jack Black, Jessica Alba.
Yes. There was a lot of comparison to when other shows had run after the Super Bowl, like Friends, who had featured big guest stars. But Greg and the rest of our writers were very against this. Especially against it was Allison Jones, our casting director. They all felt that to have like a big name guest star walk into the office pretending to play a character at a small paper company would just totally shatter the reality of the documentary premise of our show. We would get all these new eyes on the episode maybe, but the conceit of our show is that it's a documentary.
That's right.
You can't have Jack Black come in and pretend to be a salesman.
Exactly. But you can years later have James Spader play Robert California.
And have Idris Elba come in and all these other
Timothy
people.
Oliphant and Kathy Bates. Okay, but for now,
For now, our integrity is intact, okay? And Greg came up with this idea, this fix, that would not infect the reality of the show. And that was where the idea for Pam, Jim, and Andy to watch this pirated movie. And I guess Terry Weinberg, who was one of our original executive producers, was now working as the executive vice president of NBC Entertainment. And Greg said that she was really instrumental in fighting like the kind of top brass at NBC to agree to this fix. They did. Jack Black was the first person to commit. He was all in. He loved our show. Cloris Leachman,
Amazing, by the way.
amazing. She heard a pitch on what the story would be, and she was like, yes, I am in. And then finally, we got Jessica Alba.
So the movie is called Mrs. Albert Hannity, and Jack Black is playing Sam, Cloris Leachman is playing Lily, aka Nana, and Jessica Alba plays Sophie. Sort of a romantic love triangle story.
Yeah, Jack Black is dating or engaged to Jessica Alba's character, and she's introducing him to her grandmother. And there's an instant connection. I mean, they go to shake hands, and music starts playing.
Yeah, there's some electricity there. Well, I want you to know there were some alt ideas for this parody movie, Jenna.
Oh.
And I went back to the table read draft, not the shooting draft, just to see what it said in the table read. In the table read draft, the movie was going to be called Hang Glider Cop. What? And Jack Black would be a cop named Tanner. That's kind of a rogue cop, and he gets, as punishment, sent over to the hang gliding division.
Okay.
And now he's going to be a hang gliding cop.
A wacky comedy.
They're like a cop comedy.
Okay.
They didn't go with that one. Probably getting a hang glider was too much of a project.
Gosh, I'd love to see that movie.
Hang glider cop.
Jack Black, are you listening?
Mm-hmm. HG division.
We got more fan questions about this. Livian G, Norit F, and Maddie L said, did we get to meet Jack Black, Cloris Leachman, or Jessica Alba? No.
We did not work the same days they worked.
They filmed all of their stuff in one day at a private residence in West LA. The rest of us all had the day off. They didn't even come to our base camp.
No, they were at a house.
I looked it up on the call sheet. They started really early that day. On the call sheet, it said breakfast would be ready for the crew at 4:42 a.m. in a nearby park.
Oof, they had to get everything in one day.
Yeah, the actors all arrived really early. They did their hair, makeup, and wardrobe fittings all in the morning. And then they were finally allowed to go into the neighborhood where the house was located at 7 a.m. So they had vans that took everyone from this park base camp over to the location. And that's where they filmed it. So we never met.
So while they're watching Mrs. Albert Hannity, we start seeing Pam getting all these text messages. And we learn this storyline that Pam's parents are in a rough patch.
Yes, and that Pam's dad is bunking with Jim and Pam.
It is really funny, though, that Jim and Pam are having these little sidebar relationship conversations, and Andy thinks it's about the movie.
Yeah.
Andy thinks you guys are just like geniuses at relationships, that you can just figure all this stuff out.
Well, something else I should mention, Angela, is that we were actually watching.
That's one of my questions for you. I was like, ask Jenna, were they actually watching the movie on the laptop?
So we were.
How could you not react to Cloris coming out of the tub? You had to be distracted on your phone. I was like, holy crap.
So they had shot this a long time ago. If you look at the call sheets for this episode, this bit of us in the conference room was not even on the schedule for these 9 days. We shot this another week later so that they could put together this mini movie, so that we could have some reactions. The first time they played them for us, we couldn't speak. We were riveted. We were like, what are we watching?
That was what I thought. I was like, how can Jim and Pam like not just be falling out of their chairs right now? And Andy's like, guys, they're making out. Like,
So what they did was they showed it to us, and then we watched a blank screen, but we knew what we were supposed to be reacting
you
to.
knew the beats of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then they inserted it into the screen. You know, if you notice, it's all over the shoulder.
Yeah.
Onto the thing.
I was very curious about that.
Yeah, it was bonkers.
Well, after all the texting with Pam's mom and dad, Pam says, Jim, can you talk to my dad? You're so good.
Yeah, maybe he'll open up to you.
Yeah.
This is not going to go the way Pam planned.
Yeah.
But that's for next week.
Well, before we close out this episode, Michael has decided to do yoga in the conference room
For relaxation.
It did really make me laugh when he was like, if you have your legs open, close them. No one needs to see that. Or whatever he said. Cracked me up.
It also really made me laugh when Jim says to Pam, "Don't open your eyes." She says, "Why?"
Oh, God. I don't know if you noticed, Dwight and Angela are laying side by side.
Oh.
Yeah, that's because there was a deleted scene where Dwight whispers to her, I will make love to you the way I used to if you will sign my apology letter. And she's like, no.
Wow. Well, during all of this, Stanley has a little heart monitor on, and it beeps whenever he gets stressed. Turns out every time Michael gets close to him, it starts beeping, and then when Michael walks away, it stops. So Michael has this very funny talking head where he says, it turns out that Dwight wasn't the killer after all. The killer was Michael. And he says, quote, "You never suspect you're the killer." It's a great twist.
Great twist. Oh my gosh, you guys, that was Stress Relief Part 1.
I know it.
We did it.
Next week is part 2. Boom, roasted. That's next week. Thank you to everyone who contributed to this episode. Thank you, Oscar, Randall, Rain, and Brian for sending in your audio clips. Guys, Rain and Brian both have podcasts. They are great. Rain is the host of Metaphysical Milkshake, and Brian is the host of The Office Deep Dive.
Yes, and also a huge thank you to Randy Cordray, Greg Daniels, Jeff Blitz, Jen Salata, Paul Lieberstein, Dean Holland, James Carey, oh my gosh, Kate Flannery. We reached out to so many people.
We always say thank you, but it's because we mean it. Really.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
And thank you for listening. We'll be back next week with part 2.
Have a good one.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
And then the third artificial intelligence is what we call technology singularity, which is where AI basically becomes more capable than human beings to evolve way beyond the human brain.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Welcome, welcome. It's stress relief, part 2.
Part 2.
Oh, is that? We're going to be very refined today.
Part dos.
Oh,
Third
and many
language,
more.
Indonesian. Part 2.
We are a classy show. This is season 5, episode 15, written by Paul Lieberstein, directed by Jeffrey Blitz. Let me give you a summary. Last week, if you remember, Dwight took matters into his own hands when his co-workers failed to pay attention to his fire safety seminar. He did a big fire drill.
He trapped us in a burning building.
He did. Stanley had a heart attack. Dwight was in hot water with corporate. We have that.
Right.
This week, Michael learned that he was the source of Stanley's stress, not Dwight, not the fire drill. And so he thinks the best thing to do is to throw a roast.
Like an old school roast,
By
right?
himself.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Where we all roast him
And
until
we're
jokes at his
laughing, yeah,
expense.
drinking, like Dean Martin.
Yeah, this is Friars Club. This is going to be his comic relief moment. Meanwhile, Jim is still embroiled in these marital issues that Pam's parents are having. Pam's dad has been staying with Jim and Pam, and Pam, at the end of the last episode, said, Jim, will you talk to my dad?
Oh,
Pam, find out what's going on.
that's the worst. Like, Pam, will you go talk to my parents?
Yeah,
I can't do it. You go do it.
I cannot imagine asking Lee to go talk to my parents about their marriage.
Oh, my Lord.
Could you imagine?
No.
That'd be so weird.
I know.
Incidentally, my dad's name is Jim.
Does the world know that? Because someone out there right now being like, what?
And my brother-in-law's name is Dwight.
Yes, do you guys know this?
And my niece's name is Macy.
And her best friend is named Angela.
What's going on? I think we mentioned this fact in an earlier podcast, but it is interesting.
All right.
Also, last week, I want to remind everyone that this episode played after the Super Bowl. It was a super big deal.
Mm-hmm. And the network wanted big name stars, and our show was like, hey, no, we don't do that. Not at this moment. And so we had this whole little movie playing out. So that's going on too.
Yeah, Jim and Pam and Andy are watching this pirated movie that stars Jack Black, Jessica Alba, and Cloris Leachman.
What happening?
I think we caught you up.
Yeah, you're caught up.
Fast fact number 1, Jeff Blitz won an Emmy for directing this episode,
Yeah,
and he deserves it.
he does.
This was complicated.
So Jeff Blitz has been on our show before. We love him.
I mean, I literally love Jeff Blitz.
I know.
I love him as a human being.
I
I
love
love him as a director.
Mhm.
I would also like you to know that our editors, Dean Holland and Dave Rogers, were also nominated for an Emmy for this episode.
They deserve it.
Dean edited the first half of the episode with the whole fire drill, and Dave edited the second with the roast, which is what we will be talking about today. Fast fact number 2, we had a fan question about the roast.
Okay.
Jessica K. and Claire R. asked, who wrote the jokes for Michael's roast? Did the cast help? Was it the writers? Was any of it improvised? Short answer is the roast was totally scripted.
Yeah.
We, as actors, did not participate in writing these jokes
No,
about
no.
one another.
These were all written.
All written. And I found out who pitched this part of the story, the idea of the roast.
Who?
It is none other than the man behind Princess Unicorn, Halstead Sullivan.
Oh, really?
Halstead told me that they had the CPR storyline for the first half of the episode, and they needed something for the second half. So he told the writer's room that when he was growing up in Atlanta, his father was president of a medical school, and every year the medical students would put on a show, and it was like kind of like a Follies show,
Mhm.
and they would do skits where they imitated their professors. He said the audience loved it. The professors not so much.
Well, you know, I think Michael thinks everyone doesn't like me because I'm this jerk. They think I'm a jerk boss, right?
Yeah.
So here's your chance, guys. Have at it. You know, roast me, say whatever you want. I love that he's like, make fun of, you know, how great I look in shoulder pads, or
Also, traditionally, roasting kind of started with the Friars Club, I believe. And it was a great honor to be the person being roasted.
Oh yeah.
It meant something. It was a position of status. And so I think that's another thing that is playing off Michael right now, which is that he's going to be an honoree.
Yeah. This is a big deal. You guys are so lucky you get to roast me.
Speaking of roasts, Comedy Central has kind of taken over where the Friars Club left off, and they do these roasts of people every year. The Bruce Willis roast is real good, but in particular, Ed Norton roasts Bruce Willis. I was like rolling, tears streaming down my face. It is such a good roast. When we were prepping this episode, it came to my mind. I went back and I watched it twice. I wish I could play it. It's way too long.
Oh, I want to see
good.
it. I want to see it.
Check it out.
The first time I saw Amy Schumer was on a Comedy Central roast, and she was so funny. And there were a few dudes that were like kind of throwing her shade, and she just decimated them.
Wow. All right, moving along. Fast fact number 3. Cloris Leachman.
Cloris freaking Leachman.
We told you there's this mini movie, and Cloris Leachman is one of the stars. She kills it in this mini movie.
Legend.
I mean, incredible. I needed to do a little breakdown of Cloris Leachman. Here it is. Cloris Leachman was born in Des Moines, Iowa. Midwesterner. Did not know that. As a child, she performed at the Des Moines Little Theater. Then she won a special scholarship to study broadcast drama at Northwestern. She stayed there for a while, but then she returned to Des Moines to finish high school. Then she returned to Northwestern with a theater scholarship this time. But she dropped out again to enter a beauty contest. This beauty contest? She eventually made her way to the 1946 Miss America pageant. What? She was in the Miss America pageant. For Iowa? I guess for Iowa. Wow. I'm not sure. Eventually, she moved to New York. She studied at the Actors Studio. That's a big deal, acting school, guys. Then she made her Broadway debut in 1948 in a production called Sundown Beach. She became a household name when she was cast as Phyllis Lindstrom on The Mary Tyler Moore Show. And then she had her own spin-off show, Phyllis. She won a Best Supporting Oscar for Peter Bogdanovich's The Last Picture Show, Angela.
Which was written by Larry McMurtry, who is from my hometown of Archer City, Texas, and they filmed it in Archer City. And it was written by, Larry never officially claimed it, but folks in Archer City. So they'd be like, were you so-and-so? Did you sleep with that person? What's happening?
Oh, so people were like trying to figure out who everybody was.
Yeah.
Which person is Sybil Shepherd? Which person is Cloris Leachman?
Yeah, exactly. And Larry said it was inspired by,
I don't know. I feel like there's some woman named Doris who knows. It's like it was me.
Jenna, I actually read The Last Picture Show a few years after I had left Archer City and I was in college. I was like, you know what? This is a book about my hometown. I want to read it. It's so great. It's a great read.
It's a great book and a great movie, is what you're saying.
Yeah. So I'm saying don't skip the book on this one, guys.
Over the course of her career, she won a total of 8 Emmys for both drama and comedy, by the way. She won a Daytime Emmy. She won a Golden Globe Award. And in 2008, at the age of 82, she was a contestant on season 7 of Dancing with the Stars. She was the oldest contestant to ever dance on Dancing with the Stars. And she was inducted into the Television Academy Hall of Fame in 2011. I mean, the legacy of this woman. Sadly, she passed away in 2021 at the age of 94. And she was on our show.
I know.
This
Legend, amazing woman. Jenna, did you know I got to spend a little bit of time with Cloris?
Yes. Now, not during this episode.
Not during this
Because
episode.
none of us met these guys during this episode.
No, we didn't film when they were there, which was a bummer. But I ended up co-presenting an award at the 2012 Genesis Awards with Cloris. We were co-presenters. We had to hang out backstage. I met her daughter, Dinah, who is lovely. They were the cutest mother-daughter duo. And then Cloris and I went out on stage together. We presented this award. And she truly was such a hoot. I think, was at the age in her life and in her career where she gave, as the kids say, 0 Fs. And then I would run into her and her daughter at different events, and we would say hi because we had formed this little connection. Yeah. But anyway, she was just so fun and so full of life, and I'm so glad I just got to just interact with her those few times.
Yeah, I love that story, Ange. Why don't we take a break and we'll come back and break down this episode?
Okay, great.
For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you
Okay.
do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got the Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gorton's are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh my gosh.
That's
Yes.
so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
It's so good.
White cheddar and then lime mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it. And I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and
Right.
just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies.
We start this episode with Pam being kind of upset. She's just gotten off the phone with her mom, and she's going to go find Jim and say, hey, what did you say to my dad?
Yeah, her idea of having Jim talk to her dad did not go well. Apparently, her dad is now looking for an apartment, and the divorce is on.
It's happening.
Pam gets really worried. She has this talking head where she says, what could Jim have said to make my dad want to leave my mom? And at what point in their marriage is Jim going to say this to her? She's spiraling.
I think she's spiraling.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big leap.
That's a big jump.
But she's upset.
And she's scared, right?
We had a fan question from Sally Kay. Was the divorce of Jim's parents a setup for the Michael-Helene relationship in season 6? Helene is Pam's mom, everyone. No. This was crafted as a small representation of how our show had dramatic moments in addition to comedic ones. But because this aired after the Super Bowl, we wanted to stay away from existing storylines. So the writers had to create kind of like a brand new drama, but one that wouldn't go on to affect our regular characters too directly.
Right. We didn't want anything in this episode to actually affect the character arcs and relationships that were set in place.
Yes. So that was kind of why this storyline was crafted. And I remember John and I really fighting for the drama of this. Like, really saying, no, we want to play this real. Pam is really upset. This isn't funny upset. Like, I remember when I was shooting a 3-camera show, I was supposed to get mad at one of the other characters. I was supposed to call him a jerk. To say, you're a jerk. And the director came over to me and he said, I'm so sorry. This is 3-camera. You need to do funny mad, not actual mad.
Yeah,
doing single camera mad.
Yeah, funny mad, funny sad.
He said, maybe go up at the end. You're a jerk.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay.
Or stomp your foot.
Yeah, something.
Drop
so
something on your toe and then go, ow, you're a jerk. Ow.
Oh, see, this is why you were good at the 3-camera, Angela. I couldn't get it. So anyway, John and I were like, we're going to do real upset. And it's going to be okay because all the rest of the episode is going to have the comedy.
You know, the first 3-camera I did after The Office, I played it really real and really quiet. It was a show called Hot in Cleveland. I was really excited to do it. Amazing actresses on that show. Craig Ferguson was a guest star. He was in there. And the director came over to me and was like, could you talk faster, maybe louder? And could you lower your voice or something? I don't know. Can we get her like some glasses?
Anything to make you like
a character or something.
comedic.
Yeah. And Craig Ferguson started cracking up when the director walked away and he was like, maybe get her a top hat, a patch, maybe a parrot for a shoulder. And Wendy Malick was also in the scene and she came over and said to me, and she called me kid, which I loved. She goes, kid, you got to sell it to the back one. This is multi-cam. I said, gotcha, got it, okay.
Yeah.
They did give me glasses though.
They did? Were they funny?
Funny! Betty White did tell me I was funny though. That was my takeaway.
Do you have any more stories about legends? You've got Cloris Leachman, you've got Betty White. We met Carol Burnett once.
Well, I didn't speak though. Remember, I was too nervous.
I didn't speak either, but we stood
I
next
know,
to her.
but Kate Flannery talked to her and we just stood there and smiled.
And then her and Kate got like a whole friendship going.
Oh,
We were so we just need to go up to Carol Burnett laughing next time.
oh no.
I'm gonna try that one again.
Oh,
I'm gonna get that one out in the future.
you're gonna bust it out.
I am.
All right, where are we? Okay, Jim and Pam are playing Real Moments. Michael and Dwight are sharing a bottle of mini booze.
Very tiny bottle.
Jenna, this is not the first time the tiny bottle of booze has been in an episode.
When was the first time?
All right, in the deleted scenes of the duel, Michael is building up the courage to tell Andy, and they're walking out to the car together, and Michael hands him a mini bottle of booze out of his pocket in the elevator and goes, drink this. And then Andy's like, I don't know, I really like that. Okay, fine. And he like drinks it, and he's like, ugh. And he's like, Angela's sleeping with Dwight. So I think they had these little mini bottle of booze. And you don't start seeing them in deleted scenes till after they go to Canada. And I wonder if Michael took the minibar stash.
He 100% did.
Right?
Of course.
That's what I wrote in my head anyway.
Or from the airplane.
Yes.
First class.
Yes.
In this scene, as they're sharing this mini bottle of booze, we are reminded that Dwight needs to get the signature of everyone in the office as an acknowledgement that they have accepted his apology for dismembering the CPR dummy last week.
I mean, how many apology notes is he going to have people sign?
I don't know, but he has to get everyone's signature. He's having a hard time.
That's the only thing that's stressing him out.
Well, this is when Michael gets his big idea. They should roast him. This is great. He's going to bust into the bullpen. He's going to announce, we're doing a roast. I want you to really go at me. Don't hold back.
Yeah, you can comment on how fit I am or the fact that I'm a womanizer.
He doesn't want to write the material for them, but he wants it to be good.
Everyone, it's pretty excited. I mean, Kevin is like a giggly, he's so excited.
I liked Oscar's talking head.
Say it.
He was like, listen, I'm a good person, but I am going to try to make Michael cry. We had a fan catch from Samantha S. and Michelle S. 2 people noticed this catch.
Okay.
If you're following along, starting with part 2 at 1 minute 15 seconds, Kelly is standing in front of the shelves and her notebook is closed. But in the very next shot, it is open and upside down.
Oh, well, we missed that one.
Clearly, she's not really taking an inventory of anything.
Well, I have a question for you.
What is it?
Who is planning this roast? There's no party planning committee meeting, but I want you to know in deleted scenes, I found this gem. Michael is having a meeting with Daryl in the warehouse.
Oh,
Yeah. So I'm like, wait, is Daryl in charge of this party because it's in the warehouse? So Michael is telling Daryl everything he needs. He says, I would like a stage. And Daryl points to a few wood pallets.
okay.
He's like, well, okay. And he goes, also, I need a big comfy chair or maybe a throne.
That made me spit out my coffee.
Then he tells Daryl that he would like all the other roasters to be up on the stage too. Like, you know, the Comedy Central roast where they have the dais of other roasters up there.
Yeah.
And Daryl's like looking at these tiny wood pallets, like, okay. Then Daryl's like, who's going to be in the audience? And Michael's like, we're going to charge $10 a head
Oh my God.
for the audience. Yeah, who's coming to this? Then Michael's like, oh, also we need alcohol. Okay, you need lots of alcohol. And I'm going to need something to spit in for my spit takes.
Oh, he's planning out
Yeah.
that this is going to be so funny. He's going to need
Yeah.
to spit out his drink.
And Daryl's like, you're not spitting in the warehouse. Then Dwight rushes in and he's got this 8x10 photo of Michael. And Michael's like, no. I want this photo huge. It's got to cover like the whole back wall. Okay.
Yeah.
And then he says, I also want a drum and cymbal so I can do the ba-dum-bums.
This is amazing because all of these things are going to appear in the warehouse.
Yes. So I'm thinking Daryl and Dwight planned this. They were the PPC for this event.
I don't want to give too much of a spoiler, but next week we're going to find out what happened to the PPC and why there is no one in charge of party planning right now.
Oh, yeah.
So,
So this was like foreshadowing.
a little bit. Well, I guess they set everything up, and Dwight has a great idea. It's actually a great idea.
It's brilliant.
He tells everyone as they're entering that they have to sign in for the roast.
Mhm.
Well, what they're really signing is his apology acknowledgement sheet. Yes,
But who catches it?
Phyllis.
So good. She's so good. She is just busting his butt through this whole episode.
She will not sign. She's not going to sign. She's the holdout.
Yeah.
Everyone takes their seats. Michael sits on his throne, and now the roast is going to begin.
Yeah. I think we take a break and we come back with the roasting.
Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee. And then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint,
hint,
hint.
hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
Okay, folks, the roast is on. Michael welcomes all these jerks.
Yeah. Who's first up? Who can't wait to get up there and roast Michael Scott? He can barely finish his sentence, and she's grabbing the microphone.
It's Angela Martin.
That's right. Jenna, I noticed something in rewatching this multiple times, like we do each week. Is Angela Martin ripping off Jeff Foxworthy bits?
Yes, you know Angela Martin is a Jeff Foxworthy fan.
Listen to Jeff and then listen to Angela.
If you've ever cut your grass and found a car, you might be a redneck.
And now Angela.
If you ever put sunblock on a window, you might be Michael Scott. If you ever called the fire department because your head was stuck in your chair, you might be Michael Scott.
Yes, she clearly is doing Jeff's bit.
Yes, 100%.
When I rewatched that, I was like, oh my gosh, that had to be the writer's inspiration for Angela's comedic style.
I was very impressed with how prepared Angela was.
Prepared, and her mic worked. Like she took the mic off, waved it to the crowd for everyone to say Michael Scott. She was into it.
Next up is Kelly, and she does a list of who and what she would rather kiss than Michael Scott.
All right, I gotta jump in and just tell you guys there is so much extra stuff in the deleted scenes for the roast. We also find out Kelly has a second bit where she says she knows that Michael dyes his hair.
Oh,
yeah. That one day it was raining and his hair dye dripped onto her arm and she color matched it, and Michael uses Clairol Natural Instincts Midnight Black. She does this whole other bit. And then I think Meredith is the most depressing. She says, Michael, you're the reason I drink, you're the reason I live to forget.
Yeah.
Oof.
Oscar roasts Michael in Spanish, and he speaks very quickly. He has a lot to say.
A lot to say, very passionate. There's so much more Oscar in the deleted scenes. First of all, he does multiple jokes in English before he gets to his Spanish roast. And I think we need to hear him.
The only man in the state of Pennsylvania who is less likely to get legally married than me is Michael Scott. Michael Scott is so dumb. He thinks balancing a checkbook is putting a checkbook on his nose and shouting, "Look at me! Look at me!" Michael is so bad with money. He invested in Enron. Last week, Michael is the biggest idiot I know. And finally, sometimes I lay awake at night. I'm sure all of you do too. And wonder, what the hell did I do to deserve a boss like this?
I mean, oh my gosh. He just calls him an idiot.
Oh my gosh. Michael is kind of realizing that maybe this wasn't as fun as he thought it would be, but things are in motion now.
Yeah.
And everyone can't wait to get up on stage. Toby tries to have a turn, but Michael shoots him down.
Yeah, he says only friends, friends only. And then there is a deleted scene, Jenna, where Oscar brings a cell phone up on stage because Jan, who isn't there, has decided to call in so she can roast Michael.
Amazing.
All right, we got to hear it.
Well, Michael, you ruined my life, okay? Everything you touch turns to crap. Okay? You have no sense of how to please any woman. I can't believe that once you wrote a phone message on my diploma, and you used my daughter's christening gown as a bib, and you ate ribs. I mean, you're just completely an ass, Michael. You're an ass.
Okay, I have to say, clearly the writers had a lot of fun writing this roast, because in addition to all these deleted scenes, remember last week when I said our candy bag for this episode was 207 pages?
Are all jokes? Were they all roasting jokes?
They are almost all alternate roast jokes. Pages and pages.
Oh my gosh. I do remember, Jenna, that people got up multiple.
Just kept handing us stuff to go say. In the candy bag, they had all for Jan when she called in. So in addition to this deleted one, this one really, please share, stuck out to me. She says, "It only took one night of misguided drunken passion with Michael to ruin my entire life. I would have been better off if he'd just given me syphilis."
Oh my gosh.
Well, now Jim is going to get up and he's going to, I guess, list all of the sayings that Michael has butchered.
Spider face. Oh my gosh. Dwight is feeling bad for Michael. So he hops up on stage to defend him, right? Yeah. And Michael's like, idiot, you're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. And then Dwight snaps and is like, what? You're calling me an idiot? Like he's up there trying to defend him. He's like, you're just a small, pathetic little man. You have no friends, no family, and no land. And he walks off stage and everyone cheers.
Well, now it's Pam's turn. I remember so clearly shooting this. I remember because after roasting him about falling for internet scams and being lazy at work, I had to say that Michael's penis is small.
I mean, this is the ultimate nail in the coffin of the roast for Michael in particular. I mean, Michael, who's like,
I know.
thinks he's like the womanizer.
Because remember, in an earlier episode, Pam knocked on the door and Michael said, come in, and he did not have his clothes on. And Pam was like, why did you say come in?
He was changing for Fun Run.
Exactly. So Pam is going to call that back, and she's going to make a joke at his expense. We did this a few ways. That we started by having me just say it on the stage, but then they thought this is kind of a low blow, right?
Yeah, and it's bold for Pam.
It is. So they were like, let's try this one on the move.
Yeah, like a throwaway.
Exactly. And so that's what ended up making it into the episode.
And then we have an old tech alert that helps you really just punch him one more time.
Oh, yeah. Everyone's like, how small is it? And then Pam says, if it were an iPod, it'd be a shuffle. Do some people even know that joke? Do they even get that joke?
Do people still have iPods? It was a big deal. We were so excited to have our iPods with all of our music on it.
Just music.
Only music, guys.
And they came in different sizes, and shuffle was the smallest.
Yeah, and you could get a tiny one and like clip it on your like armband and go running. I never did that because I don't run, but
You could have.
You could have. It looked cool.
Yeah.
With your headphones that had a cord that had to go to it, so you couldn't pump your arms too hard.
No.
No.
Oh, how many times did I just yank that cord out of my iPod because I was gesturing, not exercising? I'm so sorry. Please don't get the wrong idea. I was gesturing wildly.
Well, now Daryl's going to come up, and this one was really cringy. Daryl says, Michael, you always say we're family, right?
Yep.
So if you're family, you know everyone's names. What's that guy's name? And he points to a warehouse employee. And Michael clearly doesn't know his name, and it's so awkward. His name is Michael. And not only is his name Michael, but Michael gave him a car ride home, and they were in traffic for like an hour together. Awkward. But really, what rounds it all out is everyone singing What I Hate About You.
Yeah. Andy gets up.
Yeah, he's written the song. We have it. We got to hear it.
What I hate about you, you really suck at them all. You're the laziest, jerkiest, and you're dumber than applesauce. We're something listening to you all day, standing trying to die just to get away. Well, it's true. That's what I hate about you. That's what I hate about you.
That was so amazing. It was so amazing on the day.
We were all singing.
I want you guys to know, people have asked, you know, Ed did not write those lyrics. That was written by our writers. Ed figured out how to play the song on the guitar, but that was scripted. It was so good.
So good. But you know what? Our writers could throw Ed anything. And I felt like he just was like, done.
I mean, that's a good thing to have.
It is.
Secret weapon.
Secret weapon.
Well, guys, Michael isn't happy.
It looks like he might cry.
And then the next day, the phone rings, and Pam says Michael's not in the office. Michael didn't come to work. He's so depressed. Dwight says it's very unusual for Michael not to show up. He is either depressed or maybe he's been impaled by an icicle. He does have a terrible habit of standing underneath them, staring up at them, despite Dwight's many warnings.
Many warnings. The gang is in the break room, you know, sort of saying, is he okay? What should we do?
Yeah.
And Creed has one of those lines, Jenna, that made John break.
Yeah.
It's a classic Creed line. Phyllis says, I hope he's okay. I feel bad. Creed says, give it up. He's dead. Jim says, he just sent a text. Creed goes, what's a text? What's a text? Like, sent everyone into laughing fits.
That aspect of Creed's character was John's kryptonite.
Yes.
Yeah. The you're not
real. What's a text?
Yeah. He loved that stuff. Well, we do eventually find Michael. He is sitting alone at a playground.
In a black turtleneck with a black coat. He looks the sleekest he's ever
I'm
looked.
like, what is this casual
I
outfit?
know, and he has like nice jeans on with like appropriate sort of black dress shoes, kind of.
He's feeding full slices of bread to invisible birds.
Yeah.
I'll have you know, this location alert, this was North Hollywood Community Center Park, where we shot this little bit of Steve in his turtleneck.
There's lots more in the deleted scenes.
Oh, dear.
Him talking to little kids, him trying to shoot baskets. Like, yeah.
Michael explains in a talking head that, you know, sometimes he has to get away. He needs to get perspective. And we learn, like, he is not okay.
Right. But him imagining a spaceman on a star very far away.
That might help him. Get that perspective.
Yeah.
Back in the office, Dwight is still trying to get Phyllis's signature.
She's the only one. She's the only one that hasn't signed.
So guess what? Delivery. There's a delivery man.
Yeah.
Who has come in a very, I would say, noticeably generic uniform.
Mm-hmm. There's a package for Phyllis.
But she has to sign for it.
Yeah.
I loved this gag. She signs the clipboard, and as soon as she signs, the clipboard like disappears from the man's hands.
It's got a, like one of those chains and it's being dragged away. The pin has a chain to the clipboard.
And it's Dwight over in the hallway. He got his signature.
He did. Well, this was a fun cameo played by our very own producer, James Carey.
Yes, James Carey, who's been helping us out on the podcast.
Yeah.
This is him. If you wondered what he looked like, there he is.
There he is. James was on the show the whole time.
Yeah, he was with us from the very
From
beginning.
the very beginning. So it was really fun to have him on stage with us filming. And we reached out to him and asked him about this moment.
James said that he never asked to be an actor on the show. And one day he just got this random phone call from Ben, who worked in Allison Jones's office. Ben was Allison's casting associate. And he told him, we have a role in stress relief. There's one line. We'd like you to play it. And James was like, yes, of course I said yes. And this was just, this was just a cool thing that Greg and Allison would do from time to time. They would feature longtime crew members in the show.
Well, we would always get really excited. And James told us that for him, the day on set was really fun, exciting. I mean, he'd worked for a long time in the entertainment industry. But he said when you're in front of the camera and other people are depending on you to hit your mark and deliver your dialogue, all of a sudden he got really nervous. And he said he was expecting a little more directing because he's not an actor at all. But they didn't really give him much. They're just like, go there, say your line. But he did say after one or two takes, Jeff Blitz suggested to him, maybe look like you're up to something, give it a little something. And he's like, I think that's the take they used. But his whole family saw it because it was on after the Super Bowl.
Yes, but James said when they first said, we've got a role for you, it's one line as a delivery man, he didn't realize it was for the stress relief episode.
Yeah.
So when he said yes, he just wasn't putting it together that he was saying yes to the Super Bowl episode. He said his dad was particularly excited. And when he told his brother and sister at first, he said he thinks they didn't believe him. They thought he was kidding.
Yeah. He said they were like, yeah, sure, you're going to be on. Yeah, whatever.
And then there he was. He was on it.
Well, the episode is wrapping up, and so is the movie, Mrs. Albert Hannity. Andy's moved to tears. He's watching Jack Black and Cloris Leachman break up.
Yeah, she's very slowly moving up the staircase in her special motorized chair.
He's crying, saying, hit reverse.
So I shared last week that we shot this on location at a house in West Los Angeles. Randy told me the house already had this chairlift. We did not install it.
I would think that they scouted a house with a chairlift.
He also said that because they wanted this mini film to really look like a real movie, we shot the Mrs. Hannity sequence on film.
Dang!
It was our first time shooting something for our show on film. We normally used the digital cameras. We even had a Steadicam film camera And since they only had one day to shoot all these scenes, Jeff Lutz and Randall Einhorn did a full blocking rehearsal with stand-ins where they planned out every single shot. They created official storyboards just like you do on a film. And Randy even sent us pictures. Yeah, and they exactly match the mini movie. There's a woman who's standing in for Cloris Leachman, kind of slowly moving up the staircase, and that is how they were able to get this elaborate shoot done on film, which normally takes a lot longer than shooting on digital. They could do it in one day.
Yes, so Randy sent us pictures of how they staged it, and it was so fun to see them because Anna, who was in charge of locations, played Jack Black. Yeah, and then Jasmine, who was our second AD, plays Cloris Leachman. So we'll have to put one of those pictures in our stories. It was fun to see their faces.
In addition to wrapping up the movie storyline, we're going to find out what exactly Jim said to Pam's dad.
Yeah, Pam's dad comes to the office and they have this whole conversation in the parking lot. Now, we can't hear it. We see it, but we don't know what they're saying.
We had a fan question from Stephanie P. What did Pam say to her dad in the parking lot? There was never any dialogue for this in the script. This was always a silent spy shot. In fact, here's what it said. It said, Jim's POV, Pam is talking with her father. The conversation goes back and forth. Pam looks angry. The dad says something. She looks up at Jim with tears in her eyes. The dad leaves, and Pam walks back inside.
So you guys just had to fill in the blanks there.
We did. Now, Pam's dad was played by Rick Overton, and he will be back again in Niagara. And Rick is actually a really funny guy. He's like an improvisation comedy veteran. He's also a writer. He won an Emmy for writing an episode of Dennis Miller Live. So it's funny to me how we would cast people with great pedigree to stand and do a silent POV shot in the parking lot.
Yeah.
But that was because this is a big role, Pam's dad. If we bring him back, we need to make sure this person has the chops to go the distance.
Yeah.
And Rick was great. And we just improvised dialogue. We just improvised what he might be saying to her that would cause her to be hurt. It was mostly a spin on like, I'm sorry, but I need to leave your mother. You know, he knew that scripted line that Pam says later, and he would say that to me, and I would look up at the window and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, but he was great. And by the way, he reached out to us because he knew we were coming up on this episode. And he said, if you would not mind, would you tell people that I have a new improvised stand-up special called Rick Overton's Set List? And you can find it through Comedy Dynamics.
Oh, nice.
And we can put a link in the show notes for anyone who wants to check it out.
That's great.
Well, this all leads us into this Pam talking head that gets quoted back to me all the time.
It's a very sweet talking head.
It is. Pam says, when you're young, you assume your parents are soulmates. Her kids are going to be right about that.
Yeah. Andy overhears it, throws papers in the air because he's like, his whole running bit is that Pam and Jim are sort of relationship geniuses and that they can see all of this stuff happening in a movie that he can't see.
Yes.
This deep relationship like storyline that he just can't see because it's not there, Andy.
No, he says he would never be insightful enough to be a movie critic, but he could maybe be a food or art critic.
Here comes Michael in his black turtleneck and his black coat. I'm still like obsessed with this outfit. He said he spent the afternoon in the park trying to feed pigeons, but I guess they'd all flown west for the winter.
Yeah.
And he just had some thoughts he wanted to share with everyone. Pam says, what? And he said, I wrote them down so I wouldn't forget.
This is the Boom Roasted.
It is.
Boom Roasted. So, you know, I told you that Halstead Sullivan came up with the idea for the roast storyline.
Yeah.
I had to know who came up with Boom Roasted.
Who did?
All right. I got a hot tip that it might be Justin Spitzer or Gene Stupnitsky.
Okay.
I reached out to them.
And?
Nope.
Nope.
They thought maybe it was Charlie Grandy.
Oh, was it?
I don't have Charlie's info.
Oh.
So I reached out to Jen Salata.
Plot thickens.
I said, Jen, do you know if Charlie Grandy wrote Boom Roasted?
Yeah.
These are the emails I exchange with people.
I know. Oh, I know.
Jen said, I think so, but let me text him. And then I just love Jexalata so much.
I know.
She writes me back, "Boom roasted was Charlie!" 3 exclamation points. We did it. So I wrote Justin and I said, "Justin, it was Charlie Grandy." And he said, "Great, I would like some credit on the podcast for sending you down the right road." I said, "You will get it."
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you, all of you guys.
I know.
I had to know. Boom roasted. It's
Who
so
did
famous.
Boom Roasted?
Charlie Grandy.
Charlie Grandy. Well, I think we need to hear these. I'm going to read them to you. Michael says, Jim, you're 6'11" and you weigh 90 pounds. Gumby has a better body than you. Boom, roasted. Dwight, you're a kiss ass. Boom, roasted. Pam, you failed art school. Boom, roasted. Meredith, you've slept with so many guys, you've started to look like one. Boom, roasted. Kevin, I can't decide between a fat joke and a dumb joke. Boom, roasted. Creed, your teeth called, your breath stinks. Boom, roasted. Angela, where's Angela? Oh, there you are. I didn't see you there behind that grain of rice. Boom, roasted. Stanley, you crush your wife during sex and your heart sucks. Boom, roasted. Oscar, you are gay. Boom, roasted. Andy Cornell called. They think you suck and you're gayer than Oscar. Boom, roasted. Well, now Stanley is cackling.
Hysterically laughing.
He can't stop laughing. I mean, it's egging Michael on. He's laughing. Everyone seems to have turned a corner.
Michael is very good at roasting, I guess.
And Michael has a talking head that wraps up the whole moment. He says, they say that laughter is the best medicine. So Stanley, you can throw away those pills. You are cured. Actually, you know what? You better hold on to those pills just in case.
Well, lady, I had a lot of fun looking at the candy bag alternates for this as well.
Oh, what do you got?
Oh, okay. So first of all, with a lot of characters, they had a lot of roastable things. Your character of Angela Martin, every roast is a spin on hiding behind a grain of rice. Everyone. It was so funny to me. They clearly came up with that idea. I couldn't see you behind that grain of rice. And they were like, that's it. We're not going to do better than that. Because there were some slight alternates, but it always ended with, oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't see you behind that grain of rice. Which was very funny to me. Here are a few of the alternates that stood out to me. Oh, Pam, did you not hear me through that dirty mop you call hair? Boom, roasted.
Oh my God.
And this one. They say people tend to be attracted to people who look like themselves. So I don't know what happened with Jim and Pam. Their kid's gonna look like a pair of stilts with boobs. Have fun giving birth to that, Pam. Boom, roasted. And this is my favorite. There's a whole page of Toby boom roasted.
Oh my gosh.
But they are all just Michael telling him to F off and that he hates him. Here's an example in all caps. Toby, you, I hope you die. Boom roasted. That's it.
Well, the episode's gonna end with our movie, Mrs. Albert Hannity.
And it's a real surprise ending.
Yeah.
Big twist at the end.
Twist. Jack Black is Sam. He's returning to Lily's house, played by Cloris. He's got flowers and a walking cane in his hand.
Yeah.
He's running up to the front door.
As he gets there, he looks through the window. She's with another man, another young man.
Yeah, and they are in the throes of passion.
It's very, very, very much a love scene.
It's a makeout.
It's a big make.
It's a real big makeout.
The man she is making out with is her writer's assistant, Nate Fetterman.
Nate, we had to know. How did you get this job?
He sent in this audio clip, and I promise you, you will hang on his every word.
Hi, my name's Nate Fetterman. I was one of the writer's assistants on Stress Relief, and I got to make out with Cloris Leachman. And this is my story. Originally, my part was supposed to be for Zac Efron, and there were actual lines, but he turned it down, and so did Corbin Blue and Christopher Mintz-Plasse. And the day before it was supposed to shoot, they hadn't cast it, and all the lines had been cut. They really just needed somebody who was young, looking to make out with Cloris Leachman. They didn't have to be handsome or famous. So enter me. Paul Lieberstein and Jeff Blitz, who was directing the episode, pulled me aside at work and asked me if I was interested in doing the part. and I'm not an actor. The last time I performed was in 5th grade. I was Muddle the Tailor and Fiddler on the Roof. And I froze in the middle of Wonder Wonder, Miracle of Miracles, and the audience laughed at me, and it was scarring. But I was really excited to earn $500 and residuals. So I said, sure, I'll do it. At the time, I was so terrified of letting the show down. I was working with all these incredible actors and actresses who actually knew what they were doing, and I just didn't want to screw things up for everybody. So I went home that night. I told my girlfriend, my wife, about what I was going to have to do, and I was really scared. So I practiced her, and I didn't get much sleep that night. And then I woke up early the next day, and I arrived on location, and I was just terrified because I was so out of my element. And I'm in hair and makeup, and they're doing my hair, and all of a sudden I feel these hands running through my hair. I hear this voice go, I hear that you and I are going to be doing some kissing with her. And I turn around, and it's Cloris Leachman. She's smiling at me, and I'm like, yeah, we're going to be doing this scene together. So then we go to the actual set, and I'm riding in a van with Cloris Leachman and Chad Black and Jessica Alba. These are, big name stars, and I'm the writer's assistant on The Office, and so out of my element, and I'm just desperate not to seem like a total hack and screw things up for everyone. So eventually it's time for the kissing scene with Cloris, and we're positioned on a couch. She's sitting on my lap, and I have my arms around her, and we're talking, and it's very pleasant, and she's very nice. She's telling me about her children, but then right before we do the actual take, she gets real serious, just getting into character, and she looks me in the eye, and I'll never forget this. She goes, when they call action, I want you to grab my ass and really get up in the crack. So when they called action, I grabbed her ass, and I really got up in that crack. And we did the scene. We shot it many times. They had to get it from a lot of different angles. So we ended up making out quite a bit. She did say a variety of other pretty raunchy things. She's an expert at dirty talk. But it was an amazing experience, and I'm incredibly grateful that my 5 seconds of fame was spent with an absolute legend like Cloris Leachman, and it's something that I always get a kick out of when I get to tell people.
Nate, thank you. Thank you for sharing your story. I mean, what an amazing story. Amazing. Hey, Nate, Zac Efron isn't available. What are you doing tomorrow? Yeah. Can you do something for me real quick? Sure. What is it? It's just that scene where you make out with Cloris Leachman. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, okay. Sure. I guess so. And you get $500. Yeah. And a great story. And a story for your lifetime. Yes. You know what? In these kind of over-the-top moments, you have to go for it. And Cloris was saying, sweetie, I give you permission to go for it. You grab my butt. Sell it. That's what the scene needs. And we can't be shy with each other. Yeah, we have to go for it. And I've been in situations with actors where we've given one another permission. Yeah. It's so helpful because it gets you out of your head and you're like, okay, good. Now we can just play the scene. Have fun with it. I mean, you guys watch every single Dwight and Angela make out. Exactly. Sometimes you just got to go for it. And on our set, I think we were so good about being like, okay, I'm cool with this. You do this. We're fine. We communicated. And I have to imagine you're with this legend performer, Cloris Leachman. I'd be timid. Yes, you've never met this person. Yeah. So for her to just be so fun and up for it like that, and to just say, do it, baby, do it. I love it. Yeah. Well, there you have it. Stress relief, part 2. Do you feel less stressed? Have you had some relief of your stress after listening to this podcast, everyone? I hope so. I hope our podcast doesn't stress people out. If we can leave anything with you from stress relief, other than boom roasted, yep, it's staying alive, staying alive, staying alive. Oh my God, that was, now people are stressed. We relieved their stress, and then we gave it right back. I'm so sorry. Start over. Start the podcast again. Bye, you guys. Have a great week. We'll see you next week for Lecture Circuit Part 1. I can't wait. I have so many stories. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
About a product that has been rating
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home? You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold. Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave. Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it. Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you. Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you. We're the Office Ladies. Angela just turned out the lights in the studio. Okay, here's the thing. There's a lot of buttons. This is what I want from a light switch. I want one button. There's 4 buttons over there. There's more than 4. You guys, it is a complicated light switch. Thank you. But we like to listen to our theme song to get in the mood. So we're listening to it with you. All during our theme song, Angela is pressing the buttons. The lights are going up, they're going down, they're fading in. There's track lighting, then there's these other kind of lights. Ceiling lights. Then there's 4 lamps. We should turn some of the lamps on. That might help me. We need the light because our eyes are fading. Because I can't see, guys. That's what's happening. But all right, we're here. The lights are on, and we are ready. We are ready for Lecture Circuit Part 1, Season 5, Episode 16, written by Mindy Kaling and directed by Ken Kwapis. It's an official 2-parter. It is, and I've got a whole fast fact about it. Oh, look how your face just lit up. You're so excited. I am. Here is your summary. Michael, accompanied by Pam, is embarking on a 3-day lecture tour of the nearby Dunder Mifflin branches. I need to stop you 1 second. Yeah, 3 days. Yeah, 3 days. Pam is going to be on the road with Michael. And she's so cheery about it at the beginning. Well, you know, Michael's branch is outselling all the other branches. David Wallace is perplexed. What's that secret sauce? Please go to the other branches and tell them all about it. Yeah. Well, they're going to start in Utica. This is where they're going to run into Karen, and they are met with a surprise. Yeah. But back in Scranton, we reveal that Jim and Dwight are now the co-heads of the party planning committee. And they forgot Kelly's birthday, and she is ticked off. Oh, that is an understatement. Meanwhile, Andy has a crush on one of Stanley's clients. Fast fact number 1. Lecture Circuit is a 2-part episode. It aired 2 different weeks, and this is our first episode to ever feature a to be continued message, you know, at the end of the episode. But Lecture Circuit was not written as 2 episodes. It was 1 script, like your regular 41 pages long.
We shot it in 5 days.
So why did they make it a two-parter, Jenna?
I will tell you.
I thought you might.
I was trading emails with director Ken Quapis. He told me that when they went to assemble it in the editing room, there was so much good stuff. His director's cut was 35 minutes long. He showed it to Greg, and he said, Greg, I can't cut anymore.
That's it. It's got to be 35 minutes, Greg.
Yeah, make it supersize.
Yeah.
Or something.
Something.
Greg said, I agree. We can't lose any of this. Let's turn it into 2 episodes. And Ken said he was thrilled.
That's amazing.
That's how good it was.
Yeah.
Mindy and Ken turned in that good of an episode. Well, fast fact number 2, when they broke up the episode into 2 episodes, they did actually need more storylines to fill out each half. So they knew that the lecture circuit story and the birthday party story would remain in both episodes, but it actually wasn't enough for 2 complete episodes. So they had to write 2 more stories.
And what were those?
I will tell you, for this episode, they added the storyline of Andy wanting to date Stanley's client, Julia. Yeah,
That makes sense because in the original script, it's not in there at all.
no. And then for the second half, which we will get to next week, they wrote a very interesting storyline for you and your cats.
Oh, yeah. I have stories, guys.
So let's talk about this storyline with Stanley and his client, Julia, that they added. The reason that he doesn't meet with his client in the conference room is because the conference room was busy being a birthday party.
Sure, it was being decorated.
So they did all of that in the break room, and also that way they could insert it into the episode wherever they wanted, and it wouldn't affect any of the continuity of the other story.
And they could shoot it later because that's what we did.
Yes, we shot these 2 additional storylines a full month later.
That was the crazy thing. For me, they were like, okay, you have a whole storyline. It's going to be in lecture circuit. We're shooting it in 3 weeks.
Yeah, because they had to write it.
Yeah.
Should we move on to fast fact number 3?
Well, you sound eager. I think we should.
Well, it's a location breakdown.
You love a location
I really
breakdown.
do.
I know.
I love knowing where we make this stuff happen.
Yeah. You want to be in the room where it happens. Hey, room where it happens. I love that.
I really love that song.
I do too.
Okay. We had a fan question from Joe S. Jenna, did you and Steve film your scenes in the car in a single day or multiple days? And where did you drive around to film the car scenes? I'll tell you. We shot all of the driving scenes for both Lecture Circuit 1 and Lecture Circuit Part 2 on the same one day.
Oh, wow. So you had a full day in the car.
Yep, just driving around.
Just driving around.
It was Wednesday, November 5th.
Look at you.
Someone got the call sheet and looked at it.
And that someone is Jenna Fisher.
Yes, thanks to James Carey. So here's where we went. We made a loop of 3 streets in North Hollywood. Nordoff, Satakoy, and Plummer.
I recognize Satakoy.
Yeah, that's also the street that our sound stages were on
That's the street we drove on every single day.
to get to work.
Yeah.
I will tell you, I was not actually driving in these scenes.
You weren't?
No.
You did some good fakey driving.
Thank you so much.
I was going to ask you if you drove at all.
I did not.
Oh,
They had the car loaded onto a rig and it was being pulled by a precision driver.
okay.
I'm not much of a precision driver. I wouldn't describe myself that way at all. Precision is not the word I would think of to describe my driving.
Jenna, I've ridden with you in a car.
I know.
You know, you're a very safe driver, but you,
What are you going to say?
I don't know, it's like you grip the wheel with both hands.
I do. I'm a 10 and 2.
You're a 10 and 2, and then you just kind of, you look straight ahead, and sometimes I'm like, you know, you can go around them, Jenna. There's a whole lane that's empty right next to you. We've been behind Pokey Pokerson for like half an hour. 10 and 2, turn a little bit and go around.
Can I say something right now? This driving does actually sound very precise.
Okay, well,
Maybe I am a precision driver and I don't know it.
you're a slow precision driver. You're not going to be taking any courses where you're like zipping around any cones. You'll get
I'm
around.
sorry, are you doing cone courses in your free time?
Yeah.
Is that your hobby?
You might know this about me. I'm a freaking badass. Like I actually, by the way, I did pull off the road. Like we did all that driving sequence. I was driving when Dwight runs me off the road. That was me. Oh yeah.
What do you want?
I want my precision driving trophy. It's a little gold like street cone.
All right, I'll find one for you and I will get it for you.
Okay. So anyway, you were not driving, but
I
you
was
shot
not
all in
driving.
one day.
We shot it all in one day. And then the next day, we shot everything at the Utica branch. And we started with all of the interior scenes. And we shot at this building in Chatsworth, California. It was on Hordoff Street.
We started very early that day.
We started at 5:30 in the morning.
That was your call time?
Yeah. And the crew call was 6:30 and the shooting call was 6:45. What that means is that we had the goal of arriving at 5:30, rehearsing at 6:30, and we had to start shooting by 6:45 a.m.
That's an early day.
And we did it. All right, so before we go to break, lady, I think we should give a little book update.
Book update, Office BFFs.
Office BFFs is the name of our book that we have been working on for,
oh good Lord, 3 years.
longer than I can imagine.
Oh my goodness. We've been sharing on our Instagram like our journey as we're writing this together. And guess what? Well, you might know if you follow us. We finished our manuscript.
We turned in our manuscript.
Someone throw some confetti.
Please, your husband Josh did throw confetti when you told him that we had finished it. It was so sweet. But now we are in this really fun part where we are going through all of our photos.
So many photos.
And they're so good because you guys, the reason we wanted to write this book in the first place was because we did this big clean out of our garages and your shed and
Oh my gosh.
my basement.
Basically, it's everywhere we stash stuff.
Yeah.
And you know what we found out?
What did we find?
We're big stashers.
We did not need to find that out, lady. I think we knew that.
Oh my gosh.
But it's true. And we saved everything. Every scrap of paper, every ticket
Stop. Here's the other thing too. Not only do we save everything, but like our family does. I have a whole envelope from my cousin Carol of all of these clippings. Thank you, Carol.
Well, all of this stuff is going in the book.
I don't know that we can put all of it in the book. The book would be like 800 pages.
That's true.
Some of this stuff is going in the book, but it's all really fun. And you guys, I just am so excited for you to get it, to hold it in your hands and to have it.
Me too. I'm excited to go on our book tour.
What?
Lady, you know, when your book comes out, you go on a tour and you like sign it and you meet people. We're going to get to go on like a ladies'
A road trip! A road trip! I hadn't even thought that far ahead. I'm sorry I'm yelling. I'm so excited. Okay, you know this has been something I wanted for a long time, which is the BFF road trip.
I know it's going to happen.
Like a real deal road trip where we go to multiple cities.
Well, it's happening. Get ready for it. Office BFFs with all our hoarded stuff and all of our great stories. It's coming your way soon.
Oh my God, I didn't even think about going on tour.
Well, there you go. There's our book update, life update.
Hit the road update. Look, I'm already excited. The book is not even done, and I'm like planning our road trip. Oh, I have my places I like to stop and snack at.
What are they? Where will I be snacking?
I love a good, like, just greasy burger joint.
For sure.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Also, I love the Frito chili chips. You know?
Oh,
And
really?
I know. Everyone says they stink up
It's
the
so
room.
stinky, lady.
I know. I love them.
Okay.
They're one of my go-to road trip snacks.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we're going to go to break now, and I'm going to just try to convince Angela to eat regular Fritos. I love a regular Frito. Oh, especially with some queso.
Oh, you know what I love a regular Frito with?
What?
A Frito chili pie.
So
Like in the
hungry
bag. I know.
All
Give
right,
it
we'll
to
be
me.
back in a second. For 175 years, Morton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 90% 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got the Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gorton's are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh my gosh.
That's so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
it's so good.
White cheddar and then thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect. People really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies.
We are back. We're in this episode now. Michael, you guys, oh my gosh, a phone guy came in, fixed his phone, and showed him the PA system. You can't show Michael Scott the office PA system.
You definitely cannot.
He is really goofing about now.
Yeah, he pretends to be a plane captain, a ghost. He forgets that the intercom is on while he's talking to his doctor about his mole. He calls Toby into the principal's office for wetting his bed. I think we should hear it. Can you play the clip?
Yeah.
This is your captain speaking. The office will be wide and an altitude to the story. Look out your left-hand window. You will see fans refrigeration. I will go with them down the path. Do not come near me. Yes, Michael Scott, Dr. John. Hello, doctor. I was just following up about my mole again. Now, I was looking online about the patient that I have not been sleeping. Can I stick it with a pin? So because I said to the principal's office, your mother called, and it appears that you wet the bed again. So you have to get home and wash your sheets because they're yellow and they're wet with your urine.
My personal favorite part of that is the coughing. Yes, I loved listening to him cough. It reminded me of the tiramisu coughing fit that he had on the phone with David Wall.
Steve Kroll is a master at fake laughing and fake coughing.
Yeah. You believe it? We had a fan question from Virginia S. When Michael is on the PA system, were any of his announcements improvised or were they all in the script? For example, the announcement that Toby has wet his bed is hilarious.
All right, they had several alts, and the one that was actually in the script for Toby read like this. Toby Flenderson to the principal's office. You are in trouble for sucking.
That's pretty good. That's what was in the script. Well, I read the script while I watched this portion, and I would say that a lot of it was scripted, but Steve definitely did do improvisations off of what was written.
And I'm sure Mindy was pitching things to him too on the day.
Yes. But I noticed that the line about Ghost of Christmas Past, that was scripted, but the coughing bit was not in the script.
Really quickly, I feel like we need to point out something at 27 seconds.
What's that?
What's up with Angela's outfit?
What is it?
It is a poofy, floofy sweater.
Oh, yeah.
But it's like poofy, like at the shoulder.
That was really in, and I feel like that's coming back.
What?
Like the poofy arms.
Oh,
We went through a real Shakespeare Renaissance fair thing back then.
I'm not here for it.
It's coming back, lady.
Great.
You know what I found in my closet? How do I describe this? I found a ribbon on a hanger, okay? And then clipped to the ribbon were various flowers that I could put in my hair or on my lapel.
You could adorn
the outfit. Like one of the flowers was like a fabric flower that you would clip on your blazer.
Oh, yeah.
Was that it for a while? Why do I have 7 flowers to clip to myself?
No, it feels very much like a pretty in pink, kind of like a Molly Ringwald
I looked at it.
flower on her hat.
Yeah, it brought back no memories when I looked at it. 2 of the flowers were like Hawaiian flowers. I clearly bought them to clip in my hair while on a trip to Hawaii. But the rest were more casual, more everyday. But I'm going to clip one on my blazer lapel when we do our book tour. All right, I'm planting that seed now.
I can't wait. It's going to make me real happy. What I won't have on our book tour is a poofy sleeve sweater because at my age, I don't need any extra poofs.
You know what? I'm going to say you will wear that on our book tour.
No,
Yeah.
don't say that.
Poofy,
No.
poofy sweater thing
You
and
said that.
flower lapel.
Who are we on this book tour?
I don't know. We're interesting people.
We'll see.
Not dressed well, but interesting. All right, let's get started. This episode opens with Michael exiting a motel room. He knocks on the neighboring door, and out comes Pam.
Yes, and in the shooting draft of our script, it says Michael knocks on Pam's door. They say good morning. That's it. They don't even have dialogue written out for you guys. You just sort of greet each other. This is not in the script. When Michael knocks, says hello, good morning. Pam says good morning, and then Michael says, you ready? And we're off like a herd of turtles. That is not in the script. I think Steve improvised that.
I will tell you, I absolutely loved doing this episode because I got Steve all to myself.
I bet.
Just scene after scene of me and Steve, and I loved it. Some of my favorite times in the office were when I just got to have days with Steve. Me and Steve.
I know. They were brief and few and far between because, you know, Angela Martin hated him. But those were always such a delight.
Well, I love this scene of me putting the luggage into the back of the car.
I did too.
I'm sorry, I thought I did. I'm going to toot my own horn. I thought my heavy luggage acting was superb.
It was so great that I wrote a question for you. Here's my damn question.
Okay.
What was in the bag? It looked really heavy.
There was almost nothing in that bag. That was all me. Thank you. I mean, I couldn't be prouder of that.
You know what? I want a cone award for my precision driving. I'm going to get you a little tiny suitcase.
Thank you.
That says great prop work. Prop work award.
I don't know if you noticed, but we got a lot of mail about this car. Adele M wrote in and said, whose maroon Ford is Pam driving? I thought she had a Yaris and Michael had a PT Cruiser. What is this car?
Exactly. Is it a rental car?
Listen to this. This is a gem from Randy Cordray. He said, in an early concept meeting for this episode, it was discussed that Michael would need extra trunk space for all of his props and his trunk and all that stuff, and that it just wouldn't fit in his PT Cruiser. So they said that they thought it would be funny if Michael had to ask the company to provide him with a Lincoln Town car that Pam would drive him around in. But corporate would only approve a cheaper Crown Victoria. So this was always intended to be like a scripted moment where we would explain this. But in the end, it never made the shooting draft. So it comes off a bit confusing, but this was like a whole joke. I love it because Michael thinks he's Carrot Top, right? So he's going to have all of his props and his trunks of crazy gadgets and things. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't dress in a costume. I was too. But yet he gives Pam like some sass about her outfit and says, don't you know what a magician's assistant looks like? I Googled magician's assistant costume. There's a lot of fishnet. There's some short shorts. There's a bustier. There's a top hat. Yeah, sometimes a skirt. It's a very sexy looking outfit. Yeah. Well, Pam wore her tan cardigan. It's new. I had such a hard time getting through that line because, of course, we knew that line was going to be in the script. So when we picked my outfit for this episode, we thought it was very funny that her new cardigan was like beige. I have another amazing tidbit about this car before we get on the road. The toboggan, yeah, that's on top of the car. All right. The reason that's there is because there was a scene that was written as a tag for this episode. And the scene was going to be Michael and Pam going down a snowy hill on that toboggan. Why didn't that happen? I need to see that. Yes. Well, we'd have to go somewhere with snow. Randy said they went out to scout a snowy mountain. And the photos that they came back with, it just didn't look great. There just wasn't a lot of snow happening at the time that we were shooting this episode. We couldn't go all the way to Mammoth, which is 5 hours away, right? We had to find some place that was relatively close. And there just was no snow. So we never shot it. But there were two options. One was that Michael was going to be going down the hill on the toboggan and Pam was just going to be kind of like standing there. Right. And the other version is that Pam and Michael are sledding down together, but midway down the hill, Pam falls off and rolls to the bottom. And Michael says, again! Well, maybe I'm glad you didn't have to do that, Jenna Fisher. No, I so wish I could have gone sledding with Steve. I so wish. That would have been a blast. Back at Dunder Mifflin, Kelly arrives to work and she is really upset. Yeah. I would like to note at 4 minutes, 10 seconds, there is a big door slam. Guys, that front door did not slam. No, it did not. In fact, it had that little suspension thing, you know, that suspension bracket, so it just would shut like. So that was added in post. They had to make it a silent door because a lot of times people would have to enter and we'd be in the middle of a scene and then you would have heard ka-chunk. Right. So it was a does not slam, right? But they needed to really sell how mad Kelly was, so they put it in fakey slam. Well, Mindy says screw you to Jim and Dwight. She storms off, and then Phyllis explains that Kelly is upset because they forgot her birthday yesterday. Yeah. We got a piece of mail, okay, from Zoe S. Here's what Zoe has to say. In this episode, it's the day after Kelly's birthday. Jim and Dwight forgot. Phyllis knew it was Kelly's birthday yesterday. But Kelly says nobody wished her a happy birthday. Zoe would like to know, why didn't Phyllis wish Kelly a happy birthday if she knew? I mean, it's one thing that Phyllis wants to make Jim and Dwight look bad, but Phyllis showed some real sass to Kelly on her birthday. Thank you, Zoe. This is what Angela Martin had to deal with day in and day out. The secret Phyllis sass that people don't see. They just see, oh, nice Phyllis. There's a deep current of deep, dark, secret Phyllis sass. Passive-aggressive Phyllis sass. This leads us into a talking head that I know these two boys loved filming. Well, they couldn't get through it. They couldn't get through this whole episode. I'm going to be bringing up some bloopers in a minute.
it started with the side-by-side talking head. And if you read this talking head in the shooting draft, what made it to screen, you can see they were having some fun. Yeah, they had some improv around what was written. The very top, when Jim says go ahead and Dwight goes, no, you go ahead, you do it. Jim goes, okay, and Dwight goes, I insist. That was all improvised. Then they get into the part, where they're telling that Angela was blackmailed by Phyllis. That's all scripted. But then Dwight goes, what he said was, and he puts a finger towards Jim's face, and Jim pushes it away and goes, just easy. That's all improv, guys. That's just these two fellas having some fun.
I think I could have told you all that because I know these two so well. And I know the bits that they would do off camera.
What about the one at the end? That was all improv too. That whole, that's on my side. And then Jim's like, so this was fun.
Yes.
That's just them playing around.
Yeah, that's their chemistry. Well, after that talking head, we have a Kelly talking head where she explains that yesterday was her birthday. Everybody forgot. We see that she got all dressed up. There wasn't a party. This 1 minute is full of some amazing background catches.
Oh, let's hear them.
The first one is a fan catch from Ryan W. When they show Kelly all dressed up for her birthday during her talking head, in the background on Dwight's desk, you can see his bobblehead from Angela. Woo! It's back on the desk. I looked at it. Yes, at 5 minutes, 10 seconds, bobblehead. But also, this is the one I noticed. Creed is milling around in Michael's office. What? Yeah, he's just milling around in there.
What the heck?
What's he doing in there?
I don't know.
I don't either. Those are my background catches.
Those are good catches. Jenna, we all know that Ryan had his list. Back,
yes, mad at everyone. He kept writing down names.
Did you know that Angela Martin also has her list? She calls it her enemy list.
She's not subtle.
And it all comes up in a scene that was deleted between Jim, Dwight, and Angela. She's turning over her party planning committee box of items.
Okay,
here it is. I reprinted my vendor's list for parties. It's a list of birthdays, half birthdays, minutes from past parties, and an enemies list. You're going to need it. There's some cat stuff mixed in here, and I'd appreciate you returning it to me. I wish you the best of luck.
Angela.
46 years. Something like that.
Dwight and I would like to say we'd be honored if you would stay on as a member of the committee.
And we think you could even run it and take care of everything, and we would like it anyway.
That's a great idea.
It's your problem.
I want to say I spit out my coffee when you explained that you had minutes for the parties.
She's documenting everything that happens at these parties. And she has an enemies list.
Wow.
I mean, those are scenes I would have loved to see. Toboggan scene.
Yeah.
I would love someone to read the minutes of a party.
Yeah, I agree. Well, back in the car, Pam wants to turn on the radio, but Michael needs silence. Or Sam Kinison in order to prepare. One of those two.
Sam Kinison, comedian that yelled. His whole stand-up routine was yelling.
Yes, he needs one of those two things. But that's okay. Pam's just going to sing to herself. But then Michael asks Pam if she's nervous about seeing Karen today. He says, is that why you wore makeup today? And Pam's like, what? What? No. I loved that line. I don't know why.
Oh, because it's just one of those statements that completely rattles you.
And also because I have so done that.
Yeah,
I have so zhuzhed up a little extra.
And if someone points it out, then you get embarrassed.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, that was such good writing.
So now we start that storyline that Jenna mentioned that we added to fill out the script. Stanley is going to escort in Julia, his client.
And I want you to notice, they did not use the front door.
No, whoever comes in this way, no one.
And the reason they did that was so that they would not have to pass by the conference room because they didn't know where they were going to put this entrance. And they just didn't want it to mess up whatever Dwight and Jim might have done or not done to the conference room yet.
Yes, so they strategically position the camera so you see them coming in by that door by the file cabinet.
Yeah.
The only other time we've seen that door was during the fire drill.
Yeah.
Basically.
And I have to tell you, in my mind, I have no idea where that goes. Where does that? I know where the front door goes. Yeah, there's also that room. Where does that go? Well, we think it goes to the parking lot because Michael and Dwight chased each other. Oh yeah, like in Prince Family Paper.
I can't put it together in my head.
I can't.
Because obviously those doors went literally nowhere. They went to snacks backstage is where they went.
But yes, they enter that way so we could place this new storyline anywhere we wanted.
Yes. Andy notices Julia. He is immediately. Does anybody fall in love at first sight more than Andy?
No, Andy is so
Maybe Michael.
Maybe this might be what they have in common. They fell in love instantly. I mean, Michael fell in love with a chair model. You know what I'm saying?
You're right. I'm sorry. It's definitely Michael. Yes.
And Phyllis immediately is like, she's out of your league.
Well, Andy doesn't care that she's out of his league. He's gonna go for it.
He has such a great fucking head. It was like so well written when he's like, I'm single now, and there's an epic showdown between the Nard dog and crippling despair. It's like, my gosh.
I know. Well, Jim and Dwight are also going to try and apologize to Kelly. They want to make it up to her. She does this great passive aggressive thing that we know she doesn't mean, where she says, you know what? All I want is for this to never happen to another person.
Oh, I know.
That's what I want.
Oh, I know. Well, they barely got through the scene. I don't know how they have a useful take. And then they continue breaking throughout the whole rest of the script. We got to hear some of these bloopers.
I just want to say we're very sorry. If you say screw you one more time,
You beat for
okay, guys. If you say screw you one more time, oh, guys.
Stop doing that. It makes no sense.
If you say screw you one more time, hey guys, just cool. Basic the dynamics of
right for healing. So all these different things, use the space idea of putting things back
basic in the workplace.
I think they use sound not only to heal, they use sound to really do some extraordinary
There's
things.
always a idiot.
Including probably they had knowledge of how to use literally.
Okay, here's what I have to say. I can tell from listening to John laugh that he's crying and he is bent over.
Yes. He's like in full flop.
Yeah, he has lost it. One of the hardest times I ever laughed was doing a scene with Mindy and Rain. Because when you put Mindy and Rain together, nobody is in control. There's the two of them are a mess. They're the hardest people to do scenes with. They laugh the most. And when we get to this episode, I'll show you. I hope they have a blooper of it, but it reminded me of that. Well, at the end of the scene, she does say that she would like an ice cream cake.
Were you burping as you said ice cream, or did you have a gurgle?
No.
What just happened?
I don't know.
You did this. Ice cream cake.
I don't know. I didn't burp.
I know.
Listen. You already outed me for like eating off my shirt, but I don't also like belch. Okay.
It wasn't a burp.
People are like, Jenna doesn't wash her hands. She eats off her shirt. I don't need belching as part of my reputation.
You are the one who shared about the hand washing.
Only at home. I know, but I only don't wash my hands after a tinkle at home. I always wash my hands after a poop. I always wash my hands after I tinkle or poop in public. But somehow I become the poster child for just never washing hands. And I don't want that on me, okay? That is not who I am.
That's what she said.
Oh.
You said I don't want that on me. I couldn't help it. All right, I think people had forgotten about your hygiene, and now you've reminded them.
That's what you think. That's what you think. That they remember everything.
All I was going to say is I didn't think it was a belch. It sounded like a gurgle. You know how you get a gurgle in your throat?
Yeah, sometimes maybe I needed to take a breath, but I pushed through it. I pushed through to finish my sentence.
I'm so sorry.
You know what?
Okay. All right, we're going to take a break.
Yeah, I'll get plenty of breaths.
You should take some water.
I'm going to go wash my hands just to prove that I washed them.
Okay. And then when we come back, we've got to get into this conference room and these balloons and streamers. We'll be back.
We'll be back.
Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee. And then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint, hint.
hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
Are you ready for a birthday party?
I am. Is it your birthday?
It is your birthday.
It's your birthday.
Period. All right, we're in the conference room. Dwight has decorated for Kelly's birthday. It is so pitiful.
It is pitiful.
John is so funny when he enters the conference room. The way he holds the half-inflated balloon. Do we need to describe this room, by the way?
Okay, for those of you who haven't seen the episode, I hope you watched it this week with us. Picture a conference table. It is full of half, not even half.
No, there's like just maybe
3 breaths
into a balloon
that are brown,
gray,
silver,
I feel like a little silver's in there.
some sad, like brown, beigey streamers
Dwight has just sort of clipped off and taped to the ceiling.
with like beige masking tape.
No, it's regular clear tape.
No!
Yeah.
There's masking tape all over the conference room. It is hilarious to me.
No, it's clear tape.
No! It's not!
Oh, no.
This is one of my favorite things about it because have you ever had like that guy that you were friends with in college wrap a gift for you and you're like, what did you use? Electrical tape? What is this? Painter's tape?
Right.
You had no clear tape? Oh, Jenna. Okay, I gotta bring it up. Do we have? Oh, I need a break. I have my laptop.
She got her laptop back.
I got my laptop back.
Oscar Nunez. Long running inside joke on The Office.
Long running inside joke now on Office Ladies. Oh, I can't wait to show you this shitty looking tape they use to only make it sadder. Okay, where are you? And I have a time code because you know I'm like that. This whole conference room scene with the sad balloons and the sad streamers, it starts at 8 minutes 30 seconds. Oh, I love it so much. Masking tape!
Oh my God.
Not clear tape! Please look at the shitty masking tape they use to tape up everything. It is so sad looking.
I am delighted at this detail that I did not notice until doing this podcast.
It's one of my favorite things. I also want to point out at 8 minutes 37 seconds, who do you see over John's shoulder?
Oh, that's you, the whole accounting department.
They had me come out to the copier for this scene and watch it. I'm in the background every time it pans to the bullpen.
Okay.
Because they sort of thought that Angela Martin would be keeping tabs. What are they doing? How are they planning this party? What are they up to? So I watched these 2 grown men disintegrate into tears of laughter. I don't know how, again, we got any usable footage. They laughed so hard, Jenna, we had to pause. And this is what Rain said about it. Ready?
Yes.
In his book, The Bassoon King, this is what he wrote. The longest inappropriate laughter was during the episode lecture circuit, when Dwight and Jim are put in charge of the party planning committee and Dwight hangs tiny brown and gray balloons and a banner that reads, "It is your birthday." Rain goes on to say, John and I literally could not stop laughing. We laughed until we cried. Production needed to be shut down for a 20-minute break while we gathered ourselves, and then we returned to film the scene.
Just the way John picks up the sad balloon from the conference room table, I don't know how they spoke after that.
I want to tell you the part I remember them laughing at is Dwight says, "Are you trying to hurt my feelings?" And he throws the balloon, but it didn't have enough weight to travel in the air. And so the balloon with the sad streamer attached just kind of like like in the air, like, but he was trying to throw it at John and it just wouldn't travel. You can see, I'm going to show you right now, you can see Rain starting to break because I think he broke every time. Watch.
It is your birthday, period statement of fact. Not even an exclamation point. This is more professional. It's not like she discovered a cure for cancer. I can't believe that this looks. Are you trying to hurt my feelings? Because if so, you are succeeding. Fortunately, my feelings regenerated twice the speed of a normal man's.
Oh, the sad balloon is so good. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
So Dwight is annoyed at Jim's reaction to his decorating. And so he's like, "Wait, have you collected the money? You know, for the cake?"
Yeah, and Jim is like, I only collected $6.
And Dwight's like, "Damn it, Jim, that's what we put in."
This got me thinking.
Oh no.
We are always wondering, where did we get the money for these parties?
There is no way we took a collection for casino night.
Well, no, but for birthday parties, there is clearly a birthday party collection budget. It's very clear that everyone is supposed to give $3. Right?
Okay.
So I counted. There are 13 people in the office, including Ryan, who's normally in the office, but minus the birthday person, that would be 12 people who contribute for each birthday party. $3 per person is $36. The birthday party budget at Dunder Mifflin is $36.
No, I had a gurgle.
See?
I had a gurgle.
Angela
I
just
don't know if you
gurgled.
heard it. I had a gurgle. Okay. I don't know.
No, but you just didn't speak for a second because you were gurgling. So you needed air.
Okay, I need to stop drinking fizzy water. This is what it's telling me. Here's the thing. You're saying how much is the party planning committee budget?
The birthday party budget is $36.
Okay. I think that's true, except there have been episodes where people go to Angela for petty cash. And I think Angela's not helping these guys at all. So maybe like Phyllis, she wants to see them fail. I feel like there's some petty cash for parties, but she's not going to let them in on that.
That's possible.
Just saying.
I was just following this thread, you know.
Yeah.
And here's where it got me.
Did I take the one down to sales?
No, I mean, take it or leave it. Birthday party budget is $36 or another theory. Whatever you want.
I feel like I'm getting some sass.
I'm not giving you any
I
sass.
feel a little sass. I'm just saying, I think there is some extra cash.
Can I give you a fan question from Preston G?
Yes.
Preston would like to know who came up with the "It is your birthday" period slogan.
Oh, Preston, I want to know that too.
Mindy.
Mindy!
I texted her.
Ah!
She said it was her.
Genius. Genius lady.
So good.
Perfect too. Perfect if that's what Dwight would write. Perfect.
I have a shameless plug.
What for?
Our merch.
Oh!
Because we sell the most adorable "It is your birthday" wrapping paper and gift bags over on OfficeLadies.com.
We do. They have the sad balloons and streamers. They are so cute. And then, of course, we had to include "It is your wedding."
And "It is your baby shower."
Yes, with sad balloons. If you want to have some sad wrapping paper for your baby shower, we got you covered.
Listen, if the person receiving the gift is an Office fan, they will like it.
They will love it.
We also have a Nifty Gifties bag.
You gotta have a Nifty Gifties.
You can tell we're two ladies who like to wrap a gift.
We do. OfficeLadies.com. Go to shop. Okay. Shameless plug.
Should we head over to Utica for a second, check in, because Pam and Michael have just arrived. They're taking a photo outside of the branch. I guess we're documenting this trip.
Oh yeah, are you kidding? I feel like Michael is a scrapbooker.
Yeah, Pam's in charge of all of the bags and taking pictures. When they arrive, Rolando is back. Adam Jamal Craig, so good.
Remember he was in season 4 in Branch Wars?
Well, he's serving up a bit of sass because he says you're late. Yeah. A lot of people pointed out that Michael introduces Pam to Rolando, even though we know from Branch Wars that she knows him. And the thing that got cut out was that Rolando and I were supposed to share like a little look. Right, but it didn't make it.
It's so played for me though that Michael would forget who Pam knows and doesn't know, and he just doesn't really pay attention to what other people do in his own company.
Oh, totally. This is also when Michael decides to offer Pam a little trick for getting through any nerves she might be feeling about seeing Karen.
Yeah,
She should just picture her naked.
yeah.
And then Karen enters.
A very pregnant Karen.
Yes.
And then Michael. Oh my gosh, Michael.
They're
He's
so
like,
good.
Is it Jim's?
Yeah, and he said, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to calculate in my head when's the last time you had sex with Jim.
He said that out loud
He said it was intense.
to two women that have dated him, are dating him. So awkward.
We had a fan question from Mickey S. Was Rashida Jones actually pregnant in this episode? No, that was Fakey Belly.
Fakey belly.
Well, they're going to move into the conference room.
Michael's going to start a show, but first he has a phone call.
Yes. He has a dramatic phone call and then explains to the group that he just learned his father died.
Yeah.
But then he says, I'm just kidding, but you bought it, and you can't return it, or can you? He got their attention.
What does that have to do with selling paper?
I don't know. But we had a huge fan catch from 3 people. Rebecca N, Evan H, and Lauren B all noticed that when Michael takes this pretend phone call, in the background, I clocked it at 9 minutes, 39 seconds. You can see Utica's industrial printer is chained with a padlock.
Oh, no way.
And there is a sign requesting employees to report any suspicious behavior. And this is a callback to the time that Michael and Dwight tried to steal Utica's printer back in Branch Wars.
That's amazing.
That is amazing.
That is such a tiny detail.
I know, and it's such a small thing.
Oh, I'm delighted by that. I love that.
It's amazing.
Well, Karen, she has to say something. Michael's being so ridiculous. And she's like, Michael, this whole sort of shenanigan at the top here just makes us think you're a liar. And he's like, hold up. Would a liar bring Minnie Mouse bars? And you sadly thrilled him at everyone.
Okay.
Jenna, there are a lot of bloopers of you doing this.
I know, because every time I did it, I would burst out laughing. And I had many conversations with Ken Quapis and Mindy Kaling about this. I had to sit there for a long time with these Minnie Mouse bars in my hand, hiding them. And Mindy thought it would be especially funny if I just did it very matter-of-factly. And of course it was. And it made us laugh every time. Sometimes I wouldn't even get to the throwing part, just me standing up. We would start laughing. I mean, the Mounds bars were getting very melty because I was holding them for so long.
The way you threw them was so awkward. It was unnatural. It hit people.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Well, Angela, this is also not the first time that Michael has thrown candy at people. He loves to throw candy during a presentation. If you remember in business school, he threw a bunch of candy at the students in Ryan's business school class.
Yes, he loves to use candy to make a point about paper sales. Well, I couldn't resist, Jenna. When I heard Minnie Mouse bars, I had to look up the origin of the Minnie Mouse bar.
Oh, I'm fascinated. I love a Mounds bar. I ate many of the Mounds bars that day, I should say.
Are you Mounds bar or Almond Joy?
No.
Okay.
Don't throw any nuts in my dark chocolate and coconut treat.
Can we play the jingle, please, that will live in your brain forever?
Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Oh, joy got nuts. Sometimes you feel like a sometimes.
Yeah, I never feel like a nut. You never feel like a nut.
I am also a Minnie Mouse bar person. I love the dark chocolate. I love it. But let's start our story, guys. How did we get the Mini Mounds Bar? Our story starts with Peter Paul Halagian. He was a candy manufacturer in New Haven, Connecticut in the early 20th century. He was born in Armenia, and he immigrated to the U.S. in 1890 and opened a candy shop. He would sell candy bars to the U.S. Army, and they would put them in the soldiers' monthly rations during World War I. And then they loved the candy bar so much when they came home, they wanted more. So after the success of that, he teamed with 5 other Armenian investors to form the Peter Paul Candy Manufacturing Company. They then made a very smart purchase. They purchased a candy line from candy maker Vincent Natito, who created the original Mounds Bar. He was selling it for 5 cents.
Oh, full size. 5 cents?
They're not very big.
But a full-size bar is 2.
He sold 1.
It was always a mini.
It was always a mini.
Okay.
And then Peter Paul actually just started selling it in a pack of 2 for 10 cents.
I wish you could see Angela's hands right now.
I'm
2
showing.
Mounds bars.
Here, you want to take my pictures?
Yeah.
I wanted to show Jenna what it would look like. 2 mini Mounds bars.
There it is.
Okay. Well, Jenna, during World War II, the Peter Paul Candy Manufacturing Company was faced with a severe shortage of sugar and coconut, right?
Oh.
World War II, they had normally been shipped from the Philippines, then the war broke out. So the company began sourcing coconut from the Caribbean using its own fleet of small vessels to transport coconut supplies to the U.S. They were nicknamed the Mounds Fleet. There were about 7 ships small enough to avoid detailed scrutiny by the German naval war vessels.
My gosh, all of this just to get coconut for some candy.
Wait, it gets better.
I have to say, if you're a ship captain during World War II, are you risking your life to bring people coconut?
Hold up.
Okay, I guess you are.
Apparently, this fleet, as it was called, was so
Flea like flea, L-E-E?
F-L-E-A. A little fleet. It's a little fleet. It's a fleet.
Oh, and teeny tiny.
It's a tiny fleet.
Got it.
It was so small in size, it posed no threat to the German U-boats that were patrolling the Atlantic waters. But what the German naval commanders did not know was that the crew of these vessels were also gathering more than coconuts. They were gathering valuable intelligence about the Germans' fleet movements and sharing it with the American armed forces.
Wait one moment. What you're telling me is that while collecting supplies to make one of my favorite candies, these folks were also providing important war intelligence to the United States government during World War II.
Yeah, the Mini Mounds Bar. I'm telling you, I was fascinated by all of this. And they also dropped all of their other production of candies and just concentrated on the Mounds Bar because it was so popular. And the U.S. military purchased as much as 80% of their output by 1944. They would package 5 million candy bars monthly into combat rations.
Wow.
Yeah. And now, as we know, over the years, Peter Paul, they added several more things to their line, including the Almond Joy, which they're often, sold together. But that's the story. The Mini Mounds Bar, they're now owned by the Hershey Company. You can still enjoy them today. Isn't that an amazing story?
I would like to enjoy one today.
So would I. The Mounds Fleet.
Wow.
You guys, you can learn more about it at connecticuthistory.org. Fascinating.
I have to say, I also love that it's an East Coast candy because it tracks with our show.
It
That Michael
does.
would be supporting something that originated.
In Connecticut.
Wow.
There you go.
The things you did not know you were going to learn today were that.
I know.
I definitely was not expecting that.
Amazing.
This is another example of our offshoot podcast, Two Ladies Who Google.
Yes. 2 ladies who love to Google.
And tell you things.
We're fun at a dinner party, guys.
We actually are.
We actually are.
All right. Michael has a talking head that is so good I texted it to Steve. I don't know how he did it. He explains he always wanted to become an actor, and he even has his own memorization techniques. He explains that the way he learned the Pledge of Allegiance is by singing it to the tune of Old MacDonald. Steve then, as Michael, sings the Pledge of Allegiance to the tune of Old MacDonald, and I don't know how he did it. I don't know how he did it. I texted to him and I said, "This is an amazing performance. This is so badass." I mean,
I know.
he does take a long pause. This was in the script, by the way. This
I
was totally
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, with a woof woof here and a woof woof there.
I mean, that is not easy to do.
Well, it is true, you guys. You put something to a song and you'll learn it.
It's called a mnemonic device, and that's a real thing.
It's a real thing. Michael says he uses it to learn people's names. So what has he got here? He looks around the room. He's got Shirty, Mole, Lazy Eye, Mexico, Baldy, Sugar Boobs, Black Woman. He said, I take a unique part of you and I use that to memorize your name. Baldy, your head is bald, it is hairless, it is shiny, it is a reflective like a mirror. Your name is Mark.
And he says, yes. Yes.
And Karen said, you know what? This is all really offensive.
Guest star alert, Mark, aka Baldy, was played by Brian Patrick Mulligan. He has an extensive career playing famous historical figures.
Like who?
Al Capone.
Oh,
Alfred Hitchcock. Teddy Roosevelt. He has played Ben Franklin in 3 different TV shows, including on Jimmy Kimmel Live. He just played W.C. Fields in a movie, but his most frequently played person is former Vice President Dick Cheney.
wow.
He has played Dick Cheney in 6 episodes of The Tonight Show with Jay Leno and 10 times on Jimmy Kimmel.
Those guys love bringing Dick Cheney on.
I guess so. They love bringing Brian Patrick Mulligan on as Dick Cheney. I also want you to know that Mole did not have a real mole.
Fakey Mole.
Fakey Mole. I know this because I saw the call sheet. He had to come in 15 minutes earlier than everyone else to get that mole put on.
There you go.
Yeah. So listen, back at Dunder Mifflin, I think we need to check in on Andy.
Yeah, he's fallen in love.
He has. And he needs an in, right? Before he goes and introduces himself to Julia, he's going to go down and he's going to spy on her car to see if he can learn anything about her.
Gotta get intel.
So he's peering in her car and he sees that she has a Feist CD.
Oh, this is jackpot for him.
Jackpot. Then he sets off the car alarm.
And then another car alarm.
Yes. Well, lady, do you remember this Feist song that he's going to sing later?
I do.
Huge. It's called 1, 2, 3, 4. So it was written by Leslie Feist, who went professionally as Feist. She's a Canadian pop singer. It came out in 2007. Anyway, I thought we should play the song for everybody. Okay, here is Feist 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me that you love me more. Sleepless long nights, eyes will make you strong. Oh, teenage hope to lie that you left you with nothing to lay on some more. Treating you hard. You know who you are.
It's so good.
So, like Peppy.
The song was nominated for 2 Grammy Awards, and Feist was nominated for Best New Artist and Best Pop Vocal Album. It was so huge. She did a spin on it for Sesame Street.
Okay, I didn't want to say anything, but this is where I remember it.
This was your Feist moment.
This was my Feist moment. I mean, I actually feel like I heard it here first on Sesame Street, and then I was like, oh, that's what people are talking about. Because Isabel left Sesame Street.
Well, I pulled a clip of it on Sesame Street.
Oh, it's going to bring back all the feels for me. I remember, we watched this over and over. We're going to learn to count, you guys, to the number 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. Monsters walking across the floor. I love counting to the number 4. Oh, you're counting with me. To 1 less than 5 and 1 more than 3. Counting to 4. Let's count some more.
Okay, why am I crying?
Oh my gosh. Because our kids were little and they loved Sesame Street.
I didn't even have a kid then. But just, I could hear the monsters start to sing. And I just could, there they all are. And, I don't know. You're right. We don't watch Sesame Street anymore. So maybe it just, I don't know.
I know. Listen, I found a video
show where Isabel was little and I was doing Elmo and I was doing, I was like, I was going, la 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 la, la 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 la, Elmo's world. Oh yes, we sang that song all the time. I know. Oh, let's have a baby. No, I'm kidding. Oh my God. I'm kidding. No, my daughter's been asking for a baby. Oh my gosh. Little sister. Listen, whenever I want to make I didn't know how to explain perimenopause to her. But I was like, Mama doesn't make any eggs anymore, baby. Mama, let's talk about cobwebs. I want to describe to you what a cobweb situation is. Well, Andy is going to interrupt Stanley's meeting. He's going to bring them both some coffees. He's put 1, 2, 3, 4 Splendas in Stanley's coffee. Yeah, he's like, 1, 2, 3, 4 Splendas in your coffee, Stanley. None in yours, Julia, because I don't know how you take it. I thought Julia was absolutely perfect. Oh, I did too. Guest star alert, Julia was played by Erica Tazell. I totally recognized her from the show Justified. She played Rachel Brooks. Erica is a classically trained actress. She graduated with an MFA from the NYU acting program. Her professional acting debut was at the New York Shakespeare Festival. And since we've been tracking these things, I'll have you know she was not on Monk, but she has been on both Law & Order and Law & Order Special Victims Unit. I loved all of her reactions to Andy. They were so perfect. And this whole thing has just completely ticked off Stanley. He's like, what are you doing? He pulls Andy aside. And Andy says he loves Julia with all his heart. Yeah. All his heart. Stanley is like, if you really love her, fine, give me 2 of your clients. You can have this client. Yeah. So Andy takes over the meeting in a very awkward way. He wonders, where should we send your invoices? To your boyfriend? Right. Because we certainly could. And she's so matter-of-factly is like, no, you can send it to my work address. This is for work. Yeah. But Andy does find out she does not have a boyfriend. And then he kind of panics. He's so excited. And then he gets advice from Creed. Why Creed? I don't know, but why would you go to Creed for advice? Creed's like, say no more. Just go in for a kiss. That's how I got squeaky frome. Yeah. I didn't know who that was. I had to Google it. Oh, you didn't know who it was? No. Yeah. Now I do. Yeah. Well, Charles Manson. She was part of the Manson family. Right. Yeah. She went to jail. She tried to assassinate Gerald Ford. Right. President Ford. Right. Mm-hmm. She was not part of the Tate LaBianca murders, but she did try to assassinate Gerald Ford. So I guess Creed kissed her. And he says, have I ever steered you wrong, Jim? Yeah, just go in and kiss her. Just do it. Then just, that's what you should do. When he called Andy Jim, if you're Andy, wouldn't you think, there's many reasons for red flags. There's so many red flags. So many red flags. Well, for whatever reason, Andy is going to take Creed's advice. He's going to walk Julia to the car. He forgot his coat. Could he run back in and get it real quick? Because he's very, very cold. Julia says, my car's right here, I think. Thanks for walking me down, but I'm good. And then when he gets her to the car, he goes in for a kiss. Andy, come on. This woman has had to put up with so much in this meeting. And now this? Also, like, she could write him up. I know. He could lose his job. Andy, don't listen to Creed, Andy. They do lose the account. Yeah. He has a talking head. So he kind of lost in every way today. He lost 3 accounts. He lost 2 that he gave to Stanley, 1 that Stanley gave to him, and he kind of showed his ass. Yeah, he did. Well, speaking of showing your ass, Karen has asked Michael to leave the conference room and come to her office. It's like getting called to the principal's office. And he is trying very hard to explain that he had a whole bit with a chainsaw that he hasn't been able to do. And Karen's like, you know what? Why don't you just put it all in an email and I'll send it to my team? And he's like, I can't put a chainsaw in an email, Karen. I can't do it. This is when Pam and Karen are going to have a little bonding moment. Yeah, it's so sweet. Pam says, when are you due? And Karen says, I'm due in a month. Yeah. Michael says, who did this to you? Who Who did this to you, Karen? She's like, my husband. He's a dermatologist. We met at a bar. And then they have all these cute photos. They have one where they're like dressed like hot dogs.
Yes, a hot dog and a hamburger. It's very cute. We had a lot of fan questions about this. Everyone wants to know who is the man in the photo? Who is Dan, the dermatologist, who is married to Karen?
Well, it was played by writer Dan Gore.
Yeah. He was a writer on Parks and Recreation.
Yes, and he had been working with Mike Schur and Greg Daniels as they developed that show. And we had seen him a few times on set in the writer's room, meeting with those guys.
And he came to set one day when we were shooting on the stages, and he and Rashida dressed up in all these different outfits, and they went around and took pictures. It was amazing.
It was amazing.
Well, you know, now Karen is going to ask about Jim.
Yes.
It's a little bit of tension, but Pam says we're engaged.
And Karen is just earnestly happy for them.
Yeah.
Rashida really sold it. Because I think as an audience, you're like, oh, what's that? And she's like, she has so moved on. She has a whole life. She's happy. And it gives Pam closure.
Yeah. I don't know about you, Ange, but I am happy if someone I have broken up with finds like a new relationship with someone else and they're in love. Because I'm like, yeah, that's why we broke up. Because we weren't a match and then you found your match. I don't have a lot of hard feelings about stuff. And I've had some messy breakups, you know? And even still, I don't know. I think I am more Karen on this one. I'm like, well, great. I'm glad that worked out because, you know, good. It wasn't meant to be for me and Jim, but it's for you and Jim.
Right. No, I think life is short. My grandmother used to always say every pot has its lid. And I want everyone to find their lid.
Yeah. I wasn't your lid. I fell in the water.
Yeah.
Or I was too big.
I was too big for your pot.
Yeah.
Or too small for your pot. I didn't fit your pot. Let's break it down some more.
I'm trying to see if there's a that's what she said in there, but I can't find it.
My lid fit your pot perfect?
No. I think it would be your pot fit my lid just right. That's what she said.
I don't think either of them are real strong. That's what she said.
We should let it go.
No, let's try it. Let's try a few more. Let's try a few more. We'll find it. We'll find it.
Everyone, if you find it, will you email us?
Oh no. What are you asking for?
I don't know.
All right.
Some interesting mail to read, that's for sure.
That's for sure. I don't know where we are. We've hopped around.
Well, I'll tell you.
Okay.
Michael and Pam are going to leave the Utica branch.
All right.
Michael gives his lecture a B+. He says Karen is mean. Aw. Pam says I like her. And then Pam says she's glad she came along and that seeing Karen gave her closure. Well, that's going to come back because as they're driving away, Michael tells Pam, you know what? I never got closure with Holly. She was the love of my life. And I never got closure. So Pam says, I think we should blow off this lecture in Rochester and go to Nashua instead. Michael says, let's do it.
Pam is like, yeah, screw them. Let's do this. All of a sudden, Michael just got, what do the kids call it, a ride or die. He's like, yeah.
Yeah. And then we have to be continued.
Yeah, screen goes to black. You think it's over. But there's a tag.
There's a tag.
Jim is asking Creed for $3 for Kelly's party. Creed says, great, I'd like to contribute. And then he hands him a $3 bill.
I had to know whose face was on that $3 bill.
Okay.
Because, you know, Phil Shea had to make that.
Yeah.
I paused. I looked at it. You know who I thought it was?
Who?
Brad Pitt.
No.
It looked like Brad Pitt to me, and I thought maybe it was a nod to BJ because he was doing the movie with Brad Pitt. Oh, I don't know. I remember we talked a lot about Brad Pitt when BJ was making that movie. We all thought we might become friends with him.
We were positive. We were like, BJ, bring him to set. Maybe he'll just come have lunch.
Yeah.
We'll be totally cool, BJ. We will be normal.
Exactly.
Remember we went
never brought him to work.
I know. We went through that with John and George Clooney too.
We're like, John, we're going to be so normal around George. We're not going to bring up, his place in Lake Como and that we want to go. We've read about it. We won't say that we read about it in People Magazine.
We won't say any
of that. None of those things.
Well, it turns out Randy Cordray told me who's on the $3 bill.
Who?
George W. Bush.
What?
I don't know. That's who Phil picked. He said Phil made it, and that's who he put on it.
You thought George W. Bush was Brad Pitt?
I guess I did.
It's time for new glasses. Get Nana some glasses. You guys, that's Lecture Circuit Part 1.
Yep. We'll be back next week with Lecture Circuit Part 2 and a lot of stories about licking cats.
You said that so Midwest, and a lot of stories about licking cats.
Yeah.
Sometimes your Missouri really comes out, and I live for it.
Oh, here, I'll give you some Missouri. 1, 2, 3, far.
Far. We're counting to far.
We're counting to far.
Oh, we're counting to far.
There you go. See you guys next week. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
You believed it when you heard it.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, everybody.
Good morning.
Or
after us, or good evening.
We don't know when you listen.
We don't. Although I'm always fascinated. I love it when people share where they listen and when and what they're doing. I just love it.
A lot of people listen while they do chores.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a good time to listen.
I do too. I had one gal say she sneaks some listens at work.
Oh, what does she do?
I don't know. I should always do the follow-up question. Don't know what you do at work, but thanks for listening to us. I hope everything else in your office is safely going about its business.
Yes, I hope you're having a good day at work. Today is Lecture Circuit Part 2. It is Season 5, Episode 17, written by Mindy Kaling and directed by Ken Kwapis. Here's a summary. Pam and Michael are still on their speaking tour. Because remember, Michael was asked by David Wallace to tell all the other branches how to be as successful as Scranton. Well, they've decided to take a detour. They're going to add Nashua to the lecture circuit so that Michael can see Holly and get some closure.
And Pam is all about it.
Pam's up for it.
Yeah.
But guess what? Holly's not there. Oh no. You know who is there? AJ, Holly's new boyfriend.
New boyfriend?
friend. Back in Scranton, Jim and Dwight are still trying to do right by Kelly's missed birthday. And Angela has a very new, expensive cat that she bought with the money from selling her engagement ring from Andy. And she has to keep tabs on it with a whole video system. Not even just keep tabs. She's delighted to just watch her cats while she's at work. That's what she's doing while she's at work. Yeah, exactly. Well, fast fact number 1, if you listened last week, then you'll remember that we explained how Lecture Circuit was originally meant to be a single episode. But when they got to the editing room, it was just so good, they decided to turn it into 2. Yeah, Jenna, weren't you so surprised when you started watching this one, even though I knew that information? Because we talked about that last week. On the screen, it said previously on The Office. Yes! And then there was a whole recap. Never seen that before. Never. Not very documentary, is it? Not very documentary. Well, they had to add extra stories in order to make it 2 episodes. Remember last week, they had the story of Andy trying to date Stanley's client. Well, this week, the extra storyline is all about Angela and her cats. Oh, yeah. Angela, I texted with Mindy about this. You did? I did. What did she say? She said she thought that on paper that cat storyline was a little broad and a little silly. But here was a thing that the writers knew about you, Angela. What? And this is something that Jen Solana said. Remember back in the duel that you do such a great job of grounding comedy and making it work. And so they could just throw these broader storylines at you and you made them sing. She said, what a gift. Let me tell you something. I am on cloud 9 right now. I am absolutely giddy. Mindy and Jen Salada's opinion of my acting and comedic skills mean more to me than any award. You heard me. I will take this Mindy and Jen award to my heart. I'm going to make you a little mini Jen and a little mini Mindy statue and give them to you. Is that weird if I have a miniature statue? Okay, Mindy and Jen, if you hear this, it's because I so highly regard your opinion. You just won a Mindy today. Oh, and on the duel, you won a Jen. Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to thank the Academy of Badass Women for believing in me. Fast fact number 2 is a location breakdown. Let's discuss the Nashua branch. I was really hoping you would. Everyone's curious because we did not go to Nashua. We filmed the exterior and interior scenes at different places. The exterior of the Nashua branch was actually TNR drywall in Van Nuys. Huh. Yep. Then we relocated to get this. Where? For the interior scenes. Where? M&M Paper Company. A real paper company. That's amazing, right? Yeah. We shot all of the scenes for Nashua at the very end of the week. It was on a Friday. And the very last thing we shot was Steve cutting the sleeve off Holly's sweater. Oh, that was the last thing. But here's something else that we shot that day that I found fascinating. Here's a little bit of, like, I don't know, is this movie magic? Something, well, you tell me and I'll tell you. Insidery Hollywood? Yeah, tell me. We shot a background plate. Oh, that's very insidery Hollywoody movie magic-y. Yes, thank you. Okay, good. So a background plate is a shot that they could put behind a future talking head that might take place in Nashua. So it's just like an empty background. And they could superimpose a person there with a green screen. So if AJ or Holly or anyone from the Nashua branch had a talking head in a future episode, we wouldn't have to rent this whole building again. They could just shoot it on a green screen and add our background plate. It is really cool. I've only worked with the background plate one time. It's for a TV show I shot this year. I don't know if I can say it yet, but we had to be driving through Los Angeles, and we were in a car, Jenna, on a rig, and it would move. Yes, but we were inside a studio, and then all around us was this sort of like curved screen of like the streets of Los Angeles, and I got dizzy. This is the thing you don't think about in acting school, which is you're going to do a fakey car scene with fakey street going by, and it might make you a little dizzy if you're prone to that.
Now, could you see the fake street
Yes,
on the screen?
yes. No, it was surrounding us.
Wow.
Like, you know, one of those fancy movie theaters where the screen goes around you. I don't know. They have those, don't they?
Yeah, I think so. Somewhere. Something like that.
Yeah. It like went around us. So we would look out the car window. There'd be the street driving by.
Wow.
Not the street driving by. You know what
I knew what you meant. I did a fakey driving scene like that in a studio as well, except it was just a green screen and they inserted the images later. But I was on a little thing where they make the car move.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's fans blowing in through the windows.
Yes.
The motion.
Yes.
Yeah. Movie magic.
Movie magic.
I love doing that stuff because that's some of the stuff as a kid that was fascinating to me.
Yeah.
The fakey movie magic.
It's also like so fascinating. Sorry guys to go off on a total tangent here, but to see that many different departments working to pull off one moment. I always think that's so cool.
Yeah. All right, Angela, this next location breakdown is all you. Will you please tell us where was Angela's apartment such that we could see all your cats on camera?
Oh, will I? I have a whole cat camera location breakdown. And then later, Jenna, I have a cat guest star breakdown.
Oh, I can't wait.
You will not want to miss it. All right, so you guys, Angela's living room was built on stage 2. That was inside our warehouse set. Remember the warehouse where we go?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
We would build a lot of those swing sets. Yeah.
Little term for you. They shot the scenes individually, and then later they took the one scene with all the cats and they burned that into the computer screen. They also burned into the computer screen at my desk the one of me with the cats. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
A little bit. So you filmed it far prior to when you did the scenes at your desk, because then what does burning it onto your computer screen mean?
I think that's the term Randy used. I think it just means uploading it, right? In post-production, they were able to like take the clips and put them on my computer so that Kevin and Oscar really watched those.
Oh, so they didn't have to imagine what they were seeing.
No, they really got to watch
Wonderful.
that. How delicious was that? Also, when we all gathered around to watch the cats on the screen, you know, when it's Meredith and the whole gang, we're really watching the cats.
Oh, yeah. That's amazing. So you were really just over in our warehouse set.
That's right. I worked
Close
all day
by.
in the warehouse. Many times when you went to Angela's apartment, even years later when you went to Oscar's apartment, that was all in the warehouse. The interior shots, I should say.
Yes. Fast fact number 3, we have a big guest star alert.
We do.
It's AJ, Holly's boyfriend, played by Rob Hubel.
Yeah.
Now, Rob is a very successful improviser, actor, writer, Emmy-nominated producer.
He's like a quadruple threat.
That is 4. Yeah, a double threat.
Yeah, he's a double threat.
He's been in over 140 films and television shows.
Good Lord.
He was very recently in Transparent with Melora Hardin. Little office reunion there. And Angela, you know Rob.
I do know Rob. I mean, I met him a long time ago through our mutual friend, Rachel Harris. Later plays Angela Martin's sister. That little, like, LA comedy club circle, you know, between the groundlings and improv and stuff. Rob is very funny. He's also just delightful to talk to because he's just one of these people to me, kind of like Will Ferrell, who's just walks into the room funny.
He's friendly.
And he's friendly.
Yeah.
So I knew this episode was coming up, and I was like, we got to reach out to Rob. We need to hear his story about how he came to be on The Office, and he's going to answer a few questions for us throughout this episode.
Well, here is how he got his job on The Office.
Hey guys, it's Rob Hubel. It's early in the morning, so my voice is a little crackly. Well, these ladies will tell you that sometimes in Hollywood you get offered parts, but it's kind of few and far between. And I think the great Allison Jones cast this show, and I had done some movies that Allison had cast, so that may have helped me maybe get offered the part. I also might have been offered the part because I knew Steve Carell from The Daily Show. I worked at The Daily Show. Before I got into comedy, I worked as a producer on a lot of shows. And I worked at The Daily Show when Steve Carell and Stephen Colbert were there. In fact, I shared an office with Nancy Walls, who is married to Steve Carell, the great Nancy Walls. And so that all may have helped me get just offered the part. Otherwise, if that wasn't the case, I probably had a great audition because I'm great at auditioning. But I was very lucky and nervous because the show was so big and everybody had become these rock stars by that time. So I didn't want to screw it up.
Aw, he did not screw it up.
No, he did not.
Well, Angela, we got a fan question from Joe S. Did Rob Hugel know he would have a recurring role on the show as Holly's boyfriend, or did he think that it was just one episode?
And he sent in an audio clip about that too.
I think I knew that it was a recurring part, but I didn't know what the plot was and, what the story arc was. But I did know that it was going to be the new boyfriend, and I knew that Steve Carell would be giving me a hard time, in those scenes. And I knew that it was with Amy Ryan, who I was such a fan of, because I had just finished watching The Wire, and she was on The Wire, I think season 2, which is another great show. Someone should do a podcast about The Wire. But Amy Ryan is, just such a great actor also. So, again, didn't want to screw that one up.
So, like Angela said, Rob answered more questions. We'll sprinkle them in later. Sprinkle. And you should also know that he has a weekly Twitch show with Paul Scheer, which is Twitch TV/Friend Zone, and it's live every Thursday at 5 Pacific.
One more plug for Rob, because I think he's so hilarious, and he does a show with my friend Erin Hayes that I did a show called Housewives of Orlando with. Their show is called Medical Police, guys. It's really funny. It's on Netflix. It's a spinoff of Children's Hospital. Funny folks.
I think we should take a break and then go to Nashua and a birthday party and lick some cats.
I mean, did you think you'd ever say that in a sentence?
No. Today is unique.
Well, you know what I didn't think I would do?
What?
Google how to lick your cat.
I can't wait for this.
Okay.
For 175 years, Gordon's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gordon's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gordon's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gordon's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you
Okay?
do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got the Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gordons are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gordon's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh my gosh.
That's
Yes.
so rare. Well, we love Gordon's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gordons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. We begin this episode in the kitchen. Kevin's eating 2 ice cream treats.
He has a popsicle, you know, the double stick popsicle.
Yep.
And then like the ice cream cone with like the chocolate with the peanut topping thing.
Yeah, what's that called again?
Some kind of drumstick.
That's it.
Oh, it is a drumstick.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's got both of those going.
But you know what? It's because he didn't eat his lunch. Well, I mean all his lunch. It doesn't matter. Angela enters smiling. It's strange.
Beaming.
So happy.
Giddy. She's so happy that she looks at Kevin and you know, normal eating that double stick popsicle and the drumstick and just go off on him. But she says, actually, she says, oh, hello, everyone. Oh, ice cream. Nice, Kevin. Looks good. Nice, Kevin? What is happening?
Well, I'll tell you what's happening. She is going to announce a new addition to her family. It's a cat, a rare special cat, a $7,000 cat.
She's hypoallergenic. She doesn't struggle when you try to dress her. She's a third-generation show cat. Her father was in Meet the Parents.
Wait, so the cat that pees on the toilet in Meet the Parents is somehow related to Angela's new cat?
It's Princess Lady's dad.
Wow.
I know. Well, the gang wants to see this cat. For like a $7,000 cat. I gotta see it. And Angela's like, I can do better than a picture.
Oh, she can.
She has a kitty cam set up at home.
So she takes the whole gang over to her computer, and they are watching these cats frolic in her living room. How many are there? I didn't count. I mean, there's lots.
There's lots. There's probably 12.
I mean, there were at least 7 or 8, at least, in the picture. Who knows if someone was sitting in the window? We don't know. Angela, we got a lot of mail about this scene because your character mentions that she's annoyed that she can't take any time off. She doesn't have any sick days left.
And they don't recognize cat maternity.
Yeah. And it's not fair that she can't take off a year like those people who have human babies. And Meredith agrees, right? Meredith says, yeah, I had my second kid just for the vacation time. Flurry of mail. I mean, it was a snowstorm of letters.
Oh,
lots of people are like, how many children does Meredith have? In Alliance, Dwight says she has 2 kids. In The Injury, Michael says she has 1 kid, no husband. In Take Your Daughter to Work Day, she brings 1 child in. But then here, she says she has a second kid. What does the show Bible say? I'll tell you guys, the show Bible just says whatever the show says. So the show Bible is as all over the place as these episodes. I think we don't really know.
I think maybe we didn't do a good job keeping track of the children. I mean, what happens to the senator's son?
Oh, yeah, we'll get there. Children disappear and reappear all the time on our show. I think what happens is they write the episode and they don't check the show Bible first. And then the person who keeps the show Bible is like, dang it, I've got to write something in the show Bible now that contradicts what was already in the show Bible. But, you know, their job is just to record what happens.
I've gotten questions quite a bit about Princess Lady. People want to know, why would she sell Andy's engagement ring? Everyone sort of really judged Angela for this on the comment boards back when the episode aired. There was a deleted talking head where she sort of explained it, and I think we should hear it. As you may know, I am no longer in a relationship. It's been really stressful here. So I decided to treat myself to one of God's most perfect creations, a beautiful new cat. It's tacky to talk about money, but she cost $7,000. Okay, you guys, judge Angela if you will, but she's had a tough time because she's no longer in a relationship. Both of her relationships have ended, and she has to work with both of them and see them every day. She's sort of been shunned, kicked off the party planning committee, and she went and made an impulse buy to make herself feel better.
Here's what I'll say. She should have given the ring back. I know that. I know that because she was unfaithful. Yes. You know, the ring is a symbol of your promise, of your contract to be married. And I think that if the person who has the ring breaks that contract, they should return it. But I believe that etiquette says that if the person who gave the ring breaks the contract, you get to keep the ring. Well, Angela Martin's going to use hers to buy a cat. She broke with the etiquette. Yes. Okay. I mean, that's what your character would do. Do you think Pam gave Roy the ring back? I do. Right? Now listen, you might throw some shade at Angela Martin. Her affair was very out there, but I think Pam had an emotional affair. You think? Of course she did. So I'm just saying. That's why I think Pam gave the ring back. Well, Princess Lady is here, folks. Yes. Well, speaking of people who are excited today, Jim is thrilled to have purchased Kelly an ice cream cake. He's putting it in the freezer. He's so proud of himself. He did it. But then he hears Dwight yelling, screaming at Kelly right in her face. Dwight does this. Remember when he got right in Phyllis's face? Yes. Did they laugh a lot during the scene? I don't know how Mindy kept it together. I'm sure. All right. Well, the reason Dwight is interrogating Kelly is because last week he looked in her files trying to figure out when her exact birthday was, and he finds out that she was in juvie when she was 14, and now he wants to know why. I have one thing I have to bring up. I don't know why this bugged me so much, but it totally bugged me. I did that thing where I paused the TV and I talked to the TV. What? By myself. What? I paused it and I said, wouldn't the correct spelling of her name been on her juvenile detention record? I thought the same thing. Guys, later in the episode, Jim is going to misspell her name on the cake, and I thought, my goodness. Yeah, he has a whole talking head. Still don't know how to spell her name. Maybe look on the form in Dwight's hand? I don't know, guys. Listen, Jim and Dwight are not good communicators. They're not sharing information. Clearly, they're not. Well, Jim is going to try to cheer Kelly up by showing her this birthday cake he's so proud of. Who's lurking in the corner watching the whole thing? Phyllis. The cake is blank. There's nothing on it. There's no theme. She hates it. I don't know why, but I became inspired to learn the history of the ice cream cake. Are you kidding? No. This is a good place for it. Is there ever been a better place for it? Well, here you go. Food historians? That's a job. Food historian. Oh, fascinating. They just study food, I guess. I kind of want to be one. I want to meet one. Well, food historians believe that ice cream cakes were invented at the end of the 1600s. Who invented it? It's unclear. The recipes date back to the 1870s. And ice cream cakes were originally made from biscuits and cream. In the Victorian era, the desserts were called bombs, and they consisted of ice cream and fruit in a fancy mold. So it went through many permutations. In its early days, it was considered quite a luxury item, and it was only enjoyed by the wealthy because they were the only people who could keep it cold. Right, you'd have to get a block of ice. Yes. Now, the ice cream cake's cousin would be a baked Alaska. That is frozen cream surrounded by meringue, but then it's served hot, and there's no cake in it. A true ice cream cake has 3 layers. It has ice cream, cake or biscuits, and then icing or whipped cream. The leader in America for making the ice cream cake
Can I guess?
popular is...
Can I guess? Baskin-Robbins.
Carvel! Fudgy the Whale! Fudgy the Whale lady!
Oh, why didn't I see that coming? Listen, I was just at Baskin-Robbins with the kids because they wanted like after-school snack. Yeah, there's so many flavors.
Oh, yeah! I love a Baskin-Robbins ice cream cake.
But it started with Carvel, soft serve.
Yes. That's it. It was a small history of ice cream cake, but there you have it.
Well, you know what came out of that?
What?
My need to meet a food historian.
I mean, really?
Put it on my list. I have to say, while we were talking about the history of the ice cream cake, I don't know if you noticed this, we got really like kind of like, oh wow, like it was very precious information. It felt like it was. It is tickling me. I am tickled. When we're really into something, we get real quiet with the importance of it. Speaking of importance, Pam and Michael have arrived at the Nashua Ranch. Well, the first thing we're going to do is take a picture. Gotta take a picture. We're documenting this. Michael's very nervous as they enter. They're greeted by a really nice receptionist. He tells them that Holly is not there. No, she's on an HR retreat for 3 days. But if you really need to get in touch with her, you can just talk to her boyfriend over there, AJ, salesman. Jenna, I again paused the TV and had to talk to it because I thought, Holly, you just got transferred by corporate because you were dating a coworker. Yeah, and now you go to this new branch of your company and immediately start dating another coworker? Holly, put that together. I didn't even think of that. It's the whole reason they moved her to Nashua. Yeah, you're right. And she works in HR. I mean, if anyone should be on top of this, it's her. Holly. Well, Ange, you mentioned that the receptionist was really nice to Michael and Pam, and we got mail about that. Berenice C. said the receptionist at Nashua branch is really friendly and happily expecting Michael's arrival. She said maybe they really don't get very many visitors, like Pam said. I think they don't. I think they're the forgotten about branch. That's what Pam said earlier. Well, the receptionist was played by actress Catherine Flynn. Just wanted to give her a shout out for her friendly greeting. Michael has to get outside for some air. He is not doing well. No, he is about to fall apart. Yeah. In this scene, I wanted to make 2 observations. Okay? Okay. One is it was really hard for me to sit on that curb in a pencil skirt and heels. And I think I did a good job. It really is hard to sit on a curb, like in any kind of skirt like that, because your legs don't really have anywhere to go. Yep. You can't bunch under. No, and I had to like tuck my hands under to keep the skirt from flapping down. Yeah. Second, I have a windshield wiper hair going back and forth on my forehead during this entire exchange. A little hair that just goes, yeah, the whole scene. And on a normal television show, they would have cut and they would have had someone come in and just shellac your head, spray it down. We don't want any flyaways. And they would have been like holding for hair. They would have actually said flying in for a flyaway, but we didn't do that on our show. We just let stuff happen. I thought maybe this is one time, since it was such an emotional scene, maybe we should have shellacked it. Were you distracted by your windshield wiper hair? A little. You didn't notice it. I did not notice it. But now it will be all I can see when I rewatch it. Yeah, enjoy that, everyone. Well, lady, I think we should take a break because we're going to get into the thick of Angela's cats and Michael's presentation soon. And I need to center myself before both those things happen. I think you do, because I might have stories about how I created this. It was very good. Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props. Oh, thanks. It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing. You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this. Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients. It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down. or after a long night out,
Hint,
hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier Sugar-Free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. We are back in Scranton, and Kevin hears, what is happening on Angela's computer screen?
A lot's happening.
Mr. Ash is humping Princess Lady.
Oh.
Angela's like, these are decent cats. Don't, make an assumption about them. And Mr. Ash is fixed, and Meredith's like, I know fixed, and that ain't fixed. Meredith and her like super gulp from 7-Eleven with her sidebar comments.
Angela is so upset she has to leave.
Mm-hmm. She has to go check on her cat.
Yes.
Make sure Princess Lady is okay. And now, Jenna, for the cat guest star breakdown.
Let's hear it.
Here we go. Once again, we reached out to Bob Dunn's Animal Rentals in Silmar, California. They are going to help us create this whole cat humping scene. But first, let me tell you who played Princess Lady. Princess Lady was a Persian cat named Potato. Oh. You might have seen her if you watched the deleted scenes in the duel. She was in them, but not featured. Oh. Also, Mr. Ash, the other cat in this relationship, was played by Roswell.
Roswell!
Yes!
The orange cat that looks like Sunny.
That's right.
I remember him from your cat head shots for the duel.
That's right.
Now, I guess it's good that we deleted that scene because we could bring Potato back now for this lead role.
Right.
Yes.
Potato went from a background player to the lead of the scene.
Wow.
Princess Lady.
I mean, that's what happens in Hollywood.
That's right. You go out for one role, you're like, I didn't get it. And then you get Princess Lady. Well, Randy said he loved how Bob Dunn's company listed the cats in the proposed budget. We had 7 milling about cats and 2 sex cats.
So 7 background performers and then 2 leads.
Roswell and Potato. Our head animal trainer was Denise Sanders. She had been with us on stress relief. She said she required several days of training to get Roswell to pull off a believable kitty humping scene.
How did she do that?
I don't know. The overall cost of the advanced training, plus the cats for the shoot days, and then the trainer fees was just shy of $9,000.
Wow.
To get Mr. Ash to hump Princess Lady. $9,000.
That was a lot. I mean, I feel like I want to call that woman. What was her name? The trainer's name? Denise. And I want to be like, how did you do it? Was it a series of treats like every time Roswell stepped on Potato, you got a treat?
And then how do you get Potato to stay put?
I don't know. These are questions for Denise. Do we need Denise?
I want Denise on, and then I want an episode where we talk to a food historian.
Odd Jobs with Jenna and Angela.
Yes.
Another spin-off podcast.
We have so many.
We have so many podcasts to do.
Oh my goodness.
We have so many factories to tour and podcasts to do. Well, listen, lady, I think we should stick with the cats here because I'm liking it.
Okay.
I'm liking the cat info.
You want to see the whole story?
I do.
Okay.
Because back in Scranton, Kevin and Oscar are working in accounting, and they're going to hear Angela's voice. She's gotten home, and she is scolding Mr. Ash for his behavior. They have to watch.
She didn't turn her computer off. She forgot to turn the kitty cam off.
She did. They are watching her. She's hissing. She is communicating with the cats with meows. And then she grooms Princess Lady with her own tongue.
There are so many things to unpack in this moment for you. First of all, I just love that she's like, excuse me, Petals, I'm looking for Mr. Ash.
Well, there you go. We know another cat's name is Petals, but I don't think that's the question on everyone's minds. And I know that because we got a lot of mail about it. My favorite one was from Katie D, who said, I don't even know where to start. So, Angela, the cat cam scene, please explain.
Well, Katie, let me tell you. Ken said to me, I want you to know you don't have to lick a cat today. Oh, yeah. He said, camera's going to be far away. I said, Ken, are you sure? He goes, yeah, no, you're not going to have to look at cat today. No. I was like, oh, okay. He goes, you can fake it. We'll be able to sell it. I said, okay. So we do a few takes, and he comes up to me kind of meekishly, and I said, Ken. And he goes, will you just kind of move in a little bit closer with the camera? I said, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. So in one take, I actually licked the cat's face. I did it. And I felt bad for the cat because the cat's eyes were like, you know.
Did you get hair in your mouth?
Yes, of course I did. It was a very hairy cat. Randy,
Did it taste weird?
I don't remember it tasting anyway, just being fuzzy. Randy told me that just in case I might lick the cat, listen, these guys knew they were going to ask me all along. They knew it.
You think so?
Oh, yeah, I think so. I think they were going to try to get one shot.
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah.
Randy said, so in case you were going to have to maybe lick the cat, Denise Sanders, the trainer, gave Potato a special bath and blow dry before she came to set that day.
Oh.
Potato got a blowout, fresh shower.
Well, that's nice.
So yes, I did lick the cat, but only once. The rest of them were fakey licks. I guess as the camera pans in, I don't know which one's the real one.
So you don't know if they use the real lick or the fake lick?
I don't know.
Now, why would the camera be able to pan in if it was like a nanny cam? You'd think it would just be one locked off shot.
Yes. You know, these are things I should have brought up in the moment. I should have had you with me. We did a lot of rehearsals. They were pitching different things to me that Angela would do to try to bond with her cats. Crawl on the ground, roll over, pretend to groom myself. And then they were like, does Angela talk to her cats? How does she talk to her cats? And then they pitched the sort of hiss thing. And then I had to practice different hisses, guys.
They were very good. I thought your cat sounds were great.
Thank you. I mean, I feel like Ken and I really bonded this day because I was like, Ken, tell me, what do you like? Do you like this one? Or do you like,
Yeah.
And then he'd be like, oh, I like the second. And I'm like, okay.
I like it that you scolded your cats in their own language.
Thank you.
I thought it showed your bond with them.
Jenna, this brought me down a rabbit hole of Googling, do people really like their cats? Apparently, if you foster kittens, some people share online that they have licked a kitten's face if it's separated from its mom. What do you know about this? You foster kittens.
I've done it.
You've licked a cat's face.
I have.
I knew it. I was like, I bet Jenna has licked a cat's face.
Yeah. So I worked in cat fostering for 3 years.
Yeah.
And I fostered many kittens who had been separated from their moms at a very, very young age. And, you know, I'm trying to socialize them, and I would just lick them between their eyes on their little forehead, give them a few little licks.
That's what I read.
Yes.
Not with adult cats, but with little kittens.
With kittens.
That are very young and separated from their mom.
Yes.
Well,
and it brings them great comfort, and they purr.
That's what I read. I knew you would know.
And I will say, I have also licked an adult cat.
Okay.
My cat, Bondi, he had been sick, and he was an adult, and I licked between his eyes to give him some comfort. So, yeah. I don't know. I mean, people let their dogs lick their faces, and I don't know. When you have a pet, they become like a member of the family. I think it's kind of like, listen, I'm not going to go over to anyone's house and start licking their animals. And I don't love when someone else's dog licks my face, but I don't care when my own dog does it, right? Just like how your own kid's poop and vomit doesn't bother you, but I don't want some other kid to poop on me.
Well, no.
I don't know what that is. I don't know why. It's like when it's your family and you don't care.
Well, I want you to know, when I looked this up online, there's a big debate about when and where and how to bond by licking your cat.
Okay.
And also, guys, apparently there's a whole industry of fake tongues that humans can purchase.
Yes,
to lick their cats.
Okay, so yes, there's also a little thing that you can put on your finger that's like sort of meant to simulate an adult cat's tongue. And if you foster kittens, you can get that, and then you can like rub that between their eyes. That's the thing you can get too. Cassie's in the booth. Cassie, you just fostered a bunch of kittens. Did you lick any of them? I didn't know this was a thing, but maybe next round I'll try it. Or you can just get the little finger brush thing. That came out while I was like mid-fostering, and I did move to the finger brush eventually. Yeah, well, I'll get that. There was one that haunted me. It's a thing that you can, well, I won't be able to unsee it. It's a fake tongue that you can put in your mouth like a pacifier. Why? And then you can lick your cat. Just be on your finger. That's what she said. I'm showing Tuna.
Oh, wow.
You're left out of this internet licking brush. It's also they have a big muscly man with a licking brush in his mouth. A pacifier. It's a pacifier that has a tongue on it, and he's cradling his cat like a baby and then like licking it, and it's just that they picked someone I would not expect. I mean, I want you to know I saw that and I have been waiting to show you. I was like, I'm not even gonna tell her. I want her to see it. I want to watch her react to it, because I was like, what's happening? What did I just click on? Okay, well, I guess it can take the idea of bonding with your cat to a whole new level. They make them for your fingers, is what I want to say. To finish out this cat storyline, Angela returns to the office. Yes. And she sees her computer is on, and she's like, oh my gosh, has that been on the whole time? And Kevin and Oscar are like, what? We don't have no idea what you're talking about. Oscar has a talking head where he says he needs to erase that image from his head. But then Angela coughs up a hairball. Well, let's hear about that. I cough up a tiny hair, guys, right? It's like a little hair. But you know what? You've had your cat like cough up a hairball, right? It's so violent. It's like, yeah. It's so incredibly like the first time you get a cat and they do it, you're like, oh my god, I don't know what's happening. It's so intense. So once again, Ken and I and Mindy were talking about how big do you go here? Yeah, right? How big do I really? Because you have two choices. Either Angela Martin has to do that, like yelling, or it's like way more subtle. And so I practiced a few different ways, and this is the one they liked, where basically I'm just pulling one hair off my tongue. Mm-hmm. And it's like, what is it? Was it the cat? Is it something else? It was the cat. It was the cat. It was. But I had to do it enough to sell it to Oscar, and not so much that it was like a total cartoon. That was my work day, guys. That was my day that day. Hey, you're gonna crawl around on the ground, pretend to be a cat, hiss at cats, lick a cat, and then cough up a hairball. Mom, what'd you do at work today? Welcome to Hollywood. Should we go to Nashua? We do, because Pam has talked Michael into giving his presentation. Because then maybe they'll all talk about how great Michael was, and Holly will hear about it, right? That's the way you show AJ, right? Yes. And you know what? At the beginning, it's going great. It is. He's doing a fantastic job. Just listen to all of his movie references.
Good morning, Vietnam! Sales is what brings us together today. How do we deal with clients who say, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn about paper, and get them to show us the money? Well, we are going to find out today.
I had written this down. It's so interesting that you played that clip, because I wondered, do our younger viewers get all of the references in Michael's opening remarks? Do they know these movies? Good Morning Vietnam, Princess Bride, Gone with the Wind, and Jerry Maguire.
I guess this is Michael's taste in movies.
Mm-hmm. But do people know all those today? I mean, you've got to know Princess Bride, right?
I think.
I don't know.
I don't know.
But he's got them. They're laughing. They love his like voices he's doing.
Nashua likes Michael. From the receptionist to his opening remarks, they're eating out of the palm of his hand. If only he could get over this Holly thing, he would finally have a day where he was the king of comedy like he's always wanted.
Those 30 seconds you just heard are the best that it is, because that's how quickly it falls apart.
Because Michael zeroes in on AJ. He can't help it. Salesmen, salespeople. He's going to pick a random salesperson. You there, sir, you.
What's it like to be you?
Oh, here we go. Yeah. And then Michael has a full-on panic attack. He winds up on the ground and he crawls out of the room, leaving Pam. Yeah. Well, before we get to what Pam is going to do, I wanted to shout out a few crew cameos.
Oh, okay.
So, sitting next to AJ, the woman who asked the question about discounts from distributors, that was Mary Wall.
Yes.
And she was a member of our production staff, and she is delightful and wonderful. She has gone on to become a producer and a director. She currently is working on a documentary called The Fan Connection. You can actually check it out at fanconnectionmovie.com. You can see a trailer. It's all about the hockey fans in Buffalo.
Oh, I
and
would
their
love that.
commitment to their hockey team. And you know I love hockey. So anyway, check out the trailer, guys.
I love sports documentaries. Love them.
And then sitting in the row in front of AJ with the red hair was Claire Scanlon, our editor. And Pam's going to call her Freckles.
Claire is a full-on badass, amazing editor, and now prolific director.
Yes. And then I have another guest star I want to mention, Michael McCartney. He played the other Nashua employee who says, "What does this have to do with sales?" when Michael is disintegrating. He has a very extensive resume. He is the producer and director of the series The Millionaires on Amazon Prime, but here's what I want to tell you. This is the first time I've seen this. In all of my Googling of all of our guest stars, well, now I don't know what to expect. Michael McCartney has been on Law and Order, okay, Law and Order SVU, and Law and Order Criminal Intent, the trifecta.
Holy cow!
All three. Not on Monk. Not on Monk. There's still room. There's future guest star. If you could be on all three Law and Orders and Monk, I'm going to drive to your house and give you a cake.
So when I was trading emails with Rob, I was like, Rob, you've got to share what it was like in that room when Steve, as Michael, is falling apart.
Yes.
And singling you out. I mean, I don't know. How did you do that? How did you get through it? And here's what he had to say.
My memories of shooting that scene in the conference room with Steve are mostly about just trying not to laugh, because sometimes I just start laughing when people are funny, because really I feel like a lot of times on comedy shows you're trying to make the other person laugh. In a way, you're kind of trying to fuck with them a little bit. So anyway, I was just trying to keep a straight face because Steve is so funny and Jenna is so funny and everybody on the show is so funny. And I also get very nervous. I get nervous going into a new show, and you know, there's this whole other culture there already established. When you're a guest actor on a show, it's different because you don't know what you're walking into. So I was a little bit nervous, and Steve is just, you know, iconic. Steve is just so funny. And when he's kind of coming at me like that, he's, you know, putting me down and ignoring me and calling me names in a very funny way, but it's all so funny. So mostly trying not to laugh.
I loved his description of what it's like to be a guest actor on a show. Walking into the world, and it's a comedy, and it's supposed to be funny, but then you're not supposed to laugh. I related to all of that so much.
I did too.
Well, we also asked him, does he still get recognized as AJ?
He's been on, what did you say, 140?
140 movies and TV shows.
Does he get recognized as AJ?
Let's find out.
Do I get recognized as AJ from The Office? Are you kidding me? Yes. Yes, a lot. And I'm so thankful for it. It is very fun to be recognized no matter what people tell you. It is fun because it's, it's people love it. They love the show, and that's fun. Like everyone had an opinion about Michael and Holly's relationship, and I was just standing in the way, so I would get threatened by strangers. It was crazy. In fact, people used to come up to me out of the blue. I remember people would sometimes whisper in my ear, like come up behind me and say, "You stay away from Holly. You stay away from Holly." And what's crazy is that my wife in real life, her name is Holly. So I would have to decide in about 2 seconds, okay, is this someone that used to date my wife in real life that I should murder? Or is this just a fan of The Office acting like a creeper?
I love that his wife's name is Holly.
I know.
That's insane.
That is crazy, though, that people go up to him and they're like, leave Holly alone. And they get away from Holly. That's my wife. Oh, okay. Oh, I know what you are.
Amazing. Well, thank you, Rob, for sending in your audio clips. It was so nice of you. I love listening to your voice. I think he has a soothing, pleasant voice.
Rob, she's not kidding. While we were recording this episode and you sent in your audio clips, Jenna was like, I just love the sound of his voice.
I know. I hope you get tons of voiceover work because I would buy anything you're selling.
Hey!
Yeah.
How about them apples? So, Jenna, Michael has left. Pam is in charge. She goes right into Forrest Gump.
Lady, this was one of my favorite shooting days ever, having to take over the presentation.
It was so fun to watch you. It was hilarious. I loved watching Pam try to do Michael's movie bits.
Angela, you know I'm not great with accents.
I know this.
Or impressions. I cannot tell you how hard I worked on that Forrest Gump voice.
Oh my gosh, lady!
So hard.
Lady, I thought you were doing a bit to be bad, right?
Yes. And that is what Mindy and Ken Quapis thought on set. They were crying laughing when I did it. Mindy said it was genius that I was doing it so bad.
Yeah.
And I was texting with her because I was like, Mindy, do you remember this episode? And she said, yes, I thought you were so funny that day. You're Forrest Gump. It was such a funny choice, to be that. And I was like, Mindy, that was my literal best effort. My acting limitations made me genius. Like, that's one of those things where, like, if I tried to be bad, it wouldn't have been as good as me giving it my best effort. I can't do it better than that.
I need to hear it. I gotta hear it. I'm getting my laughter. I gotta hear it. Now with that information in my brain, I've got to hear it because I thought, like Mindy, that you were doing a bit. Now, I'm gonna read it. My Forrest Gump kind of crappy, but no, it was your best effort, honey.
I listened to his voice in my head over and over and over and over again, and I tried to mimic it perfectly.
I have never loved you more, knowing now that Forrest Gump was your earnest best effort.
It was. Sales is like a box of chocolates. You never know which vendor you're gonna get.
Forrest Gump. Lady, that's the cutest thing ever. That is the cutest thing. Oh my gosh, look at Devin and Cassie. They're cracking up. You guys, is that adorable? Come on. So cute. We love it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I loved doing that scene. I loved the chainsaw. It was one of my most, this was one of the few times when I was called upon to do, what would you call it?
Lead the group?
To be the comedy protagonist.
Yes.
I was usually the receiver of comedy. My job on this show was to amplify a comedic moment with my deadpan reaction. But in this case, I got to pitch the comedy ball, and it felt really good.
Other people reacted off of you.
Yes. And it was fun.
Well, one of my favorite things to watch play out in any movie or TV show is when a character decides to step up to the plate and then bails. So at the end, when Pam got out the chainsaw and was like, yeah, the bail is my favorite.
She's like, I'm out. Well, during all this, Michael has gone over to Holly's desk. He's stroking her yellow cardigan.
He cuts half of the sleeve off.
Yeah.
That made me laugh so hard, Jenna.
And then he like pushes the chair in, and this screensaver pops up of Martin Short, which is so perfect.
As Ed Grimley.
Yes. You know what Randy Cordray told me?
What?
That little moment, like that was the whole thing. He said we had this graphic artist on staff. His name was Michael Marcus, and he had to build that on-screen computer graphic where there were these documents on the homepage, that picture of Martin Short. They had to get permission to license that photo from Getty Images. I mean, that little moment, that was someone's day creating that. And I love watching the show and thinking of those details.
Well, to finish out the Nashua Branch storyline, Pam and Michael, they pack up. I love when Pam's like, don't look up, don't look up, don't look up when they're packing up the car. And they go to a diner. And Michael confesses that A, he cut off part of her sweater, and then he saw a Dear Michael folder on her desktop, and he copied it. He's got it.
And Pam says, you can't read that, but I can read it.
Right.
Pam can read it.
And I won't tell you what the specifics are, but I can tell you if she still likes you.
We had a lot of fan mail about that. Emma S., Eric M., and Zachary C. all wanted to know, was there a letter? Or was I just pretending to read something? There was a letter.
I wondered that too.
Phil Shea wrote a letter, and I was very grateful because as I read it, it helped me get in a headspace because there were all these things I read, but then I knew I was going to tell Michael the scripted lines of like, it's not over. And it was great. It was so helpful as an actor to have not just a blank screen there. So thank you, Phil Shea, for writing me a letter.
I wonder if Phil had to consult the writing staff and say, guys, I'm going to write this letter. Do you have any, or he just did that on his own?
I think that was stuff he just did on his own. He was a very detail-oriented
prop master.
Yes, and he would often do that. If we had a fakey piece of paper,
A memo.
it was very detailed.
I have a question for you, because when I watch this, I am always like relating it back to like things happening. Would you have read it if you saw like something on your ex's computer? Would you have read it?
Yeah.
Me too.
Of course.
100%.
Yeah.
I would have just sat down right then and there and read it.
Correct.
Okay. I feel better now.
Yeah. Well, listen, Michael is thrilled to find out that it's not over with Holly. And we're not sure yet what he's going to do with that information, but he's happy to know.
He feels like he has closure.
Yeah, he does. We haven't talked about the rest of this birthday storyline.
Well, listen, they're not doing very well. Jim and Dwight are still trying to brainstorm the perfect party for Kelly.
Yeah.
They're in the conference room. Jim says, okay, so far, our ideal party consists of beer, fights to the death, cupcakes, blood pudding, blood, touch football, mating, charades, and yes, horse hunting.
Yeah.
And Dwight's like, you're right, forget horse hunting, it's stupid. Just only lose that one. All the rest are viable.
Yeah, all the rest sound great.
But ultimately, they actually find a theme. Everyone gathers in the conference room. Kelly comes in. There's a cake. Her name is spelled wrong. And there's a chiclet. You know what a chiclet is?
I do. It's a piece of gum and it's a square.
It's a little square piece of gum.
I love a chiclet.
I love a chiclet
I like
too.
it that it has like a candy coating before I chew the gum.
I like the crunch.
Me too.
Kelly wants to know what's up with the chiclet. Jim says that's the best part. The chiclet represents a pillow. It's a pillow or a television. That's our theme. A pillow or a television is their theme. She gets to decide 1 hour of TV or an hour of napping.
What would you pick?
I would. I don't know if I could sleep over.
I can't nap in general. I have to be sick in order to take a nap. Even if I've gotten 3 hours of sleep the night before, I can't nap. I get like wired tired. So I would 100% pick an hour of TV. There is so much TV I haven't been able to watch lately because we've been working really hard on the book. So, I mean, I'm in the middle of The White Lotus. I'm in the middle of Hacks. I only just finished Mayor of Easttown. Do you hear how behind I am? Yeah. So, hour of TV, yes, please. That sounds decadent to me. Also, yeah, I can't sleep during the day. Something has to be wrong with me if I fall asleep during the day. Yeah, it's just like my body just won't do it. I do think this is a little bit of an old tickler. What's the old tech? They say that the chiclet represents a pillow or a television. And I think at work now, we would just watch an hour on our phone or our computer. That's true. And also, doesn't Stanley say there's nothing good on right now? Well, Creed says Bonnie Hunt's on, but it's that they're going to watch like live television. That's right. Not streaming anything. No streaming. So I would say their theme was a little bit of an old tech alert. I agree. Well, Kelly chooses nap, and she takes a little nap under the conference table. And while she does, Jim and Dwight sit on that little couch by reception and they eat their cake and they're very proud of themselves. And I want to point out this scene to everyone because John is doing a classic fakey eaty acting technique with this cake. He's shoving the food around the plate. He would take a big scoop of cake, but then he smushes it back down, and so by the time he puts it in his mouth, it just has a little frosting on it. Watch it. He goes for the cake 3 times and never actually eats a piece. At the beginning, he eats like half a piece. You have to do this because otherwise you're going to get sick. However, sitting next to him is Rainn Wilson, who eats the cake. Because Rainn always ate in scenes. It didn't matter. Yeah. Remember, he ate so many bananas, he got sick. Yeah. When Rainn as Dwight does anything, he goes all out. Yep. And I feel like Rainn eats in scenes the way Brad Pitt eats in movies. Watch an Ocean's 12. The guy is always eating. I wanted to know, like, is this a choice? You're constantly eating something. Watch Goodfellas. Do you see how much steak and pasta those guys eat? They dig in. Goodfellas makes me hungry. Yeah, when I watch it, I get hungry. For sure. Guys, guess what? That was Lecture Circuit Part 2 with a little bit of extra stuff. We had, I felt like, a lot of interesting movie magic facts, a lot of cat grooming facts, and a Forrest Gump impression. Not a bad day. Not too shabby. And next week is Blood Drive. Oh, yeah. I've got some good facts about the Bloodmobile. It was actually on the set. It was in the parking lot, a real one. Yep. Yep. I'll tell you all about it next week. See you next week. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Jumped off. A pair of cable agencies will be working with also the National Transportation Safety Board will investigate. And Hertz rental car companies
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home? You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold. Each Dunkin' Cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave. Pick up a pack of Dunkin's Cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' Cold coffee at home whenever you crave it. Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies. Hello, Angela.
Hi, Jenna.
I feel like we're both full of beans today.
Full of beans. Does that mean
Full of energy?
oh, gassy beans?
I guess. I mean, we're not gassy. I'm not gassy.
Well,
I do have hot feet today, though. My feet are very warm.
I don't get hot feet. My feet are always cold.
I bought a new pair of shoes. I love them. Look at them. Look how cute they are.
Oh, they're so cute.
Right? But they have like a Sherpa lining in them.
Why, if you have a tendency for hot feet, would you get shoes with Sherpa?
I don't have a tendency for hot feet. I have a tendency for cold feet, but it's a 90-degree day today. But I wanted to wear them because they're so cute. Here's the other thing. They're a half size too big because they only come in full sizes. So I have to wear a thick sock with a Sherpa lining. On a 90-degree day, I've got hot feet.
All for fashion, y'all. All for fashion.
Well, you know me.
I know you. Listen, when you look up fashion, athletic fashion, fashion and athletic,
It's me.
it's you.
And this shoe is a fashion athletic
You
shoe.
know what? I'm gonna take a picture of it. It's high fashion.
All right. Today we're talking about Blood Drive, Season 5, Episode 18, written by Brent Forrester and directed by Randall Einhorn.
It's Valentine's Day.
Yeah, this was our Valentine's Day episode. It was also the 90th episode of The Office. Wow. That's not even a fast fact. I haven't even gotten to fast facts yet.
Do you have a lot of fast facts? I feel like this means you have a lot of fast facts.
I have a fun fast fact.
What is it?
Well, let's do a summary first. You know I have to go in order, lady.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it is Valentine's Day,
Mm-hmm.
and there is a blood drive taking place in the parking lot of the Scranton Business Park. Michael meets a young woman while giving blood, but he passes out before he can get her name and phone number. So he decides to throw a Lonely Hearts party for the office.
Well, he's grumpy because he's single, and you know he doesn't want to celebrate Valentine's Day.
He doesn't, and he certainly doesn't need Jim and Pam and Phyllis and Bob rubbing their couples lunch in his face.
Their couple's love in his face. I don't need love in my face today. That's what Michael was saying, not me. I want love in my face.
Okay. Fast fact number 1.
What? You look so excited. Are you still laughing about love in my face?
I am.
Okay, what's fast fact number 1?
Fast fact number 1 are some facts about our bloodmobile that was in our parking lot.
It reminded me a little bit of like the work bus.
Yeah.
Do they have one bus they just trick out for everything?
No, ma'am.
Oh.
Randy Cordray told me we used a real bloodmobile from the Providence St. Joseph's Hospital in Burbank. We had it for 3 days. So on Monday, the set dressers went in and they turned it into kind of a more generic looking bloodmobile for our purposes. On Tuesday, we did all of our scenes inside the bloodmobile. And on Wednesday, it was staffed with actual nurses, and anyone in the cast and crew could actually donate blood.
I remember that because everyone was walking around with a little sticker that said I gave blood, and I didn't have one. I felt a little shame.
I was on location that day. That's the day we shot the restaurant stuff, so I didn't get to give blood that day either.
Well, I went to give blood, and they turned me away
Because of your tininess and your...
because you have to weigh at least 110 pounds to give blood. It's true. So they turned me away. What? That's a fact.
I know.
Okay.
It's true. No, that is true.
It is true.
I've never been turned away from giving blood.
Well, I'm
a hardy lady.
You're not hardy.
Yes, I am.
You're what the kids call thick. THICC. By the way, I'm only saying that because someone wrote in one of my comments on Instagram, "Oh, Angela is thick," and I had to Google it. I think it's a good thing, lady. I think it means we got a little junk in our trunk, but in all the right places.
Okay, well then I'll take it as a compliment.
Well, according to Urban Dictionary, it's a good thing.
Good.
Yeah.
All right, now it's fast fact number 2, and I'm just so excited, lady,
Okay.
because I looked up the history of blood drives and bloodmobiles.
You guys, I want you to know, a few days ago, Jenna texted me and was like, I'm really excited about my fast fact number 2. I was like, okay.
Here's the thing, I'm a little bit of kind of a science nerd. You are. Like, my favorite book that I read in the last 2 years is this book called The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. Do you know what it's about?
I have no idea.
Okay. This woman in 1951, she had a cancer surgery, and they took some of her cells. This was like a thing where, like, you donate, I'm putting that in quotes, your cells for medical research, but it's without your consent. Well, anyway, this woman's cells were so hardy that they are like the basis of all of the most important medical research to this day. Like, her cells are why we have a polio vaccine. It's amazing.
She's like superhuman.
It's just like her contribution to science is overwhelming, and yet her descendants and her family have never been compensated.
Oh.
And so the book is fascinating, and my research into blood drives and bloodmobiles, it touches on that same part of me that is just fascinated by like medical discoveries. So are you ready?
I wish you could see Jenna right now, you guys. She is so animated. Her hands are moving like she's spinning her fingers and she's pointing and then she's reaching to the sky. Go.
So in order to talk about blood banking and bloodmobiles, we kind of have to start with people's fascination with the idea that blood carries disease. Okay. Now this goes back to the Egyptians. They would do that thing where you would cut yourself and let yourself bleed out your sickness. Okay. So it's like they're on the right track. Like, yes, your blood can have things in it that are making you sick, but this is not the solution, right?
Right.
So
Like,
right
I feel
idea,
like,
wrong solution.
Wrong solution. I feel like there was like a little house on the prairie where they put a bunch of what are those things?
Leeches?
Leeches all
Yes.
over someone to bleed them out.
Same idea.
Okay.
Okay. So then someone got the idea that what you need is you need like to give the person with the sick blood healthy blood, a blood transfusion.
Yeah.
Okay. The first attempted blood transfusion that I could find dates back to 1492. Warning, it's a bit morbid.
Okay.
Pope Innocent VIII was going into a coma. So they took the blood of 3 10-year-old boys and they put it in the Pope's mouth as a transfusion, but all of them died. The Pope and the boys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, that is gruesome.
Very gruesome. Barbaric. Yes. Slightly scary. Might haunt me. Continue. I'm very sorry. Okay. The first sort of successful blood transfusion was in France in 1667. King Louis XIV's doctor took the blood out of a sheep and he put it into a 15-year-old boy who survived.
Now, why? Was the boy sick, or was this just an experiment?
I think he needed it. Okay. I think it was a medical emergency and they were like, let's try this.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure. I probably should have given the disclaimer that this is another segment of a lady who Googles.
Okay.
Okay. 4 to 5 articles. So then we had a lot of general blood science discovery that happened in the early 1900s. Like, we discovered that there are 4 main blood types, right? They figured out how to match people together, a donor and a recipient of blood.
Do you know your blood type?
I don't. I should know because they told me when I had my kids.
So when I had Isabel, I found out I was A positive, and so is she, and so is my mom.
Hey,
We're all A positive.
I always think to myself, oh, remember to look that up so you know your blood type.
Oh yeah, it's so fascinating. Okay, go.
I think we should put that on our driver's licenses.
Our blood type.
Yeah,
I think that would be smart.
I think that's a good idea. So anyway, I'm so sorry. I hope you're interested in this history. I I find it fascinating. Stay with me. So now we're going to go to Russia, okay? And this doctor in Russia realizes what I need to do is take blood from one person to another person. And so they would do these person-to-person transfusions.
Okay.
The problem is that it was really hard to get a giver to a recipient in time, like the convenience, right?
Right.
So that was working. Person-to-person blood transfusions were working. It was great, but there was a time factor and there was like a convenience factor. That is when a doctor in Chicago named Bernard Fantis had the idea of getting donors and storing their blood. And this was possible because they learned there was something you could add to blood to keep it from clotting.
Okay.
So now blood storage was possible. And they believe that Bernard Fantis is credited with creating the first blood bank.
Okay. Go Bernard.
But perhaps the most important contributor to live donor blood drives was Dr. Charles Drew. Remember this name.
Okay. Dr. Charles Drew.
He was an American surgeon and medical researcher. He dedicated his life to researching and improving the techniques for blood storage and blood transfusions. His research is what has contributed to the creation of large-scale blood banks. They are the reason why the American Red Cross was able to collect more than 13 million pints of blood during World War II. And it also appears that the Bloodmobile was the brainchild of Dr. Charles Drew.
Dr. Charles Drew?
Yes. Because now, you know, a thing could come to you and get your blood. By the way, January is National Blood Donor Month. It's always a good New Year's resolution, and you can find ways to give blood at the Red Cross website.
There you go. I loved all of it except for the beginning part.
I know. I'm sorry for the beginning part, but that is the first blood transfusion on record according to the 4 to 5 websites that I read. Anyway, read the book The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. It's really good.
Okay. Also, Dr. Charles Drew.
Dr. Charles Drew.
We're having a blood drive episode because you created the Bloodmobile.
We couldn't have had one in our parking lot without him. All right, fast fact number 3. We got a lot of mail. People want to know who played the woman giving blood in the truck with Michael. Chelsea D said, I thought the way Michael met that woman at the blood drive is one of the best meet cutes I've seen on a TV show. Well, everyone, she was played by Katie Asselton.
She is a delight. I adore her. She's so sweet.
We know her. Yes, we're friends with her. You guys, you probably recognize her from The League or Togetherness or Legion.
She's so good in Legion.
So good.
Oh, man.
Well, we reached out to her.
We did.
And she told us how she got her role in the office.
Hi, guys. I hope you guys are great. I miss seeing your faces, but I'm thrilled that you reached out. Getting to work on The Office has and will ever be just a real career highlight for me. What a thrill. It was my first big job. So, yeah, what a way to start, right? So let me just jump right in to answer. Ala Jones, who is a champion of so many of us, was a champion of mine. She is from Maine, and I am from Maine, and we just have always had that really beautiful connection. But she called me in for this, and you know, when an audition just clicks, and this one felt that way, and it was like one of those things where I was like, oh man, this like might actually happen, and it did. They bought it, and that it really like started everything for me. I got just instant cred getting to be a part of that show, and I'm just like, what a fun first role it was.
So cool. You know, I hadn't watched this episode in a long time. And when it got to that scene, I was like, oh my God, there's Katie. And she is so incredibly charming. Like, I want her and Michael to date, you know? And they're so cute. Same, Angela, when I saw it, I was like, oh my gosh, it's Katie. And she's an amazing actress. She's also a director. She's directed 3 films. Her latest film is starring Diane Keaton, Elizabeth Lale, and Nicole Byer. It's called Mac and Rita. She's in post-production on it now, and I told her that when it comes out, we'll put a shout-out in the pod so that people can find it.
Yeah, that's a great cast.
Well, lady, that is all of my fast facts.
Well, I think we should go to break, because when we come back, we might need to throw Jim a little shade.
Really? Yeah. I can't wait to find out why.
I might have something tacky to say.
Oh. Oh, those are always my favorite messages.
What do you mean?
You'll like text me and be like, hey, can you call me? I have something tacky to say. And I'm like, oh, I can't wait. And I can drop everything. I have to call Angela.
All right, we'll be back.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
hint, hint,
hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
Angela, while you were getting tea during your break, Sam told me something beyond fascinating that I didn't know. It's more news about blood.
What?
Sam, will you please share?
Yeah, they have blood donors and banks just like for humans, but for dogs.
Aww.
And they do the same thing. They donate little pouches of blood.
And Sam got to meet a dog that donates his blood once a month at your vet.
His name is Ben, and he's a golden retriever, and he has a little vest with a heart on it.
Aww.
And he's a very good boy.
Oh, that is so
Very
sweet.
good boy.
That's don't even think about. But of course. All right, should we get started?
Let's get started.
Guess what? What?
There is a rep from Techstar who says there's a whole new operating system for the phones. And he could like meet with Michael Scott, but Michael Scott's never around. I wonder why.
Well, Pam says if they get this new phone system that allows the caller to contact the salespeople directly, that's basically 95% of her job. So she is clearly never letting this guy meet Michael because she doesn't want to lose her job.
I don't think Michael would ever let her go. I just want to say, Pam, you don't have to worry because Michael thinks you're his personal secretary.
Yeah.
So even if you got that phone system, you know what it would mean? She'd probably have to spend more time with Michael. You wouldn't be as busy. So he'd be like, Pam, come in my office.
It's true. I have to say, I appreciate when a person answers the phone when I call a business.
Me too.
I wouldn't like that new phone system.
I like to get a human.
I do too.
I'm chatty. Well, I want you to know at 49 seconds, there are a few messages taped to Pam's desk.
I saw the same thing.
You did? Okay. I want to know who Nick is.
Oh yeah, there's like a message.
On a Pinstar Post-it note, which, by the way, Pinstar is a bank branch in Pennsylvania. Love those details. Nick in office all day.
Yeah.
That's what the note said. I mean, who is Nick?
Well, I know who Nick will be. Nick will be our IT guy.
Nick will be?
No, Nick will be our IT guy. No, sorry. That just made me laugh.
Okay, so we don't know who Nick is, but someday in the future, we're going to have an IT guy named Nick.
Yes.
Also, Jeanette, was that your grocery list?
It was my grocery list.
I know you're getting green tea.
And pomegranate seeds and pine nuts.
What was happening?
Okay, there was this salad I really liked at the time, and it had pomegranate seeds and pine nuts in it. When I saw that sticky note, I was like, oh my gosh, I should make that salad again. I loved it.
I thought I recognized your handwriting. I was like, that's Jenna's grocery list.
It was. Did you also notice there is a photo of me and John on my desk? We're standing up. This was our engagement photo.
Yeah.
We did this special photo shoot. It was the day that we shot at Jim's parents' house when he's showing me around. We brought this extra set of clothes and we posed in the backyard.
Jim has one on his desk too.
He does, but on his desk, I'm sitting on his lap.
Right. And on yours, you're standing.
Yes. So this was, I think they went out for this Valentine's Day episode, our engagement photos.
Jim's going to come to Pam's rescue. He's like, Michael Scott here. And then this next bit was so funny. And Jenna, you were so excited to be part of it. I remember you were like so excited. Because, you know, Michael walks out and is like, hey. And Jim is like, Jimbo. And instead of Michael being like, what are you talking about? He's instantly like, ooh, what are we doing?
We're doing a bit.
We're doing a bit. I'm so excited. And then all of a sudden, everyone's Fonzie.
I know. It was really fun. We were laughing on the day when we shot that. It was so fun to do those. I feel like I should let you know that the phone tech rep was played by Rob Brownstein.
He looked familiar to me.
Well, he's been on Monk. He was also on the short-lived Law and Order Los Angeles.
Oh.
He's been on Breaking Bad and on Mad Men. But lady,
What?
his latest movie,
Yeah.
which has not come out yet.
Oh, no, wait. Is it John Wick?
No.
Oh.
It's called Hummingbird.
Oh, I'll go see it.
It's a sci-fi movie. Listen to the tagline.
I'm in.
When beloved telepathic superhero Hummingbird, also known as Lola Laxman, is left for dead after a major battle, she makes a deal with the devil to save her life.
Sign me up.
Sign us both up.
Yeah.
We're going to go see Hummingbird.
I'm going to be in a sci-fi with you. Listen, you know what? You can be the science lab tech lady that comes in and gives the science behind the thing.
Okay. You know what I would love to be in is a movie like
Outbreak.
No. Not that movie. With Kurt Russell. The Thing.
Ew.
The Thing.
Ew.
Yeah.
Gross.
Have you seen it?
I feel like I saw part of it and I had to bail.
It's so good. The practical effects in that movie are outstanding. All right, should we get into this episode?
We should. There is a Valentine's Day blood drive happening, as you guys know.
And I want to point out that the Scranton Business Park went all out in decorations.
They really did.
I mean, there's a Happy Valentine's Day banner. There's 3 red cupids shooting heart arrows, big hearts with love messages all on the walls. There's like a vase with like little plastic hearty things on the counter. There's a giant heart on the elevator doors that opens when they get in. Who is decorating the Scranton Business Park? I have a theory.
What's your theory?
I think it's Phyllis. She's married to Bob Vance. He's one of the 5 families.
You might be right, since she can't be the Dunder Mifflin party planner anymore.
Yeah, she's like, Bob, I've got a bin of hearts and cupids. I can put them around the lobby.
I love Phyllis's voice when she's talking to Bob. Well, we also find out that it is Jim and Pam's first and only Valentine's Day as fiancés. Did you see it? 2 minutes, 41 seconds, that Pam's got some real cute dangle pink earrings and a sassy ponytail?
I love the sassy ponytail.
Me too. I do love a sassy ponytail.
Kelly has received a Valentine from a secret admirer. She opens it up, says roses are red, violets are blue. It's time for your dental cleaning and maybe a checkup too.
I want to say that this resonated with me. I have been Kelly, where I've gotten what looks like a personal holiday card, and then it's from like my dry cleaner.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Or a Valentine's Day card that I think, oh, or birthday. Do you ever get the birthday greetings from like
you get a birthday greeting from your gynecologist?
Exactly.
At Christmas, a lot of businesses will send out like a company Christmas card.
Yeah.
I tape them right up with all my family and friends' Christmas cards. It just tickles me to be like, oh, there's like my friend's family. They're so cute. And there's my aunt and uncle. And there's my air conditioning company. Yep. Right there with a little wreath over a giant air conditioning unit. It goes up on the wall, guys, if you send it to me.
This is true about you. Should we talk about Pam's beautiful Valentine's Day floral arrangement?
Oh, we shall, and I'm putting on my glasses for this conversation.
Wow.
At 3 minutes and 3 seconds, we get a real nice shot of this flower arrangement that Jim gave Pam. And now I'm about to be tacky.
Oh, okay.
Here it is. I had a friend growing up who worked at our local flower shop. She told me that carnations are the cheapest flower, and they use them to fill out arrangements. And another cheap flower they use are daisies. So if you want to go cheap, you get carnations and daisies. Jim's Valentine flowers are all carnations and daisies, I'm just saying.
I noticed it as well. So I looked in the script. I wanted to see if there was a script note about Jim's flower arrangement to Pam.
I want to hear it because I have a theory that I will prove. I think I can prove it.
Okay, here is what the script said. There was a note. There is a small bouquet of non-rose flowers on Pam's desk.
Okay. Well, I think Phil Shea from Props ran with this because later in the episode, when they go to the fancy restaurant with Bob and Phyllis, the same arrangement is on all the tables.
Really?
Yes. And if you look up cheap flowers for big events, carnations and daisies, if you have an event like a wedding or whatever, they help fill out the arrangement. So I think Phil was like, okay, great. I can get this small bouquet of the same arrangement that I'm doing for the dinner at the restaurant.
Yeah.
So in Jim's defense, I don't know, maybe it helped out our props department.
Well, I'll also have you know, in this same scene at 3 minutes and 17 seconds, my grocery list is gone. So we obviously shot this on a different day. And I've been shopping now. So in case you were worried, I got all my stuff.
Michael does not like the flowers. No, he's not a fan. He puts them on the
Puts them
floor.
on the floor.
He doesn't want to see them. I was like, you know what? I get that he doesn't want to see them. The floor, couldn't he just put them on one of those tables behind her?
I don't know.
He wouldn't be able to see them.
Well, he goes up to Jim and he says, I need to have a word with you. And he says that today is a very difficult day for many people in the office, and that Pam and Jim's sexy vibes are creating a hostile work environment.
This whole conversation made me laugh so hard. First of all, it's kind of in hushed tones, you know, and they're saying ridiculous things in hushed tones. That was always really hard for me.
Yeah.
And when you were like, Michael, you do not get to be in our relationship.
Lady, I wrote that down because I remember making a choice to say that as if it's not the first time I've had to explain it.
It was
to Michael.
really good.
I wanted it to have history.
It did. It really paid off.
Well, we had a fan question from Maddie L who says, when Michael asks Jim to have a word with him, he starts to stand up as if he's going to head to Michael's office, but then awkwardly sits back down when Michael chooses to sit on Jim's desk instead. Was this improvised? I think it was. I looked in the script to see if there was any
Stage direction.
Yeah, there wasn't, except that it clearly says they don't move into Michael's office. They stay at Jim's desk. So I think that feels like something that John and Steve probably found in the moment. It's very funny.
100%. And I feel like those guys, you know, we've talked about this a lot. By this time, everyone knew their characters so well. So those tops and bottoms of a scene, you could kind of play around a little bit. And it looked like them just having fun.
It's time to talk about Dwight.
Dwight? I feel like this episode really shows so much of who Dwight is. There's deleted scenes where he talks about the Bloodmobile being a vampire magnet after dark. He's ready for anything and everything, you know?
Yes.
And he has a lot of stuff to share about how his body can do things.
Yes. The nurse is trying to take blood, but she can't find a vein. Well, you know why? He's hidden it from her. And when he's ready, he's going to pop it on out for her.
Yeah.
Then he has a talking head where he tells us he can also retract his penis up into himself.
Yeah, he says, I train my major blood vessels to retract into my body on command. Also, I can retract my penis up into itself.
We had a fan question from Robin T.
Robin, go.
Dwight's lines about retracting his blood vessels and penis is one of my favorite quotes from the entire show. It is so absolutely absurd and hilarious and so very Dwight. I want to know everything about this line. Was it scripted? How hard was it to get through? I'll tell you, it was scripted, but this was an alternate talking head. This is not the one that appeared in our shooting draft. So I wasn't there when they shot it, but I have to imagine it was very difficult to get through.
Well, it's Michael's turn to give blood, guys.
Wow, that's a big needle, he says.
Are you squeamish around needles?
I can give blood, I don't get faint or anything, but I don't like to watch it.
Yeah.
I don't like to see the needle go in my arm, I don't like to see the bag fill up, but I don't like get faint or weird around blood.
Yeah.
If someone's bleeding, it doesn't make me faint.
Yeah, same.
Okay. Michael, on the other hand, is very nervous, but luckily there's a lovely young woman also giving blood, and they start joking around.
Yes.
We asked Katie about this scene. I wanted to know, did she do any research into the process of giving blood and all of that? And here's what she had to say.
I didn't do any research for this role, but I didn't need to because my character was just nervous and pleasant, and I didn't have to dig super deep to access those emotions. But I do have a very funny anecdote about being nervous, or my character being nervous, is that my first line was me just laughing nervously and saying, I'm so sorry, I'm so nervous. And Steve kept cutting, and he would be like, oh, no, it's okay, we'll go again. And finally I was just like, I think it's my line. I think that's what I'm supposed to say. But that has always made me laugh. And of course, yes, I was thrilled to work with Steve. To get the show was its own triumph, but then to have my scene be with him was just like, I was over the moon.
I love that story about Steve, because he was such a caretaker like that. He would want our guest actors to feel really comfortable. And, you know, he'd be like, oh, no, it's okay. We'll start again. We'll wait till you're comfortable. Like, no, it's actually my line. I would also be relieved if the first time I ever had to be in a scene with Steve, I got to just laugh nervously and say I was nervous. Yes, because it would be so truthful. Such an honest moment. Yeah. There's a third person in this scene. It's the nurse. She was great. I wondered if she was a real bloodmobile nurse. That was a real bloodmobile. Yeah, and she seemed kind of no nonsense, like very comfortable there. Well, she was in fact an actress. Her name is Julie Ramallah. She has not been on Monk or Law and Order, but she was on several episodes of The Young and the Restless, as well as many movies and TV shows. Well, Michael's going to make the mistake of looking at his blood bag. He freaks out a little, and he says to her, tell me a story, say something, distract me. And she says he's cute. And he's, I think, so happy. And then he shares that he didn't eat for 3 days because he was so nervous about giving blood. And he passes out. Yes, we had a fan question. Many, many people wanted to know, how do we do these scenes of people giving blood? Some people wanted to know, did they actually give blood? No. Oh my goodness, no. You know, not in the episode. Well, yes, the next day, but not while we were filming. No, the next day with trained professionals and not actors pretending to take blood. Correct. I found out how they make fakey blood. Oh. Thanks to Randy Cordray. How do they do it? All right. It's a combination of water, food coloring, and you're not going to believe it. One more thing. Wait. You'll never guess. Wait. I want to try a guess. You can eat it. I thought you could eat it. I was going to say like Jell-O. Nestle's Quick. Oh! Yeah, that thickens it a little, I guess. Yeah. So our blood was all made by our special effects team, led by Ron Neri. Had to make fakey blood that day. Fakey blood. Well, I thought the reveal of Hank when Michael gets to was one of the best moments. I laughed so hard. It was so perfect. And then he calls the nurse a waitress. He's like so out of it. And he finds her glove. He does. And this starts his whole mission to find her, to return the glove. Yeah, like Cinderella's slipper. I know, it's really cute. We have one more clip from Katie where she just shares her memories of her time on the show. I asked her, anything stick out to you? And Angela, wait until you hear what she says. Oh, I can't wait.
I don't remember a ton of details about my time on set, except for that you guys were on your last day of like a very, very, very long cycle of shooting, and everyone was just dead, tired, and just ready for a hiatus. So that is what I remember. But they were lovely. Everyone was great. But just like the talk was all about how this hiatus was just so needed. So that's what that, and that you guys moved so quickly. It was like the fastest. I don't even know if I got lunch that day. Like I showed up, I did my scene, and I'm pretty sure you guys banged me out. I didn't even get a free lunch.
All right. This was, remember early on, we had to do 18 episodes in a row so that we could create that hiatus for Steve to go do a movie.
Yeah.
This was that 18th episode.
We were so wiped.
Yep. 18 weeks of 12 to 14 hour days. Yeah. And you guys, you know when you have that stretch of work where you leave work and it's dark out, and then you come back to work and it's still dark out? You know what I mean? Because you're there so early. Yeah. And you're just like, and you sort of all look at each other and joke and be like, see you in a few hours. There's a whole thing now. It's called clopening. And clopening. And it's a lot of people who work in the service industry or in the food industry where you have to close the restaurant and then like a few hours later you have to open it. Yeah. Clopening. Well, we were in the clopening phase. We were.
that is hilarious to me because I do remember like when we would rap after a big stretch like that, I would get like a cold. I would get sick.
We talked about that.
Yeah.
Right now, we were about to all get sick. Yeah, basically. And Katie clocked it and has remembered it all these years later. That's how tired we were.
We were so tired.
Next up is a scene I'm dying to talk about. It's in the conference room. Kelly and Meredith are decorating for the Lonely Hearts party. Is this a good time to talk about how Meredith is wearing the vest again?
Yes,
The sweater vest.
it is making its second appearance in the series pretty quickly because it was just in the duel.
Yes, this is the vest that I wore to a press event with John Krasinski. And by the way, it was not Betsy Johnson, it was Nanette Lepore.
Fancy. And Meredith loves it clearly and is wearing it again.
They were really, I think, rubbing it in my face. I take it personally. I'm kidding.
Well, there's something happening now that I, as an actor, am super jealous of. Because Jim and Pam are going to go to frickin' lunch with Bob and Phyllis. Jenna, I would have loved to have been there. That looked like so much fun. And I love it. It's like the thing we talk about when random characters get thrown together. What's going to happen? What's the chemistry? I lived for every scene. And there was so much more in the script. And there's more in the deleted scenes.
Phyllis and I were so excited for this storyline. We're the two St. Louis gals.
Yeah.
And we got to have this whole day of shooting together.
We got to talk about bowling.
Yes. We had a fan question from Joe S. Where were the restaurant scenes for the double date filmed? I will tell you. They were filmed at a real restaurant called Barsac Brazier. It was on Lankershim Boulevard in North Hollywood. We filled the restaurant with background performers who were pretending to be servers and diners. We had the restaurant for half a day. It is no longer in business, but that's where we were. And we ate their real food.
Well, if you look at the tables, there you're going to see Jim's bouquet of flowers to Pam on every table. I'll do a side by side in our stories. And I want to ask you, Jenna, about the scene with the bowling.
Okay.
All right. So Bob says, everyone here who's bowled a 280, please raise your hand. And you guys are like super impressed.
Yeah.
What's the highest bowling number?
300.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. I don't know a lot about bowling. I don't know much about bowling.
Yes, 300 is if you get a strike in every frame.
Wowzers. Okay. Well, there was a whole other storyline where clearly the writers wanted Jim and Pam to be impressed by how cool Bob and Phyllis were. There was a whole other scene where you guys talked about how you went to Dave Matthews Band.
Yes, I remember shooting it.
And they had great seats in that. Phyllis like went backstage and all this stuff.
Yeah, we're like, oh my gosh, Bob and Phyllis are kind of cool.
And then they excused themselves to the restroom.
We got some mail from Emily Y, who really appreciated the callback from Phyllis's wedding about Phyllis being a good bowler.
Oh yeah.
I also enjoyed that. If you guys remember, Bob has a speech at their reception where he refers to Phyllis as, quote, a hell of a bowler.
That's right.
I think we should take a break before we go to Michael's Lonely Hearts party.
I do too.
Is that okay?
I think we should too. Before we go to break, I just want to say one thing.
What is it?
That I love that Bob says, I don't know how you work with that one jackass and then that new jackass and another jackass.
Yeah, and Phyllis is like, he means Michael, Dwight, and Andy. And Jim's like, oh, I knew who he was.
I knew.
Yeah,
All right, let's go to break.
Would have taken 10,000 years.
We are back, and since I shared about my hot feet today, I thought I would also share about another wardrobe malfunction that I discovered during my bathroom break, which is that I put my underwear on inside out today.
Oh,
I'm having that day, everybody. I think I look really put together today. Do I? Or is it? No.
you know,
You didn't say yes. In fact, you got a look on your face like, how do I say this?
You know what? I don't want you to move. Don't move.
Oh, no.
Don't move. I just want to take a picture of your hair, and then I'm going to answer.
Okay.
Now you just said, I feel pretty put together today. Now I want you to look at this.
Okay. Okay.
Now your outfit, lady, it's all happening. You have your little shirt and pants and your fancy sneakers. I like your look today.
Good.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let's go to the Lonely Hearts party.
Let's do, because Michael wants to go around and have everyone tell their worst relationship story.
Michael has this way of like, oh, you don't feel good? I want you to feel worse.
Yeah, I think he thinks this is going to be, I don't know, bonding, cathartic.
Well, you guys, we had to sit in a circle facing each other. We could not get through these scenes. We each went around and said the most ridiculous things. There was way more than what you're seeing here. There was more on the page. And we just were laughing all day. Also, for the supporting cast, we got to have Steve all to ourselves and interact with him and as Michael Scott and our characters. And it just was a freaking hilariously fun afternoon.
I love how Oscar doesn't want to share, and then he clearly has been going on and on.
Yeah, it actually in the script starts with Meredith, and she talks about the woman her husband left her for. I think we need to hear some of it.
My husband ran off with some broad. She was our garbage woman. I totally get it. She was strong. She had a career. She could heave a bag of garbage as high as a two-story house. Sorry, man. My kids call her mom now. Because it's for the best. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Let's
Kids! She said, my kids!
I know!
More evidence that there's more than one.
More evidence. And then I don't know if you heard at the end, Steve was Michael goes, oh God, okay. Like every time he did that after everyone's story, it was so hard to keep it together.
Michael tries to get Kelly to share, but she insists that I guess her heart wasn't broken, that Ryan's okay, that his heart was in the right place. Michael reminds her that his heart and body are now in Thailand having random sex.
Awesome. Again, great pep talk, Michael. Angela had a talking head here. It's in the deleted scenes. I want to play it, Jenna, because I then want to read you what was my alt talking head. Because we talk a lot about how our alternate talking heads sometimes would just be all over the map. And I want you to hear the difference. Okay, play what would have actually ended up in the episode if we'd had more time.
I do not have a Valentine this year. I recently got out of 2 long-term relationships, so I want to wait before I do that again.
Okay, so that's what we shot. Okay, amazing. Here was my alt, one of my alts, guys. The major holidays are Christmas, Easter, and the 4th of July. Valentine's Day is bullshit. And then they said we could try it this way. Valentine's Day is bullpucky. But that was my alt.
Well, Angela does share her, I guess, heartbreak story, which is that there was a time when she was in a relationship with 2 men, both of whom she loved, and they ended up dueling over her.
And Oscar's like, we know, we were there, Dwight and Andy. And she's like, no, this was years ago when I was living in Ohio, John Mark and John David.
Ohio!
I know.
John Mark and John David!
What was her other wife? And then Oscar's like, wait a second, you had 2 sets of different men actually duel over you? And I had so much fun saying, I guess I have.
And then your deleted talking head implies that you might do this a 3rd time, but you need a moment.
I need a moment
before you do that again.
And then you guys, Oscar's whole story was so great. There was so much more to it. I wish it hadn't been cut. He talks about like the whole entire way he met this guy and how it all played out. And it really builds, and we're hanging on his every word. And a lot of that had to be cut for time, but it was really fun to shoot.
We also find out where Andy is because, guys, he has not been in this episode at all. Where is he? He is on his honeymoons.
Yeah, Oscar said, you know, he had to put full deposits down that he couldn't get back, non-refundables, on these honeymoons. So he's just going and doing them all. He's got a hot air balloon thing, a massage. Lady, this got me thinking, how many times does this happen? Do people share about this where they had an engagement that got broken off and they've already paid for the honeymoon and who goes on it? I guess it happens quite a bit.
I know someone it happened to.
You do? What was the honeymoon
honeymoon destination?
I think the honeymoon destination was Hawaii, and what they did was they each like canceled their plane ticket and they got the credit, and my friend came and visited me on what would have been her honeymoon week.
Wow.
So instead of flying to Hawaii, she rerouted it to LA, and then I took her to Laguna Beach and we just hung out the week that it would have been her honeymoon.
Oh my gosh, you have such a personal story about this. Well, in my search online about these stories, guess what I found?
What?
In March of 2019, the New York Times ran an article saying that traveling alone for your honeymoon is actually on trend.
What?
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry, wait, but the marriage happened.
The marriage happened.
And then you go by yourself on a honeymoon
You
trip?
both go separately by yourselves. They said it's been given two nicknames. Solo moons are uni moons. And according to Jessica Carbino, who's an online dating expert and a sociologist for the dating app Bumble, she says, frankly, the idea of separate honeymoons may signal the continued evolution of marriage. Given the recognition that for most couples today, marriage and partnership is considered all-consuming, with the partner needing to fulfill every role, physical, spiritual, emotional, and sexual, perhaps separate vacations is a recognition among some couples that all expectations cannot be met by a single person. This caused a stir on Twitter.
Look at my face.
I know, this whole article. So Helen Fisher from the Kinsey Institute, guys, I'm not related, but, same last name. Helen Fisher, who works at the Kinsey Institute, said, perhaps I'm old-fashioned, but I think it should be marked. You are at a new stage in your life when you marry, and you are missing out on triggering the three most valuable brain systems for a lasting relationship.
I'm with this.
Same, like, oh my gosh, you just got married. This is a celebration of your union. Isn't the whole idea to go take a trip together?
Yeah, I just think it's a milestone that is best celebrated together.
I know.
I mean, I do see the value in once you are married, and especially if you have kids, there is a great restorative, wonderful indulgence if you can take a trip solo, right? I mean, my dream vacation is me going and sleeping somewhere for 3 days, so yes, sign me up. But when you first get
You've also
married,
been married a long time, and you have young children, and the idea of
That's
getting
what
to
I'm saying.
sleep in.
no, I've been married over 11 years, and yes, I'm thinking, what solo vacation? I mean, even now, if there's a chance that we could have someone watch our kids, I'd want to go somewhere with Lee for 3 days. We could just sleep. I think he'd like it too.
I get excited when Josh and I can both run errands at the same time together. Like,
Yes.
if I turn to him,
That's sometimes a date night for us.
it is like if I turn to him and say, I gotta go to Target, and he's like, oh, I can go too. I'm like, oh, no way! I'm so excited.
I hear all of that. Here's the thing. I'll just say it. I like to be around my husband all the time. We don't even have to be talking to each other. I like to text him all day. I like to get his texts. I mean, I don't know. I like him.
I know.
I want to go on a honeymoon with him.
I know. I want to go on a honeymoon with my person. Anyway, so Andy is on sort of a sad uni moon.
Well, I'll tell you where he really was.
Oh, where Ed Helms was.
Yes, Ed was filming The Hangover in Las Vegas.
Oh, that's right. This is when we had the crazy schedule for him. He was so tired, Jenna. Do you remember he would get off the plane from Vegas and come straight to our set?
Yeah. Here's what we did. It was this big negotiation between the studios. He would be on set with us Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We only got him 3 days.
Right.
Then he would fly after work and start work on The Hangover Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. He was working 7 days, but there were 2 weeks when he had to work on The Hangover all week, and this was one of those weeks. Remember, BJ was also gone right now filming Inglourious Basterds, so 2 of our fellows were off making movies. So they created these storylines for these guys so that they could do their movies. They got very creative with this idea of Andy being on his honeymoons because after this episode aired, NBC uploaded photos of Ed pretending to be on vacation. They put him in the Angela Martin, Andy Bernard wedding website. They had him pose
outfits in front of a green screen. They had him scuba diving, standing in front of a hot air balloon in Napa Valley, and visiting Epcot Center.
I think I might still have those.
I found the one of him in front of the balloon.
Yeah.
And I also found the message that they wrote from Andy to everyone on the wedding website. It said this, quote, wanted all my bros and bras in cyberspace to know that the old nard dog is doing just fine.
Back to our group of sadness. Kevin is going to share about his breakup from Stacy.
Yeah.
Michael decides to become a problem solver. He says there's got to be a way to get all the lonely people together. A mixer.
First Dwight says a giant net.
Jenna, I thought that was an improv, and I went and looked in the script, and it was completely 100% written.
It's so funny.
It's so funny.
But no, you're right. Michael is saying a mixer, aka an old-fashioned meat market. They're going to put up flyers.
Yep.
They're going to invite people, and on the flyer, Michael is going to make sure that he is, sending out a beacon to this lost glove lady.
Yeah. And he says, you know what? Cupid is going to shoot his sparrow at unsuspecting victims. His sparrow. Funny little bird, but he gets the job done.
That's right.
That tickled me because I feel like I get phrases 1 or 2 words off.
You feel like it? You do. You do.
Why
All
is
the
Sam
time.
applauding? Oh my gosh.
Because we thought the same thing when you said it.
Like there's a debate to it.
I feel like it might be possible.
That in this moment, I really relate to Michael.
When the mixer gets underway, 2 women enter.
Yes, Lynn and Ree.
Ree was played by Tate Hanyok. She's done a ton of comedy television work, everything from Scrubs, Community, Superstore. She has been on Monk, and I can't believe I'm going to say this.
What?
I was so excited.
What?
She has
John
been...
Wick.
No.
I've seen John Wick. What? With Keanu Reeves?
No.
How does she know him? What?
No. Oh my gosh, you are so on Keanu today. No, she was in a television pilot called Hummingbird.
Oh my lord, I should just know today all of your anecdotes are hummingbird related.
I mean, I couldn't believe it when I was looking her up. She played Sienna. The series was a thriller about a young girl who vanishes. The other lady who has entered is Lynn. She was played by Lisa K. Wyatt. This is her first of 4 episodes.
Yes.
She's going to become a love interest for Kevin. In addition to her numerous film, television, and commercial credits, such as Donnie Darko, Legally Blonde, and Days of Our Lives, Lisa Wyatt also does stand-up, and along with her husband, she coaches other actors in an acting technique called the mechanics of believability at the Acting Garage in Los Angeles.
I thought she was very believable.
There you go.
Spot on. Did you guys all notice that Ree is dressed like Angela Martin?
Yes, we got mail about it. People wanted to know if that was on purpose.
I think so, yes.
Yes, I think so. Yes. Well, Michael's going to bring Lynn right on over to Kevin. He wants to make a love connection.
I mean, Michael's playing Cupid.
He is. Kevin tries to chat her up, but he kind of keeps putting his foot in his mouth. He does mention the Circle Drive-In. That's a real place. I looked it up. It's in Scranton, and it's still in operation.
One of my favorites, though, is when Michael tries to set up Meredith. He says, so Eric, you mentioned that you are in tool and die repair.
I loved that.
Yeah.
Do you think he works at Crest Tool and Die?
Probably.
It's on the sign down in the lobby.
Yes. This is like a business park, right?
Yes, exactly.
Eric says, I am. And then Michael says, well, Meredith recently had a total hysterectomy, so that's sort of a repair. All right, I'll let you talk.
Would you like a guest star breakdown on Eric?
I would.
He was played by Jason Rogel, and I found a very interesting crossover connection.
I know it.
Tell us, Angela.
Jason and I, when he played Eric, we didn't know each other. But years later, we would both be in the Netflix movie Tall Girl together.
Yes. So crazy.
I know, a little mini office reunion. He played the doctor, the pediatrician. When Steve Zahn, who plays my husband, and I, we go to meet with the pediatrician because our daughter is so incredibly tall at such a young age. And he played the pediatrician.
Should we go to the restaurant?
We should, because Bob and Phyllis have not come back from the bathroom.
Oh, and Jim and Pam are very hungry. Their food is there. This is getting so awkward. They're discussing when are you allowed to eat. And Jim says, did you get hot food? And Pam says, no, she got cold food. And he said, then I think you need to wait. Right, you have to wait for the other people. And Pam says, Bob got hot food, and I think his fries are getting cold. And then they start eating his fries. And then they eat his steak. I know. Did you see how I was really eating the steak? Lady, I was starving. I was like so excited to eat the fries and the steak. That was real. That's my real hunger.
I thought it rang pretty true, just knowing you the way I know you when you get hungry. Yeah, that you would not hesitate to take food off someone else's plate, especially because they hadn't been on that plate yet.
When I was a caterer,
Would you take things?
you know, when I was clearing the tables, if there was like a roll or like part of a chicken breast that had clearly not been touched, I would eat it. I mean, I was hungry and I, was a struggling actor. It was a free meal. I would sort of piece it together from everybody that played. Let me tell you something, Angela, because you brought up food and eating for me. It's important to me. And it's so important to me, this idea of like being at a large dinner party and people are getting served food and when do you get to eat your food, that I actually looked it up once.
Like the etiquette of it?
Yes. And I read that in a large dinner party, if they're serving something cold, you have to wait for everybody to get their cold dish, like a salad or a cold soup, before you start eating. But if something hot is being served, after 2 or more people have been served that hot dish, you can begin eating while you wait for the rest of the party to get their dish. And I've stuck with that in my life. When I've been at, like, let's say a table of 10, if I get my hot dish, I'm the 4th person to get it. I start eating it because that's what the book said and because I want to. But I digged a little deeper, okay, since we're on the topic of dining etiquette. Okay, here are some other dining etiquette rules for you. Apparently, if you get a dinner roll, etiquette says you should only butter 1 bite at a time. You shouldn't butter your whole piece of bread.
Get out.
Isn't that crazy?
I'm going to put butter all over it.
I butter the whole thing.
I want more butter.
But if you butter it 1 bite at a time,
You're double dipping.
But no, because you're using a special knife.
And you're putting it on your bread and you're taking a bite and then you're doing that knife on that shared communal butter again. Etiquette, I don't think you're right.
Well, that's what it said. Also, out of respect for the chef, you should always try several bites of your food before adding any salt or pepper.
Well, we always say that to our kids. Like, try it before you salt it, guys.
If someone asks you to pass the salt, do you know you're supposed to pass the salt and pepper together?
I do.
They're a pair. They like to travel together.
They travel together.
If you're enjoying a family-style meal, you're supposed to pass the dishes clockwise around the table.
Oh, gosh. At our family, it's like a free-for-all.
Same. Also, this one I found very interesting. If you leave the table and you're in the middle of a meal, do you know where you're supposed to put your napkin?
To the left of your plate?
That's what I thought. To the side of your plate. Yeah. Your chair. What? You're supposed to set it on your chair.
Gross.
My butt was just there. Why do I want to put that up? What?
No. Maybe your hot feet were tucked up under your butt.
I know. I could have a hot foot, inside out underwear chair.
Yeah.
That's gross. Why are we talking about my chair?
You brought up all of these things. The hot feet, your underwear, the chair, this is all your stuff.
Why are you making me talk about this? Pam and Jim can't take it anymore. It's been so long. They're like, did they ditch us?
Yeah.
Where are they?
Maybe they just left.
Well, they go to look for them. Over by the restrooms.
Yeah. And what do they hear moaning behind the door?
It is on. They are clearly getting it on.
Jim and Pam are horrified.
But then, when they come back to the table, can we talk about Phyllis chugging
so,
water?
She's so flustered. She's like sweaty, chugging her water. Phyllis should get an Emmy for that moment. She's so brilliant.
It's so good. And then at
she says, no mushrooms. He says, sorry, I forgot. And then she eats the steak. I was like, this is so nuanced. This feels so personal and intimate. Was this written? And I went to the script, and this is not in the script.
The whole steak thing isn't?
Him feeding her in the mushroom.
Wow, that's crazy because I just remember shooting it several times. So it must have been an on-the-day thing because it wasn't a one-time improv.
Right.
Because they had to set up that camera specifically to get that look from me and John.
Right.
And I remember that we had a hard time holding it because it was very funny.
But my question is, was the mushroom thing an accident?
I don't
When
remember.
he stabs the steak, and maybe in real life Phyllis doesn't like mushrooms,
Maybe
so she
not.
just improv no mushrooms.
I don't know.
It's so specific.
It's so good.
I loved it.
Back at the mixer, Michael keeps looking at the door. He's really hoping Glove Girl will show up.
And Dwight is like, why do you keep looking at the front door? Is someone after you?
Okay, wait. We got a fan question about that from Amy P. She says, when Dwight asks Michael if someone's after him and Oscar says, why do you always go to that? Has anyone ever been after anyone in this office? Amy says, yes, Oscar. Roy. Yes, remember Roy? He was definitely after Jim and Dwight saved the day.
Listen, Dwight is ready with weaponry all the time.
There is a moment where a woman shows up who is not Michael's lady, and he turns her away.
Everyone groans. I don't know that he turns her away, but she walks in and everyone is so excited for Glove Girl that when Michael's like, nope, they're like, nah.
And she leaves.
Yeah.
This unnamed woman. I looked her up. Do you know who she is?
Oh, I do.
Dorian Frankel.
Uh-huh.
She was Allison Jones' casting associate for The Office after Phyllis left.
Let me tell you a little bit about Dorian. I met her a lifetime ago. Dorian, if you're hearing this, hi, it was so fun to see your face. We did improv together at Improv Olympic, also known as iOS. We were on a long-form team called, ready for this? Fluffers.
Oh,
Dorian, do you remember this? If you hear this, we were on a team called Fluffers. We would rehearse in her apartment, and she was lovely, and I'm so happy for her. She recently won an Emmy for casting Veep.
yes.
So she's amazing. Dorian, oh my gosh, flash from the past. So that was my other crossover connection with a guest star in this episode.
Amazing. Dwight has kind of zeroed in on Ree, woman who is dressed like Angela, but not for the reasons we think.
Well, he finds out when they're talking that she works at a place that does catalogs for community colleges and small businesses.
They must use a lot of paper.
I mean, at first we're like, is he attracted to her? No, he's just trying to make a huge paper sale.
Yes.
Jenna, there was a lot of deleted scenes of like people just sort of chit-chatting, trying to flirt, trying to meet people, make conversation. Well, Creed talks to Lynn.
Oh,
he tries to strike up conversation with her. You got to hear it.
Wait, let me guess. 30. No, 60.
34.
What year were you born?
Wow, I know. First of all, he leads off with like, how old are you? Let me guess. And then he goes from 30 to 60. This is Creed trying to make small talk, guys.
I remember I was in a bar once and a guy tried to flirt with me by asking me how much I weighed. And then he said, I bet I can guess. And then he picked me up without my consent and then said a number. Fellas, there's so much wrong with this. I hope we don't have to break it down for you, but like, don't do that.
Yeah,
all those things.
Yeah, don't say as your pickup line, let me guess your age or your weight.
Yeah, don't put your hands on a lady unless she invites you to. So many things.
So many things. But you know who did spark some interest in Lynn ultimately was Kevin.
I know, and he's very charming in his just nervousness and honesty. And doesn't Brian kill it in the scene where he shows that she gave him her business card.
Yes.
It reminds me of that episode when they won their parking lot back from the 5 families.
And he's like, sometimes you just need things to go your way.
Yes, I mean, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it when he does that. Such a good actor.
I know.
Unfortunately, it looks like they're going to have to close down the party and Glove Girl never shows up.
Michael doesn't want to leave. He wants to keep waiting it out. And people stick around for a while. It's very sweet.
Even Angela.
Even Stanley.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Oscar's ultimately like, no, come on, Michael, it's time. Let's all walk out together.
We got mail.
Okay.
Aiden M. wrote in to say, why did Michael never get to find the lady who left her glove in the blood drive van? It has driven me crazy, even though he ends up with Holly. And Diana P. went on to say, why didn't this storyline continue? I asked Katie about it because I was curious.
It just shows you how good of a job they did together in that scene that people wanted to see more of the blood drive girl and Michael.
Well, the message boards after this episode aired were all for Love Girl. And here's what Katie had to say.
Oh man, you guys. So here is the thing about my experience is that when I auditioned, it was with the caveat that it was a possible recurring character. And so all I wanted was to perform well and to impress and to be asked back. And it didn't happen. It didn't happen. And I'm sure they had their creative reasons. But oh boy, I wanted nothing more. But I'm happy with the time I got. That's for sure.
So, I will tell you, story-wise, why Glove Girl did not come back. It was not because we were not completely charmed by Katie and her performance. Because
she crushed it.
Clearly, yes. Michael has a talking head, and it's really written in this talking head. He says that this is the first time since Holly that he's even considered getting back into the dating marina.
Marina?
The marina. Like Cupid Sparrow.
Yeah.
And that was the story point of this episode, was not to introduce a new love interest for Michael. They ultimately decided. They were toying with this idea. But really, it was just for Michael to feel like he could connect with someone again. But ultimately, they're going to keep him on this trajectory toward Holly. But because of this storyline, he's not going to be kind of as broken when he does finally reunite with her. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, he's hopeful. He's getting a little bit of his confidence back.
Yes.
And that's important.
Yeah.
Well, the whole gang is going to leave the building. And Jenna, I just want you guys to know, when you watch us all exit, Mindy and I are just having a conversation.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm gesturing to my hair. I don't know what we're talking about.
Either. You're very animated.
Very animated. And then I feel like they sort of let us know that we are on camera, because then I go back to Angela Martin and I do these little awkward waves goodbye. But everyone is very pleasant and nice to one another.
Michael's Lonely Hearts Party was kind of a success.
Yeah. I mean, they were all sort of lonely together.
Yeah. This episode ends with a great tag. It's so funny. Found it very funny. Stanley goes into the Bloodmobile, a little bit of medical tape, and he says, I'm so sorry, I gave blood earlier and I'm still feeling a little woozy. Do you
Can I have one of those cookies?
Right. And she says, you know what? You have a cotton ball and medical tape, but we're using Band-Aids.
Yeah, she's like, huh.
Weird. And behind him, Phyllis walks up. He's making a quick exit, and he just goes Band-Aid.
And she's like, damn it.
And then Creed leaves the truck with his blood in a bag, or someone else. I'm not sure.
To go where? To do what?
I don't know, but this is what Dwight has been worried about the whole episode.
I know.
Where is Dwight? I don't know.
Well, that was blood drive, everybody.
That is blood drive, everyone. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna put on different shoes.
Cool off your feet. Don't put on any shoes. Just take shoes off. It's like 95 degrees out. I encourage you to get a pair of flip flops.
Yeah, and I guess I have to fix my hair.
Well, you do have one guy that's going. He's like at attention. Just in your bangs.
I'm growing my bangs out, and so
It's a transition.
they're a strange length. It was a summer thing. We're moving into fall.
Yeah, you gotta have your fall hairdo.
That's right. I'm moving. I don't know what my fall hairdo is yet, but we're transitioning out of bangs right now.
I can't wait to see what your fall hairdo is.
Well, I know I'm gonna get the truth from you. That's for sure.
That's for sure.
All right.
I love you, lady. All right, guys, have a great week.
We'll see you later. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Looking at the way that the different nodes and neurons fire within the neural net. The thing is, one over 1 trillion nodes, right? So it's a huge.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Today is Golden Ticket, Season 5, Episode 19. This was written by Mindy Kaling and directed by Randall Einhorn.
It's a big day for Michael.
Oh, it's a big idea for Michael.
It's a big idea day for Michael.
Here's your summary. Michael decides to execute a Willy Wonka themed promotional idea. He is going to take some golden tickets. He's going to hide them in some paper shipments. And any company that finds a golden ticket gets 10% off.
And it's not limited to one.
Well, we're going to find that out. Yeah. This idea is going to backfire. He is going to pressure Dwight into taking the fall, but then that backfires. Yeah. A lot of ideas and a lot of backfires.
A lot of layers here. Playing games.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Pam, Jim, and Andy are all giving dating advice to Kevin. It's somewhat conflicting. Kevin's a little confused, but he's going to try to make a connection with Lynn from Blood Drive, from their Lonely Hearts mixer. Lynn is still in the mix from the mixer.
Yeah.
Let's get into Fast Facts. Fast fact number 1. This episode contains maybe one of the most famous Office gifts of them all. You know what I'm talking
A
about.
gift for a gift. It doesn't matter. You know the one we're talking about.
Is it GIF or GIF?
I don't know, guys. I've never known. I'll never know.
Let's ask the two hip young people.
Please, young people, tell us how to say it.
I say GIF. What do you say? No, I say GIF. Sorry.
I think the correct one is GIF, but it feels wrong. But everyone I know says GIF.
It's kind of like gift, but you take the T off. So I think it's GIF.
Well, I've been saying GIF.
I say GIF.
There you have it. Also, what's a meme? what is a meme?
A GIF is if it moves, and a meme is if it's still.
And also, I mean, people say GIF is correct, but keep in mind it stands for graphics interchange, whatever the F is. So it starts with a G. So it would be graphics G.
Yeah.
Right? There it is.
Okay, we'll put a poll, but
Yeah.
okay.
GIF is a peanut butter. I'm just saying.
I like it.
You know, I don't know.
Well,
While you're
listen.
putting a poll, and since I brought it up, are you a crunchy or a smooth peanut butter?
Smooth.
Same.
Get your peanuts out of my peanut butter. So there is a very famous GIF.
Or GIF.
Oh, I said it wrong again.
Well, we don't know if you're saying it wrong, lady, but it's true.
When
Right.
Dwight looks at camera and has his hand up to his face.
It's at the end of the cold open, and he says, it's true. That's everywhere. It even made it to USA Today's ranking of the top 36 GIFs of The Office. It's true was number 13.
What's number one?
Number one?
That's what she said.
No, but that's on the list, but it's not number one. Number one was Michael from the Super Bowl cold open when he says, "Oh my God, it's happening!"
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, that's stress relief.
Stress relief.
Yeah, where they're doing the fire drill.
Yes. Do you want to know what number two is on their list? Is one of my favorites. It might be my number one.
Don't throw garbage at my head.
No, it's Kelly. It is. I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
But I would like to say that number 12 was Jim and Pam's air high five. We made it on the list. I'm proud of us.
I don't know that Angela Martin is on the list with dialogue, but I'm on every list if you type in eye roll.
You've got an eye roll.
I've got an eye roll, and I've got a real good one in this episode I'm going to point out.
Fast fact number 2. Speaking of the cold open, which gave us this famous GIF, it's all about knock-knock jokes. The guys are doing these knock-knock jokes with each other, and we'll break it down fully when we get there. So I watched this episode with Lee, and he said, "Isn't it amazing how the knock-knock joke is so universal? That if one person walks up to another person and says, 'knock, knock,' you just know to say, 'who's there?'
Yeah.
And then you know you're in a knock-knock joke. How did that begin? Well,
Somebody hit the Google button.
yes, as the lady who Googles, I'm going to give you the history of knock-knock jokes.
I want to hear it.
So the first written coupling of knock knock who's there, the first time it sort of appeared anywhere, people believe, is Shakespeare's Macbeth.
All roads lead back to Shakespeare.
That's why it was so important to study it in theater school.
Hey, I studied Shakespeare,
I believe you.
but I studied it in my writing class.
Well, there you go. Act 2, scene 3. The porter is very hungover, and he has this monologue where he repeats, "knock knock, who's there?" And then he tells you who's there. He's sort of just kind of in his head.
"'Tis I, Montague."
But in this play, it is not a joke. He's not doing like a jokey thing. It's not like what it is now. So now, cut to, it's the early 1900s, and there's this new kind of comedy on the scene.
Ooh, what kind?
It's like a call answer comedy or like a bait and response comedy. And here's an example of one of these jokes from the 1900s. Someone would say, "Do you know Arthur?" And that would make the other person say, "Arthur who?" And then you would say, "Our thermometer."
Hello.
Yes, that was one of the jokes.
My kids would love that one. Saving it.
Well, it's very similar to that whole up dog joke. The "what's up dog?" I don't know, what's up with you? Right? That Michael famously botched. So then, in the mid 1930s, this kind of like pun mania morphed into what is now the traditional knock knock joke. Cartoonist Bob Dunn is credited with inventing this joke in its current form. He wrote a book called Knock Knock Who's There? And it's basically filled with knock knock joke puns. It sold like 2 million copies. It took off like crazy. It was a Jeopardy question. Get this. Knock knock jokes were especially huge in Pennsylvania. Oh. Versions of knock knock jokes started appearing in advertisements. The Edgemont Cash and Carry grocery store in Chester, Pennsylvania ran an ad that said, "Knock knock, who's there? Don. Don who? Don forget to do your shopping at the cash and carry." Yeah. Don forget it. There was also this one, ready? "Knock knock, who's there? Rufus. Rufus who? Roof is the most important part of your house." That was our roofing company, okay? But politicians started using them. There were like special clubs called knock knock clubs that formed in Illinois and Iowa and Kansas. And I guess knock knock clubs. You would just go there and tell your knock knock jokes? Yes, it was like a place to have a drink and share your greatest knock knock jokes. Then in 1936, at like the peak of the knock knock joke craze, there was a song called the Knock Knock Song by Fletcher Henderson. And I'm going to play you a clip. Oh my word. Yeah, I love it. A whole song full of knock knock jokes. So then, lady, there is a backlash. Oh, people turn on the knock knock? Well, all of these psychologists start coming out, like Sigmund Freud and A.A. Brill. They start saying that people who have an incessant need to make puns have a psychological condition. Oh no. That it is like a sign of narcissism. Oh. A German neurologist named Gottfried Forster said manic punning was a certifiable syndrome, and he actually called it Forster syndrome. He named it after himself. I mean, aren't you being a narcissist, Mr. Forster? I mean, I don't know. You're telling me that people that love and pun are narcissists, and then you name it after yourself. That's right. I just want to point that out. Yeah. Well, despite their best efforts, knock knock jokes have stayed around. We still have them today, of course. They appear in this episode of The Office. Halloween is coming up. That's when I always hear the knock knock jokes. I think it's like with kids. Yeah. What do you got? What do you got? Knock knock. Who's there? Boo. Boo hoo. Don't cry. It's just a joke. Got it. Do you have any that are like? What are your favorites? Well, this is the one I remember from elementary school. Knock knock. Who's there? Banana. Banana who? Knock knock. Who's there? Banana. Banana who? Knock knock. Who's there? Banana. Banana who? Knock knock. Who's there? Orange. Orange who? Orange glad I didn't say banana. I remember that one too. This is my kid's favorite. What? Knock knock. Who's there? Interrupting cow. Oh, my kids like this one too. I know that one. Interrupting cow. Yeah. So the lady has Googled. We have gotten to the bottom of the knock knock joke. What's your fast fact number 3? My fast fact number 3 is that supposedly coming out in November 2021, there is going to be a Michael Scott Funko Pop holding a golden ticket. Oh, is he going to be dressed like Willy Wonka? Yeah, he's going to have a little top hat on. I saw their rendering for it, and I don't know how accurate it is, but they're saying this is going to be a new Funko Pop based on this episode. Well, that's so fun. I just think they're all so cute. I'm about to get one of Angela in her Fun Run outfit. You know, I don't have a single Pam Funko Pop. Come on. I don't have one. You got to get one. I guess I do. I have one of me and my cat, and now I'm going to have the Fun Run one. But that's so cute. The Willy Wonka one is going to be so cute. Well, if you're into merch from this episode, I also found that you can buy a frameable golden ticket, just like the one that Michael is putting in the boxes. It was on Amazon. I don't know why you would want that, but if you do, it is available. If you're having a Willy Wonka themed party, Oh yeah, maybe. I was curious. Do you think Michael is being the Gene Wilder Willy Wonka or the Johnny Depp? I think he's Gene Wilder. That's what I thought too. But Gene's laser is purple and Johnny Depp's is maroon and Michael's is maroon. But he's doing all the somersaults and I know dialogue from the Gene Wilder. I agree. Those are all my fast facts. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we have a delicious surprise. We have a guest. Yes. Oh, we can't wait to talk to him. Oh, I gave a little bit away. Okay, it's a guy. He's tall, and his name is also a weather condition. All right, we'll leave you guessing, and then we'll be back. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three. Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie. I've made it. Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes. I know it very well. It's a family favorite. Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before. It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life. One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, but people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year. Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change? New year, new me, that kind of thing. Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right. Yeah. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths. I like that. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props. Oh, thanks. It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing. You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this. Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients. It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out, hint, or even on really long flights. Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout. That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. Is someone on the phone?
Hi, it's me, Rain Wilson.
Rain Wilson? Rain, what are you doing? Why are you calling us?
Well, I just wanted to see how you guys doing. I missed you. I just want to know if you want to hang out.
Oh, I do want to hang out. Like to hang out.
Great. So when are we getting together?
You tell us. You know what we want to do, Rain, for reals. We had this on the text thread.
we want to come to your house and listen to Creed and
Play
your
the
son
guitar.
play guitar together.
And I want to see your new place, and I want to meet your pigs and your zonkey.
Have you heard about our newest pet sensation?
Oh, the peacock!
We have Alma the peacock.
And now, Rain, did she just walk on up, or how did Alma get there?
So my wife had a horse for a long time named Gus, and Gus was a very old white Amazon horse, and he passed away this summer. He lived a rich, full horse life, and he died very quickly. So that was all fine, but his stall was empty, and they put a vase of flowers in there, and it was just kind of left empty as a kind of a salute to old Gus. And 2 weeks later, no joke, and Gus was white, by the way. 2 weeks later, out of nowhere, sitting in Gus's horse stall was a white peahen, a female peacock.
Oh my goodness.
And no one knows where it came from. It had never been seen there previously. It hadn't been seen in the neighborhood or the area of where my wife's horse, where she rides her horses. And it just moved in the stall. And so she kind of trained it to eat feed. And it couldn't stay there because it was spooking some of the horses because it would flap around and squawk. And so she trained it to eat feed and go into a carrying container bin, and we took it to our house, and it made the transition perfectly. And you guys, Alma is amazing, and she sleeps during the day when she's not hunting bugs. She sleeps in the olive tree right outside my office window and just stares in at me all day. So if I'm like podcasting or on Zoom calls or whatever, I have a white peacock staring into my office.
This is all I could ever hope for, Rain. I'm excited about my hummingbirds. If I had a peacock in my tree, I'd lose it.
I mean, Rain, it's Gus.
Cool.
It's Gus, right?
My friend said if there was ever more proof needed for reincarnation, now I don't know that I buy reincarnation, but I mean it was magical. It's a magical experience. It's kind of crazy.
Well, there's something happening there.
Yeah, I was going to say, whether you believe in reincarnation or not, there's just something beautiful in the universe that happened right there.
Yeah. So besides now our pigs that live in our house, now we have a peacock. It was very demanding. Holly, my wife, just went crazy. She bought like a big box arrived yesterday, and I opened it up, and it was filled. I'm not kidding you. It was filled with mealworms.
Ew.
2 like 20-pound boxes of bags of mealworms.
Where do you keep those?
Yeah, how do you refrigerate
God
them?
save us.
Like, what do you do with the meal? Where do you put a mealworm?
You just put them on the ground, and then she eats the mealworms.
But in between eating.
Not my wife, the peacock.
The peacock.
We got that part.
Well, Rain, listen, we're so excited to have you on. We know you've been on before, and you've sent in audio clips, and you're always so supportive. But we realize there are just some real general questions we ask our guests, and we never got to do that with you. And here is the one we always lead with. Are you ready?
Okay, hit me.
All right. So, how did you get your job on The Office? Is it true that you first auditioned for the role of Michael Scott? Tell us your Office origin story.
Oh, I have a great Office origin story. I love to tell the story. It's fantastic. I was starting to do the show 6 Feet Under, and I was just at the very beginning of that show, and that was right when HBO was starting to take off, and it was a very highly regarded show. And I got cast in this Janine Garofalo comedy pilot for ABC, and it was a very small role, but I was like, hey, it's an amazing paycheck. This is great. I'm going to be a series regular. It was my first real stab at a series regular job, and which is a lot better money than being a guest star, just for those who are listening and wondering. And I was very excited about it. Bob Odenkirk was in it. Mark Maron was in it. It had a really kind of great cast. And I was walking through the table read.
Wait, Rain, what was it called? Do you know the name of it?
Oh boy, it'll come to me.
Okay.
I can't remember right now. Oh,
okay.
Real life, something like that.
I'll look it up. Okay, go on.
I can't remember. And I was on the way to the table read, which is something that actors you do at the studio, or you used to do. You all sit in a room behind a table, and you read it out loud, and all the executives are there. So you kind of see the cast together, get their energy, hear the rhythms of the read, give notes, etc. Very common occurrence. On my way there, I ran into this NBC executive that I knew at the time, who I had met a couple times. I forget why. And I was like, oh, hi. It was Vernon Sanders.
Oh, we love
like,
Vernon. Yes.
Yeah. He's at Amazon now. And nice guy. And I was like, hi, Vernon. And he's like, hi. And it's like, what's going on? And he goes, well, I'm so excited because we just landed the rights to the BBC office. And I had seen a couple episodes. My friend Sam had them recorded from someone in England on a VHS. It was before they were like available in the United States. Really early on. I had seen them and I just loved them. And inside, and outside, I was like, oh, that's great. The inside, I was like, oh, God damn it. I want to be in that show. That show's so awesome. Oh. And so I was like, okay, see you later. Went to the table read. It was one of the most incredible experiences. In fact, Kent Dvorak was the producer on it.
Oh my gosh. Wow, Kentopedia?
Yeah. So we did the table read, and this was an infamous event. We did the table read. It went so bad that the plug was pulled immediately.
They canceled it? You didn't even shoot it?
Did not shoot it. They had sets built. We had plane tickets. We had hotel rooms booked. I was supposed to fly the next morning and then start shooting in like 2 days. And the table read went so poorly.
We found the name, by the way. The name is Slice O Life.
Slice O Life. That's what I did. Had life in it. An S. But so all of a sudden I was free to do the office. So I called my agent. I was like, I'd really like to audition for this office. And yes, I was the first person to audition. On the very first day, Allison Jones, the casting director, kind of knew me from 16 Under and some other things. I was so excited. And I auditioned for both Dwight and Michael on that first day. And she keeps threatening to release my Michael Scott audition, which is truly terrible because I just did a Ricky Gervais impersonation. I didn't know what else to do. So I was kind of pulling on my tie a lot. And, it was, but Dwight, I knew, I was like, he's in my wheelhouse. I know exactly who this person is. This guy is in my DNA. I have cousins who are really not that different from Dwight Schrute. And the rest is history.
Well, Rain, I remember being paired with you during the screen tests.
Yeah.
And they were mixing and matching us. There were like 4 Pams and 4 Jims and 4 Dwights and a few Michaels. Bob Odenkirk was one of the Michaels, which is so crazy because I guess he was available as well since Slice O Life didn't go forward. And Kent Dvorak was available. Yeah, wow, we got a lot of folks from Slice O Life. Got lucky there. But Rain, I remember being paired with you, and I mean, I couldn't believe it. Of all of us, you were 100% there from the beginning. I feel like from that moment that I did that first audition scene with you. Everybody else, I was paired with John, and I was like, oh yeah, this is great, and Steve and everybody. But Rain, you were just like, I didn't even know where Rain began and Dwight ended, or Dwight began and Rain ended. I mean, it was so fluid. It was amazing.
But you were, I have to say, this Mutual Admiration Society. For those who don't know, Jenna was totally in Pam, dressed as Pam. You were reading the book on John Belushi, Wired, that you thought Pam would be reading.
It was in the script that she was reading it, so I read the whole novel. I read the whole thing. I was like, my character read it, I'll read it.
Yeah. And you were Pam in the waiting room, too. That was so much fun. And we had, I don't know if they'd ever released that audition, but that improvisation where I was just sitting, I was kneeling like way too close to you.
Yeah.
Like, which is something I love to do with Dwight, is like he doesn't have an understanding of like personal space.
He does not.
So he could be talking to someone like 4 inches away from them.
and I always thought that was really funny. And where I talked about my girlfriend being stationed in Kuwait, and that was very funny. And it was such a great improv because most actors feel like, oh, I'm improving, I need to talk a lot. You know, they think like, oh, improvisation means talking a lot. And this was an improv where I kind of did this monologue, and you just gazed painfully into space, taking in my body odor and my proximity and the strangeness of my story. And it was fantastic. And when we did that, I was like, oh, I know that we're going to have this part.
Yeah, I felt that way too, and I felt at that audition it was very clear to me that you were their choice. Did they keep pairing different people with Rain? Because that's how you know. You know that's the person when they're like, oh, let's see him with this person and this person and this person. And I only got paired with him once, and that made me a little nervous because it was very clear to me that Rain had the part. And so I was like, oh, well, I'll pair with him again.
A lot of different gyms. I remember reading with a lot of different gyms.
Yeah.
And the reason they said ultimately they went with John, I mean, obviously he's charming and handsome and funny and great deadpan and smart as hell and likable, but that his size was comparable to mine. There were a couple other gyms that were like 5'7", and it just seemed like Dwight would just overpower them. Jim was actually taller than me, so we kind of like, we really matched up kind of energy-wise.
That makes sense to me. Yeah, that does. But then they went a whole other way with your romantic life, and they picked the tiniest person in the office.
Tiniest little sprig. Yeah, but I didn't think they knew that Dwight and Angela were going to get together. They just were, I don't know where that storyline came from, but I imagine they were just kind of floundering in season 2, like, oh, we got to mix things up. Like, and at first, they had me together with Kelly. They had me kiss Kelly Kapoor.
But Angela was furious. Angela watched it and was furious. Remember, they had me like look in the camera, like they made me look so like they kept saying more anger, more. I was like, oh my god, my eyes are gonna pop out of my head. But I think our writers just sat there. Jen and I have talked about this, and we've talked to our writers about it. How they would just take 2 names and put them on a card, and just see what that felt like, and sort of spitball a little bit about what those 2 people would bring out of each other.
Right. And that is one thing that Greg talked about, and I remember, and it's a really great lesson for comedy writers and screenwriters. He said a lot of shows really focus on a character and like, oh, let's make the character really specific and funny and interesting. But he was really about like, these two characters gang up against each other. That's what she said. And what happens? What happened with that energy? You know, so it was more about. He was much more about the dynamics between characters, and I think that's one of the successes of the author.
Well, this episode that we're talking about today, Golden Ticket, has a classic Michael Dwight pairing. And I love in this rewatch, watching the way that Dwight can be both Michael's lackey and then also, like, you can take him to task. You stand up to him. What was that like for you? You were in this comedy duo with Steve Carell for 7 years, playing out moments like this. What was that experience?
Well, that's a bunch of questions.
I know. That's how I like to interview people. She just likes to throw like 13 big, overarching, thematic questions all at once.
I love it. Well, let me hit that one. Let me just say that. You know, when I look back on that work with Steve, I'm just so grateful because he's obviously like one of the greatest actors, comedy actors, but even just actors like ever. And the fact that I got to do so much work with him was just such a gift. I didn't come from an improv background. I was always good at improv, but I went to theater school and I did Shakespeare and I did Eugene O'Neill and I was in New York, kind of off-Broadway theater guy. He was from Second City and had done years and years and years of improv, so that was his game. But the thing about Steve that you know, they always have this kind of become a cliche, like yes and, you know, like in improv, you say like, hey,
like, oh, I'd love to see it. Can I feed it my mealworms or whatever? And Steve was incredible at that. No matter what I did, and sometimes I would try to go really out of the box. He would completely react in character and accept what was being proposed.
Yeah.
So I could just, because obviously we would shoot a scene, we'd improvise, we would do the script, shoot the script to make sure we got it scripted correctly, and then we would improvise, and then sometimes it would we'd just freely improvise and just go off. And I remember just being like, I could say something like, I decided to open a llama farm, just out of nowhere or something, and Steve would just listen as Michael take that in and be like, wait, what are you talking about, llamas? What does that have to do with anything? Why? You're so weird. Dwight, go away, you're icky. Like, and it would just be completely in the moment, and I just learned so much from that process. He never got kind of like, God damn it, Rain, why are you being so weird and so silly? Like, stay on the point of the scene, and we could go way off filter, way off path, and you could just be right there all the time. It was really a privilege to work with him.
I loved it when there'd be a conference room scene and clearly Michael had an agenda and things to say, and you as Dwight of all people would interject, right? And Rain, so many times I go to the script to see if it was written or improvised because I feel like I can tell now. And they're always so good, but it's like seamless. You would never know because of exactly what you just shared, because Steve is Michael, no matter what you piped up and said, just like would just take it and run with it. And it was always like an absolute joy. You know me, I'm a nerdy improv gal. We've talked on the podcast that you and Jenna had your whole, like, we did theater, and Jenna likes to remind me of it, Rain, much like you did. But as like a nerdy improv gal, watching you guys, it was just awesome. I felt like I had a front row seat of just some really magical moments.
And getting specifically to Golden Ticket, thank you, Angela. But yeah, I hadn't seen this one since it came out, and it was so fun to watch. And Jenna, just like you said, that dynamic of Dwight being toady, lackey, stuck up, just so desperate for Michael's approval. And then oddly realizing he's got some power here. And, you know, that switch when he's shaking David Wallace's hand and he says, you know, thank you, and takes the credit for it. And then Steve's expression was so priceless. I'm like, oh, that guy.
And then your fight in the marketing meeting. Like when you get on the phone with the marketing guys, the two of you back and forth with your big ideas.
Yeah, horse boat, and all the toilet nets. Get a lot of toilet ideas. You don't have ideas? Yes, I do. I would love to see an extended cut of that, because I bet that there were a lot more ideas we tossed back and forth on that scene.
We should ask Dave Rogers, the keeper of all of the extra footage, because I bet you're right. There had to have been even more. Also, this one was written by Mindy Kaling, and she was amazing at coming up with on the fly, in the moment, extra stuff to hand you.
I have to tell you guys, in the script, I reread it. Pam tries to butt in with an idea. What? Yes. And Michael and Dwight shoot her down. It's the one thing they agree on, is that Pam's idea is so stupid. She says, as they're yelling all their ideas, Pam meekly just says, remote control toilets. And they're both like, nah, it's stupid. Doesn't make sense. It's dumb.
That's great. I wish they would have kept that. That's great.
We have another question that we've never asked you, Rain. This is a popular one we ask all our guests.
Okay.
Did you take anything from set when the show wrapped?
Oh, that breaks my heart. I should have taken so much more. I should have fleeced NBC Universal. I took Dwight's glasses. I took his little desk plate that said Dwight Schrute on it. I took his stapler. And one or
are two other things I can't quite remember. I have to look around and see. But I had a whole list of things I gave to Phil Shea, and I said, Phil, pull these aside for me, and I'll get them from you later. And it was, Dwight's briefcase and this and that and the other thing and blah, blah, blah. And Phil was like, okay. And then I went back to Phil and he's like, I don't have them or I couldn't get them. Sorry, blah, blah, blah. And then I heard from someone else. They were like, they threatened the crew like to be fired and never work for NBC Universal again if they caught them taking anything from the office. Yeah, and we didn't know why. And then they had that big auction where they auctioned all the stuff off on eBay. Even like Dwight's desk was auctioned off.
Did you not get your bobblehead?
I got one of the rejected bobbleheads that doesn't look anything like the bobblehead. I did not get my original bobblehead.
I see.
And I asked Phil Shea for the painting, the Dwight painting, where it's like Chairman Mao.
Yeah.
And that didn't happen either.
Well, Rain, you've gone on to do so many awesome things, but we would love to talk to you about your podcast, Metaphysical Milkshake. I listened to a great episode last night when you had Mike Schur on.
Yeah.
And that was so amazing, just talking about what is good, what is bad. And he sort of like folded in his show, The Good Place, into that episode. But you and Reza are so thoughtful, and you're really asking life's big questions, and it's a great listen.
Yeah, thanks. Well, you guys know this is something that's always been really important to me, and it was kind of the impetus and inspiration for starting Soul Pancake, that digital media company that I created with a friend. But this whole idea of life's biggest possible questions has always really intrigued me. I took philosophy in college, and I love, studying spirituality, and I love, psychology and sociology and kind of creativity and how creativity works and why. And so this was kind of the foundation for Metaphysical Milkshake. Our first season we did on this company called Luminary, but that didn't really work out. So now we're doing a second season, which is available wherever podcasts are available, and including a lot of the stuff we did for our first season. And it's super fun. We get to talk to just artists and thinkers and writers. We just yesterday interviewed Avi Loeb, who's the head of the astronomy division of Harvard University, talking about alien life, discovering extraterrestrial life. And then we had Jason. Speaking of office auction, Jason Isbell is one of my favorite kind of country rock.
I love him.
Yeah, he's so great.
Yeah.
He came on the show talking about like what music is, like where does music come from.
Oh, I never listened to that one.
He bought years ago. He bought his wife like scissors from the NBC auction.
Whoa! Oh,
isn't that crazy?
Yes. Well, Rain, I listened to your interview with Adam Grant where you discussed this concept, what if I'm wrong? And this idea, our resistance as people to consider that you might be wrong. Or even what I loved when you guys talked about how when you know you're wrong, but the cost of admitting you're wrong, that idea of like, there's that social cost. Oh no, if I admit I'm wrong once, people will paint me with a brush that, oh, that's the person who gets things wrong. I mean, it was so thoughtful. I love that kind of introspective discussion that makes me think about things that maybe I wouldn't have thought of otherwise. It's a great podcast.
I'm glad you brought that one up because I feel like kind of where our country is very stuck in kind of two sides that are convinced they're 100% right, and no one's really talking to each other and learning and listening from each
other. And when you go to life's biggest questions, these are the questions that we've been asking since the caveman days, since ancient Greece. Why are we alive? Do we have free will? What's the meaning of it all? And these discussions can unite us. So that's really the whole purpose, is to unite people by getting young folks thinking about talking, wrestling with, the human experience.
Well, right at the end of your podcast with Reza, you guys do this sort of rapid fire of questions. And I love when you ask people, when do you most feel connected to the universe? I'm paraphrasing, but it's something like that question, right? So when do you, Rain, feel most connected to the universe?
Wow, you're hitting me with my own weapon. That's what she said. That's a profound question, and wow, no one's ever asked me that before. So I meditate as part of my daily practice, but I'll have a new answer to that, which is I've gotten really, really deep into tennis. And we joined a tennis club in this new little town that I moved to, California, and I've been playing a lot, 2-3 times a week. And there's something really incredible about the game of tennis because it requires such focus that when you're playing it, you're just completely in the moment. You have to be completely in the moment, or you will screw up and hit the ball out. So it forces a kind of a focus, and that allows one to be connected. When I'm playing tennis, time doesn't really exist in the same way that it exists in my regular life. My anxieties go away, and I know that's not a terribly profound one, but I have truly been feeling connected to the universe through tennis.
I think that's great, because I think for me, I have to get out of my head sometimes and get in my body. When I get nervous or anxious about something, I stop everything, I put screens away. I love tennis as well. But I like to just get in my body somehow, whether that's a hike or just going on a long walk, just anything to just get back in my body and get out of my head. And I just love that. Rain, do you remember working on my serve with me on the side of our soundstage? I had my racket, and I was telling you I was struggling with my serve. And so we went to the side of the building where the hair and makeup trailers were, and you had me work on my toss, and then I would hit it onto the side of the building. And and you told me my toss was horrible. It was all about my toss. My toss wasn't high enough. Did you feel connected to the universe as Rain told you your toss was horrible? I felt frustrated, but connected.
It's so funny. Isn't it funny how it must be old age? I have no memory of that. But that's incredible. That's incredible. How is your serve these days?
You know what? It's much better. It's much better. I do toss higher. But I also throw myself at it in a way I didn't before. Maybe it's like being 50 and having, the past few years of just craziness. I throw myself at that ball in a way I haven't before. And my tennis coach is like, "Oh, you got some power there, Angie." He calls me Angie.
Nice. Wow, fantastic.
I'm low to the ground, Rain. I've got a good torque.
That is so weird. You guys, what a pleasure being on your show. Thanks for the deep dive. And God, what an amazing pleasure it was watching Golden Ticket again. That cold open too. The KGB and the knock jokes. It was so good. There's so many classic August moments throughout it.